The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. So we have Superintendent Abrams. If you could come forward, please. Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, so the first up, I believe, is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, Superintendent. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service. How are you?
Good, sir, thank you.
One of the things you mentioned yesterday, and I believe it's also in your notes as well, is that police actions in Ottawa, you indicated, can have a provincial and a national impact. So there's a need for the police to be measured and careful in their approach to dealing with the protesters. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And how the police treat the protesters, I take it, from the time they arrive in Ottawa to the time they leave, will therefore be expected to have an impact both in Ottawa and nationally.
That's what I believe, yes.
And I believe you said that once the convoy was en route to Ottawa, and some people had come from, the West Coast far away, there was no way that you could just cause them to turn around and go home without making their statement in Ottawa somehow, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but I think I stated that they're committed in their goal of attending Ottawa, clearly, because they left their homes thousands of kilometers away, and their intent was to attend Ottawa.
And the practice of the police prior to the Freedom Convoy and previous protests was to let groups come to town and protest, even if it would cause significant traffic disruption and inconvenience to residents, as long as it was peaceful and not engaging in criminality. Is that fair?
Obviously, not being a member of the Ottawa Police Service, they dealt with the majority of those protests. In my role with the provincial police, I can't say that I've had to deal with that type of event, but in general terms, I would agree when people exercise their charter rights, there's certainly going to be some disruptions to members of the public while that's being done, but generally, in most circumstances, that disruption is short-lived, in my experience.
Right, but if somebody says, I'm coming to protest for 1 day, or I'm coming to protest for 3 days, but it's going to be peaceful and there's no criminality, you let them protest. Fair enough?
There certainly would be lots of planning. That's what we talk about, pre-event planning, trying to speak to the organizers, come up to agreements to make sure everybody's on the same page. I've not been involved in agreements where we have allowed protests that lasted multiple days. And that's just been my experience. I haven't been involved in that, so I can't really speculate or answer whether I would approve something like that or not.
The OPP has dealt with long-term protests.
As an organization, we have, yes.
Sorry?
As an organization, we have. Yes.
Right, you personally have not.
No.
And some of those demonstrations went on for long periods, had injunctions that...
The longest period I was involved in was the 3-week protest at the Tyanaga Rail Blockades in 2020.
The Hendon reports, as I recall, indicated that the groups did espouse peaceful protest, although there were concern about fringe groups and lone wolves. Is that right?
Sounds accurate, yes.
And the reports from the PLTs prior to the convoy arriving in Ottawa had been that they were peaceful and cooperative with police in other jurisdictions?
That's what I recall, yes.
And the reports from Hendon did not indicate honking horns or idling engines or harassment or antisocial behavior or fireworks. Is that fair?
The only thing I would say is there was some reports of antisocial behavior in respect to perhaps not abiding by mask mandates within the province of Ontario. But outside of that, I would agree with your statement, yes.
And blocking the access to the Wellington Street or to a large chunk or to chunks of downtown could have meant that the trucks would go elsewhere, you said, in the city.
Yes,
And that would mean, though, potentially that the footprint could be bigger and there could be more disruption in residential neighborhoods. Fair?
certainly it's a large city, so wherever the trucks are going to park, there's going to be disruption wherever they tend to park, for sure.
And because peaceful protest is lawful, and because of the need to take a measured approach, the OPP, as I understand it, is a huge proponent of the use of PLTs.
We very much are, yes.
They connect with groups, they get contacts, they form relationships.
Correct.
And in fact, the OPP PLTs here did have their PLTs connect with the protesters well prior to arrival, correct?
Yes, many of the convoy organizers, they connected when they arrived within the province of Ontario.
And those PLT who were in contact with the protesters were not, I take it, telling them the message, you better not come to Ottawa, you're not welcome, right? They were trying to establish relationships because they understood it to be a peaceful protest.
Correct. Many times our PLTs will message what you stated, but also message the importance of understanding the law. Sometimes they'll educate them on the law and make sure they understand, you know, when you attend, this is what the expectation is, this is what the laws will be in relation to your behavior. So many times PLT will be part of that messaging to make sure that all participants are aware of their responsibilities and expectations of their behaviors.
And in fact, consistent with that role, the PLTs assisted the convoy in arriving safely in Ottawa.
I would agree, just through conversation that allowed more structured movement of vehicles, which made things ultimately safer. I would agree with that.
And I think you said you'd read the Hendon reports and you became involved, if I have that right, on January 24th as the OPP's strategic commander in charge of policing.
Yes, I became the strategic commander in charge of the OPP's portion of the event, which was what we saw at that time as a traffic event involving the vehicles traveling through our jurisdiction into the city of Ottawa.
And you set up an emergency operations center that involved traffic, communications, PLTs.
Correct.
And the plan focused on traffic along the highways from the convoy, correct?
It focused on the traffic and also what impacts they may have in the communities that they overnighted in.
And the 400 series of highways, I believe you said, the OPP has jurisdiction on?
That's correct.
And that is the 417, of course, leads directly into Ottawa downtown, correct? It's becomes the Queensway in
Yes.
Ottawa. And what you and your team did, as I understand it, was ensure that there was a safe flow of traffic and that they could arrive safely. And you and your team took steps to coordinate planning of that with the Ottawa Police.
That's correct.
And so you liaised with Deputy Chief Bell,
Yes.
and he was cooperative in your interactions with him?
Very much so. We agreed that our traffic inspectors would connect with each other and they would do the bulk of the work to do the coordination.
And so you had an inspector, I believe her name was Dawn Ferguson, and you had a staff sergeant, Lisa Nicholson, coordinate with the Ottawa Police.
Correct. Lisa Nicholas was her last name, but they helped coordinate, yes.
And Inspector Ferguson, we have a lot of Fergusons in this case, but Inspector Dawn Ferguson of the OPP was the officer assigned to be the representative of the OPP. And then I understand she worked with the OPS and others at the NCRCC, correct?
That's correct.
And she was there as of January 25th, so a few days before the protesters arrived.
Sounds accurate.
And Staff Sergeant Nicholson, did you say?
Nicholas.
I'm sorry, was placed at a separate OPS command center outside of, with the Ottawa Police. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe Staff Sergeant Nicholas, she kind of moved between the two locations. There was kind of a traffic hub that had MTO cameras that Staff Sergeant Nicholas would work with our MTO partners and Ottawa Police partners at. And she would also make her way over to the NCRCC as well. So she kind of worked in both locations.
And she assisted Inspector Ferguson.
She did. Inspector Ferguson relied on some assistance from Staff Sergeant Nicholas, so she helped assist her in different ways.
And the OPP worked with the OPS to control Highway 17 coming into Ottawa and make sure that you didn't have blockades on the highway.
That's correct.
And your team, along with the OPS team, wanted to make sure that trucks didn't just abandon their vehicles on the 417 on the Queensway in downtown Ottawa, but that they safely got off and were staged somewhere.
Correct. And we wanted, obviously, when we talk about safety, it's not just safety of the convoy participants, it's safety of the motoring public who are using the highway. And we didn't close the highway, so the highway was open to normal traffic, so we had to make sure that we were ensuring the safety of the general motoring public as well.
One of the things, and I can turn up the document if you need it, but I think you said this yesterday, was you talked about Chief Slowly on the weekend of the February 5th weekend, the 4th, 5th, wanting to, and again, I think the following weekend as well, wanting to shut down all the 417 off-ramps. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And Inspector Ferguson, as I understand, said in one of those emails, we'll do our best to help the convoys to the identified exits, but the OPP is not going to permanently close any 417 exits unless there's an immediate threat to public safety. And there wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And so the OPP did not exercise its power to close all the exits to downtown as a result.
That's correct.
And you instead controlled access so that they could come in safely.
Correct. And just so we're clear, I apologize if I misunderstood your question. The permanent shutdown that Chief Slowly spoke about and us selectively picking off-ramps for the convoy to come in were on separate dates.
Right. But you did make clear that, and I believe she says it in her email, we will not permanently close all the exits unless there's an immediate public safety risk. And there isn't.
Correct. Certainly, we wanted to not disrupt the general motoring public as little as possible. That was the idea. So we would close ramps as needed, and then as soon as we could, we would reopen them so that the normal flow traffic, traffic could continue.
Sure. And because if you close everything, it not only affects the convoy, but it affects everyone else.
Sure
all
does.
of the residents, trucks that have legitimate business downtown delivering goods and supplies, other motorists, residents who have a need to be in that downtown core, correct?
I would agree, yes.
And we saw one of the Hendon reports had pictures of some heavy equipment, an air compressor and an ATV.
Yes.
And you didn't receive any instructions, I take it, to stop those transports or to inspect them or to not let them into the city, did you?
I never received instructions like that, no.
And some of those, and there were only a couple of pieces of heavy equipment that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And some of those may well have come into the city on a 400 series highway.
Correct.
If we could please turn up OPP 0774, please. Which are your, I don't know if you have the hard copy of it.
I do.
You do. So it's your January 25th notes.
Yes.
and it is page 3E of 167 in the PDF. And so this is January 21st, and you'll, January 25th, I apologize. And you'll see at 8:30, you request someone with the Ministry of Transport of Ontario to see if they plan to use weigh scales for convoy trucks, correct?
Correct.
And the MTO has no plans to do so, correct?
Correct.
And so one of the things that perhaps could have prevented some of that heavy equipment or some of those vehicles was to have weigh stations opened along the highway, correct? But the MTO decided not to do that.
I just wanted to see if that was part of their plan, and I was advised that it was not.
Okay. And if I could please ask you to look at, again, this is in your, it's not in your notes, I apologize. It's OPP 0773. Thanks. That's, as you recall, is the will say statement that you prepared, I believe, in March of 2022.
Correct.
And so you prepared that at the time when the events were pretty clear in your mind. You had just finished dealing with the convoy, correct?
Correct.
And you'd read the Hendon reports back in January, correct?
I did.
And so if we could please look at page 2 of that of the PDF of that. And on the third bullet, you indicate it became clear on January 29th that many of the convoy participants had plans to stay for a long period of time. And the convoy had attracted thousands to the downtown core, correct?
Yes.
And then if we also look, if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Sorry, just go up a bit. I'm sorry, go to the, sorry, a little bit, go up to the top again if you don't mind. And sorry if you could go to the following page as well. Yeah, just a little bit higher. Thank you very much. You'll see in the bullet that we have on the screen, on February 2nd, it then became clear that this event was no longer a traffic-related event, correct?
Correct.
In your notes, and again, we can turn them up, but if you recall, then I don't need you to. But I know in your notes of February 5th, and it's on page 28 of your notes, but you have a note that the chief is in charge and won't change it.
I'm sorry, you said page 28?
I thought it was, I was trying to also give you your, but I'll. It is, I believe, page 28 of your notes. which is February 5th. And it is on page 28, which is the second page. And do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, can you just explain that? What did you mean the chief is in charge and won't change it?
So if we go back, this is part of a teleconference I was involved in, where Inspector Jason Unin is kind of giving us an overview of an email that was sent by Chief Slowly, and giving kind of an overview of what he saw and the context of what Chief Slowly's email had to say. And so these are Inspector Unin's words to me, saying that there was Major Critical Incident Commander Superintendent Dunlop, but no Major Incident Commander. No one was in charge. The chief is in charge and will not change that, wants lockdown. So these are Inspector Unin's words being relayed to me and me making notes.
And so what he's saying is this is a problem that Chief Slowly is saying he has to be in charge of this. No one else is. Is that right?
This is Inspector Unin's interpretation of
what's going on.
Yes.
Thank you. And the following on page 29 of your notes as well, you also have a note that Commissioner Carrick must become engaged with, need to display, did a measured approach. Inspector Carrick needs to become engaged with Slowly over members and risks with his unreasonable demands. And what were those unreasonable demands that were being referred to?
So Inspector Unin's briefing to us, he spoke about what Chief Slowly was asking, not only of his members, but what appeared to be also partner agencies, which included the OPP. So there was talk about wanting all streets barricaded and contained. And these were activities that I was not comfortable with our members being involved in, and it caused me great concern. So on this call, I expressed that we needed to communicate with Commissioner Creek so he could become aware of this direction by Chief Slowly through Chief Slowly's email. And then perhaps Commissioner Creek and Chief Slowly could have a conversation because I felt that these were unreasonable demands, and I directed my Inspector Ferguson that if there was a request for OPP to be a part of any of this, it was not to happen. It was to come through myself before many OPP members have become engaged in the types of activity that I'd heard about.
And I just have two further questions. On February 6th in your notes, and you've actually put an asterisk on it, and just for the benefit of those who are following it online, it is page 28 of 167 of the PDF, but I don't need you to call it up. You indicate at the bottom, lack of autonomy to make decisions. Who's that a reference to?
So further up in the notes at 1543, I'm speaking with Inspector Marcel Baudin, who is our PLT coordinator, who the commission will hear from as a witness. And he's describing his members' experiences on the ground in Ottawa and that inability to make decisions and be given autonomy to do their work. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize,
Okay.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
So that was very concerning for him and for his team because that's what they do. Their job is to get engaged with protesters. In this case, it was convoy protesters, establish relationships, determine what their goals are, how can we facilitate an exit, what does an exit look like, all those activities, trying to obtain those win-win situations where it's a bit of a give and take amongst protesters and PLT to try to establish rapport and trust with each other. And they weren't able to do any of that. And I can only imagine if that's your sole job and you're being prevented from being able to do that, that it can be frustrating. So
Right.
in my role as strategic commander, I was asked to see what I could do to deconflict that or resolve that, because that was their concern. They weren't allowed to make decisions.
And you understood that that lack of autonomy was as a result of Chief Slowly's direction, as I understood.
That's what I was informed of, correct?
But in your dealings with Deputy Chief Bell and Deputy Chief Ferguson, they appeared to welcome the assistance of the OPP, and they were cooperative with you and engaged with you. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
And
Mr.
finally,
Kowski, you're well over time, so I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
sure. Last question then. You talked about the PLTs, and you understood that Staff Sergeant John Ferguson was in charge of the PLTs in Ottawa. Is that right?
For the Ottawa Police, correct?
Right. And you understood that he too was frustrated with the lack of involvement of the PLTs. He was supporting what the OPP wanted to
I
happen.
understood that, yes.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next up are the convoy organizers.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Superintendent Abrams, and good morning, my friends. My name is Bathsheba Vandenberg, and I am counsel representing Freedom Corp and protesters. Thank you for your service, Superintendent, and for your forthwith testimony so far. I have a few questions for you this morning.
Certainly.
You mentioned yesterday in your testimony that the PLT use a snatch and grab method, correct?
No, they do not use that method. I believe in my testimony yesterday, I indicated that Major Critical Incident Commander Superintendent Patterson wanted to do snatch and grabs and wanted PLT assistance with that. And that actually was one of my main concerns, because our PLT units are not used in that fashion ever. So actually it's the opposite of your suggestion.
So you can confirm that the method of snatch and grab was not used between February 6th and 10th of 2022 rather?
Oh, no, I can't confirm that. Those operations would have been done by Ottawa Police Service if they did them. My purpose in communicating to Superintendent Patterson was, if him and his service wished to do that, there would be no OPP support in doing so. They may have occurred, but if they did occur, they would have been done by the Ottawa Police Service without OPP member participation.
I want to speak with you about what snatch and grab means. You agree that it means police officers lined up in a horizontal line and in their riot gear, right?
That's not how I see it. Snatch and grab is not a policing term, to be honest, that I'm familiar with as far as a technique that we're taught or instructed on. When I heard Superintendent Patterson explain that, he didn't explain it in great detail. I pictured in my mind it was trying to locate certain individual persons who may have reasonable grounds to be arrested, and essentially, when they're located, grab them off the street wherever they're located and arrest them under those authorities. That's how I viewed what snatch and grab was. I did not view it as a group activity. It was more an individual activity.
You would agree, though, that it does involve grabbing protesters, is that correct?
No, well, I mean, the individual person may be a protester themselves, but I pictured an operation where officers are going out looking for one particular person or persons on a list, but not, the persons aren't together in a group. And if an opportunity arose, they would effect an arrest of that singular person.
Thank you. Was this method, to the best of your knowledge, used after the Emergencies Act was invoked?
I can't speak to that because I wasn't connected with the Ottawa Police operations at that level.
You mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you only found out about the creation of the red zone on February 17th. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, through media that was posted on Ottawa Police Twitter and some media releases that were released by Ottawa Police where they spoke about the formation of this red zone.
Is it true that you also found out on the same date of February 17th that there would be 900 officers reporting at 6 a.m. the following morning, Friday morning, February 18th, for deployment?
So yeah, yes, but if I could expand on that answer a little bit to add some context to it. So the evening, the date was February 19th, you're indicating?
In the evening of the February 17th, that you
17th.
found out that at 6 a.m. the next morning on February 18th, that there'd be 900
I
officers.
believe the
deployed.
17th was a Thursday, am I correct?
The 17th was a Thursday evening,
Correct.
that's correct.
So the next date was a planned large public order unit deployment, which was the first time we would have seen a large number of public order unit members on the street. And my people's role, the people I was in control of, would be to be at traffic points to help contain and control any ground that public order units were able to clear. And late that evening, I believe it was around 10 o'clock, 50 RCMP members attended our OPP command post and indicated that they were reporting to our location starting the next morning along with Ottawa Police. And that was concerning to me only because I was already deploying close to 500 to 600 of my own members. And if we added Ottawa Police and RCMP, that would be 900 members. And we would not physically be able to get that many members onto the street in time to support the operation that was planned for the next day.
So was it, in your professional opinion, that there was insufficient time to properly brief these 900 police officers prior to them being deployed on the ground?
There would not have been sufficient time to brief them and get them on the ground. So that's why that evening, as a team, I gathered my incident commander, Ottawa Police Service supervisors were on our command post helping us with telecommunications. And I gathered them in a group and we all said, we have to solve this problem because we're literally hours away from a major operation. So collaboratively and together, we all agreed on a solution so that we did not have to deal with that issue the next morning. And we were able to get officers deployed in a reasonable amount of time.
Was the name of this major operation Operation Takedown?
I was never aware of what the public order unit operation name was. I just knew that there was a public order operation happening the next morning, but I wasn't familiar with the name of it.
As per the Ontario Police Services Act Regulations 926, all police officers, including public order unit members performing active duty, shall have an up-to-date use of force qualification within the last 12 months. Is that correct?
I believe that applies to all serving police officers in the province of Ontario, so it would apply to public order unit members as well.
Would you be able to confirm that all officers, including those 900, received those that had that qualification before they were deployed?
I would not be able to confirm that because I don't have that information. And if I could qualify on my answer, there is a provision that allows the Solicitor General's office to provide an extension to that 12 months, whether it be due to an emergency. Best example I can give you in this case, when the public order process started, we had a large influx of OPP members come to the city of Ottawa. I had an additional almost over 400 officers come to the city. To be able to get that many members to the city, we had to do some logistical operations within our organization, and one of those was to cancel block training, which is annual training for our members on use of force and firearm requalification. So in doing so, some of those members may have gone outside the 12 months. We needed to seek approval to allow them to maybe be beyond the 12-month period. But that is allowed within the Police Service Act with proper authorities.
Was your role after the Emergencies Act was invoked ER logistics and planning liaison?
I'm sorry, after it was invoked, what was my role?
Yeah, was it logistics and planning?
No, my role was as the strategic commander. So I oversaw a team of officers that were led by an incident commander who their job was to organize the logistics of finding out where Ottawa Police needed us, because we were a support agency to the Ottawa Police. And then my incident commander and his team would provide Ottawa Police with the support that they needed with me, with frontline officers. The public order unit command and what they needed for public order unit was separate from myself, and I didn't have direction or control over our public unit
Right.
members.
And you were reporting to Chief Superintendent Carson Party, is that correct?
Yes,
You considered him your commander?
I did.
Were you involved in the planning phase for the operation, the major operation?
Only for, I believe I said yesterday, only for about 48 hours, just in the initial stages when the integrated planning team got started and we had our initial meetings on the 8th and the 9th. And that was the only time I had direct contact with the members of that planning team, and I reverted back to my role of managing our OPP members and our deployments in support of the Ottawa Police.
With regards to the boots on the ground, were PLT supporting POUs?
I was not aware of what PLT was doing. I know PLT eventually had a seat in the NCRCC with our critical incident commander. So there was always, I believe it was a PLT sergeant that sat beside our critical incident commander. But I'm not aware exactly of what they were doing in the field because that would not have been reported to me.
And yesterday you mentioned that OPP and OPS PLTs had an integration problem and communications issues. Is that right?
That's what was reported to me, correct?
And also with the POUs?
I can't say that I heard of lack of integration within our public order units. That wasn't reported to me.
Do you agree with me that after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that these integration problems and communications problems continued and did not improve?
Within the PLT teams, there were still issues. I would have calls with Inspector Baudin, and he would say some days they were making forward progress, and other days they still lacked an ability to understand what the plan was. Because until the integrated planning team came up with a plan, there was still no plan. So they still struggled to determine what their purpose was. Were they truly an integrated team between the Ottawa Police Service PLT team and the OPP PLT team? There were still those issues, yes.
Okay. And that, in fact, that the problems worsened after the influx of 900 additional officers on the ground on Friday morning, the 18th of February.
I don't know if any worsened. I think they maintained and they were similar, but I don't know that they became any worse.
Would you agree with me that due to the lack of integration and communication problems, that would lead to a problem ultimately in decision-making throughout the major operations?
Certainly. The information that PLT is able to provide and tell us about conversations they're having with convoy organizers and exit plans or what the intent of the organizers are is very important in forming operational plans of how we're going to approach a protest. So being unable to get that information has an impact, yes, in a negative way.
And when I mentioned major operation, I mean after the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
So, yeah, though I consider it one giant operation, and the lack of communication had impacts all along, from invocation period prior to and during.
If it didn't improve after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, would you agree that it got worse?
I can't say it got worse. It just seemed to be a similar theme throughout my time as strategic commander. As I continue to hear the lack of communication, the lack of integration. That was a common theme. It didn't seem to increase through one day or the other, whether prior to February 14th or after. It seemed to be a similar theme throughout.
And the final phase after this major operation, after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was called the maintenance phase. Is that correct?
I recall that name being used. It was a phrase meant to maintain and hold ground that public order unit members were able to clear streets, intersections, those types of things.
Do you agree that every officer who draws their firearm in the presence of public and uses weapons or improvised weapon other than a firearm on another person, or uses physical force on a person that results in an injury to that person requiring medical attention, shall complete a use of force report prior to the end of duty?
I can only speak to the OPP. There is a use of force reporting requirement. I apologize, I'm not certain on the timelines of when it shall be done, whether it's at the end of their shift or within a certain number of days. I'd have to review the legislation. So unfortunately, I can't give you the exact answer on that. But I tried to follow all what you were speaking about, but from whatever heard you say, it seems to check all the boxes that are related to our members when they have to fill out use of force reports. And all the occasions you mentioned, from what I recall hearing, fit those needs to have a use of force report submitted.
Timelines aside, were any of those use of force reports completed after the major operations, after the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I'm not aware.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you listened and you watched Superintendent Morris's testimony yesterday. Is that correct? You mentioned that yesterday in your testimony
I'd
that you
seen parts of
watched.
his testimony, yes.
And do you agree with it?
I don't disagree with many of the things that Superintendent Morris said. It was his testimony, and it was consistent with our organizational values and his public provincial intelligence bureau mandates.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd call on the Government of Canada.
Thank you. Superintendent Abrams, my name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada, and I just have a few questions for you about your testimony yesterday.
Morning.
You described yesterday at some length a difference of view or approach between yourself or members of your team at the OPP and Chief Slowly and some of those working under him at the OPS about the importance in this scenario of PLT techniques, right?
Correct.
And in particular, you described or you relayed information upwards about a significant dispute that had arisen about the arrest of those who were removing gas cans from the Coventry Road encampment.
Correct.
Yeah. Those gas cans, which were in part there as a supply of fuel to vehicles in the red zone, were a serious concern as to safety, right?
Certainly flammable products.
Sure. And their use as a supply was also a concern about its supporting the continued entrenchment of the trucks in the downtown core, right?
Sure.
Sure. The OPP PLT and some of the OPS PLT members as well, I take it, were concerned that the trust that had been invested by them and by the protesters at that Coventry Road site had been disrupted or even destroyed by the arrests that were that occurred, right?
That was their concern, yes.
Yeah. And some of the PLT team members felt extremely demoralized and as though their work had been set back by days or even longer.
Correct.
Some days had already been invested, I take it, in building those relationships with the Coventry Road encampment participants.
As I understand it, yes.
And I think that the flashpoint for that disagreement, as we saw from the documents, was on or around February the 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
It seems accurate, yeah.
And so by February the 8th, the convoy had been ongoing in the downtown part of Ottawa for approximately 11 days, running from January the 29th.
It seems accurate, yes.
And now it would take several more days in the view of the PLT team to get back to that point, if not longer, right?
That was what they felt a worst case scenario would look like. They were certainly hoping it wouldn't take that many days, but that was their concern.
Okay. In negotiating with the participants in the fashion that the PLT units do, is it fair to say that some are more susceptible to being reasoned with than others?
Are people more, are some people more easy to reason with than others? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I would say that's an accurate statement, yes.
Sure. And if I just want to call up a document, OPS 30-10383. Just by way of example, Superintendent, this is a report from OPS, some PLT members describing, the name is redacted, but one of the organizers from the East Convoy to give a sense of what certain groups or factions are looking for. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's indicating that this individual wants a meeting with the Governor General and the Prime Minister and the Speaker of the Senate, right?
That's how it appears.
And that was not the sort of thing that would be readily within the control of a PLT unit, fair?
Correct. Yes, that's fair.
And so this would be an example of someone who's more difficult, at least by appearances at least, to come to a deal with, so to speak, to resolve situation peacefully. Is that fair?
Yeah, certainly harder to resolve and would involve more time in trying to adjust their, try to measure their expectations, perhaps.
Sure. And that informs the usefulness of a de-escalation or negotiation approach with a particular organizer or group of organizers, right? The reasonableness of their requirements in order to come into compliance with the law.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a very quick understanding of, are we going to be able to have some type of back and forth reasoning, or whether we're just never going to be able to come to an agreement.
Okay. Just returning to this Coventry Road site, which was the locus of this, contretemps or dispute, whatever you want to call it. That site is approximately, I think, a little more than 4 kilometers away from Parliament Hill in the center of Wellington Street. Is that fair?
That's fair. I'm not from the city of Ottawa, so I'll have to take your word for that, but it seems accurate.
I'm going from Google Maps, so it's, but it's several kilometers away. Is that reasonable at least?
Sure, sounds reasonable. Sure.
And in speaking yesterday to my friend, Commission Counsel, with respect to the conversation that you didn't recall, I think, but that was recorded by Dana Early in her notes from the Windsor side of things. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes, I recall. Okay.
And you were asked to, I guess, really speculate or about your apparent comment that in Ottawa, unlike in Windsor, the blockade was, quote, not affecting livelihoods. At least that's what she had noted. Do you recall that?
Like I said, I don't recall the details of our conversation. I think the notes that were presented yesterday were scribe notes, so she had a scribe attached to her, so was writing down what we were conversing about. I didn't have a scribe during this event, so I'm trying to use my independent recollection about the details of that conversation.
Sure,
So
and I just want to be fair to you to make it clear what you can recall and what you can't, which is perfectly fair.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to return to what you'd said as you speculated about it. You thought that you might have been speaking from your impression gathered driving around Ottawa outside of the downtown core in the Parliament precinct, that it was quite manageable to drive around town, right?
Yes, I believe from my recollection, we were speaking about the Ambassador Bridge being blocked and how it was, if you're familiar with Windsor, it's a one-way into Windsor, and if it's blocked, it makes travel difficult within the whole city. And I recall having conversations just about the economic impacts of that international bridge blockade and those kinds of things. And then I recall relating back to her how the blockade here in Ottawa was affecting the city as a whole, not just the downtown core.
Sure. Just different geography and a different scenario.
Right.
You could get back and forth down the 417 and off to the Coventry Road site relatively smoothly.
I can't speak to Coventry Road because I believe it's on the north side of 417, but I was speaking more about, areas south of the 417 and the 417 itself.
And that's quite distinct from what was going on in the heart of downtown Ottawa and Parliament Hill.
Correct.
If I could just show you a photograph a moment, it's OTT, this was from Mr. Ayotte, some evidence, OTT 301005. And it'll be page 37. Doesn't want to come up quickly. Well, do you recall at any point, if I can't get the photograph up, there being a large industrial crane on Wellington Street at certain points?
I believe it's the one that had the large Canadian flag. It was extended with a flag on the end of it.
Yes.
I recall seeing visuals of that, yes.
And that industrial crane, for example, presented a potential for serious danger to persons or property if it were to be misused, right?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
And there was also the presence, again, not on Coventry Road, but in the parliamentary precinct and on Wellington Street of an uncontrolled and unknown quantities of gas or diesel fuel there as well, right?
Yeah, yes, there was fuel in that area.
And just as in the Coventry Road area, those can explode and cause serious fires in that downtown sector of Ottawa as well if they're to be set alight, right?
Certainly.
I want to come back now to the difference of view about PLTs. You told us yesterday that in fairness to Chief Slowly, in characterizing the difference of view, that he may have been taking quite a high-level perspective in his preference by February 8th to enforce through public order operations in preference to investing in the PLT engagements, right?
That seemed to be the case, and yes.
And you appreciate that if Chief Slowly's perspective may have been high level, that the perspective at the political level would probably have been at an even higher level. Is that fair?
I can't speculate on the political context.
Okay, is it fair to say that the differences of opinion and the disagreements or even arguments amongst the participants in the policing operations from OPP, OPS, and later the RCMP, that these were operational in nature?
I would agree, yes, I would agree.
And these kinds of operational disagreements are not typically brought to the awareness of the political level, fair?
It's not certainly not at my level.
It would not be appropriate to directly engage the political level in operational questions like that. Is that fair?
It would not be inappropriate?
It would not be appropriate.
Appropriate. At my level, it's not something I've ever been engaged with. At a commissioner level, a chief level, I can't speculate. I've never held those ranks, so I'm not sure what is appropriate or not appropriate for a chief of police or a commissioner to communicate with a politician.
At your level, it would not be appropriate, or you would perceive it as concerning if a minister, for example, were to try to intrude into or give direction on the operational questions you were discussing.
It would concern me because of the operational impacts of somebody who's unknown to me having impacts on an operation we're trying to resolve.
When you expressed the opinion yesterday that there were ways to enforce that could have ended the convoy's occupation of downtown Ottawa, short of the Emergencies Act, you were speaking just from your own visibility, right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by visibility?
I was speaking just from the things that you can see on the ground in Ottawa and in the East Region of Ontario.
I apologize, I'll have to get you to repeat the question again now that I understand the context.
Yes, when you expressed the view that there were ways to enforce and end the convoy occupation in downtown Ottawa, short of the Emergencies Act,
yes.
You're speaking from what you can see on the ground in Ottawa and the East Region of Ontario.
Yes, and from past experience in resolving blockades and prior to the Emergency Act.
You also acknowledged yesterday, and you'll agree with me, that this wasn't an isolated event and that an event occurring in Ottawa would have an immediate impact on what was going on in Coots and what was going on at the Ambassador Bridge. Fair?
Yes, I agree. All those activities have linkages and have impacts to each other.
And that may have been part of the assessment, for all you know, at the political level in terms of what was visible there.
Perhaps. I can't be certain.
Finally, just with respect to the measures being used, can we turn very briefly to ONT 50168? Do you see, this is a form letter from Commissioner Kariq to all identified towing companies. Do you see that?
I do see it.
And if you just scroll down the page, you'll see that this is indicates, sorry, maybe not that far down, just go back up. This provides the guidelines for the requirement of towing to be provided by towing companies under the emergency measures regulations, right?
Okay, it seems to be that's the topic of the memo, yes.
Okay. And that, you'll agree with me, was used by the OPP to require towing companies to supply services
It seems to be that I was not involved in that part of the operation, so.
Okay, fair enough. If we could go to OPP 403660. Do you see this as a notice to demonstration participants from February the 17th?
Yes, I see that.
And this was distributed by the teams on the ground, including members of the OPP, to protesters to warn them of the legal consequences of remaining in the red zone, right?
Yes.
And it refers to criminal offenses, but if you go down the page, it refers as well, of course, to the consequences arising under the Emergencies Act, right?
That seems to be what it says, yes.
And by the time the public order operations began in earnest that day, the 17th, communications like this had had an effect on reducing the footprint of the crowd. Is that fair?
Because I wasn't involved in the integrated planning group or seeing reports from PLT, I can't say whether it had a positive impact in members or people, protesters choosing to leave or not leave. Just because of my role in that period of time, I was insulated and focused on just deploying my members in support of the Ottawa Police Service. So I wasn't getting reports on, how many protesters are choosing to leave or the success or non-success of items like this.
But you appreciate, at least from the perspective of the consequence that it's attempting to communicate, that that's the purpose of it, right? Is to allow for a peaceful opportunity to depart?
Yes, I mean, this is exactly kind of what I spoke about. This is one of those communication mediums that PLT uses to communicate with protesters so that they understand, because some may not understand that they're committing an offense. And this may be the consequences if you don't. Sometimes there's timelines put on them, sometimes there's not. But this is classic PLT communication process, yes.
And in your experience, it's effective, right?
In my experience, it has been very effective, and because it follows the measured approach, it follows the framework, it makes sure that anybody involved in the protest clearly understands jeopardy, or understands police timelines in relation to what we plan to do. We're open, we're being honest, and so there's no misunderstanding or miscommunication about what may be occurring into the future.
And this public order operation, so far as you're aware, was able to proceed in Ottawa without death or serious bodily injury to any of the participants?
There was bodily injury to participants from I saw some people, excuse me, there was some injuries to people. I understand the SAU became engaged in some injuries, so there was injuries to participants I'm aware of. And that's just me seeing the media. Those weren't things that were reported to me through a chain of command or anything like that.
Sure, but you're not aware of any death or serious bodily injuries?
I'm not aware of any death. I have to say that I saw serious bodily injury because if you look at the definition and mandate of the Special Investigations Unit of Ontario, they only become involved when there's serious bodily injury. So because they were engaged in one incident, I'd have to say that serious bodily injury within that definition occurred in that situation.
All right. The encampment was, or sorry, the occupation at any rate was resolved after the enforcement operation went underway with the assistance of the communications, as far as you knew.
Yes.
And that was the purpose of the OPP's assistance throughout the convoy to begin with, right? Was to resolve the situation.
Along with our partners. It wasn't necessarily OPP's job to resolve the situation.
No, but that's the purpose of OPP's assistance.
Yes, to try to help to resolve, yes.
And when the EA was revoked, the act was revoked on the 23rd, you directed the employment of common law powers to prevent further assembly for approximately another 24 hours?
Correct.
And then you concluded that that power was no longer necessary or applicable because the situation had been resolved?
The situation had been resolved, but more so, and there was no police intelligence to indicate that the convoy participants were going to reattend and continue to commit the offenses that they were committing. So therefore, we needed to fall back.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the lawyer for former Chief Slowly.
Tom Curry. Commissioner, just before I begin, I believe I think not, many of my friends, some of my friends have gone a little bit over. I would be grateful if I could have a bit of an indulgence. If I need to use some of the time that I have been allocated for the witness this afternoon, I will cash that time in.
I've not seen that type of trading go
No.
on, and I don't want
a
to
PLT
encourage it,
it's a
but
PLT,
I have been a little bit liberal because it's Friday, but, and we don't have as much of a heavy schedule, but so I will have some indulgence, but please don't abuse it.
Understood. Thank you. Superintendent, you first got engaged in this, you've told us, when you received an email assigning you to this event on the 24th of January, yeah?
Yes, sir.
3 days out from the first convoy truck rolling into the city?
I'm not, like I said, I was away from the workplace prior to, so I'm not sure when one truck may have arrived in the city. The majority of the trucks were planned to arrive at the end of that week. So I can't state what trucks were in town on the 24th of January.
No, sorry, 3 days out from when they arrived. You came on the
Apologize.
24th,
Yes,
right?
I was going the other way in the calendar.
You were, right, so am I right that you were given by your commander, I think you got it in the afternoon of the 24th, so you get it 4 o'clock or some such thing on the 24th, and you've now got 3 days to develop your plan and your strategic command, yes?
Correct.
Okay, and what you did was you looked at the information that was available to you, Project Hendon, yes?
Yes.
And you spoke to your colleague, Superintendent Morris.
Yeah, Superintendent Morris, I was part of conversations where he would inform us of most current intelligence, what was occurring, yes.
Yep, just stop. After you got the assignment, forgetting that you get the Hendon reports, I get that you received them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after the 24th, before you deployed, you spoke to him and got a briefing from him, right?
It sounds accurate.
Pardon me?
I'm assuming I did.
Yeah, sure.
I know.
I've got, let's help you with the notes. OPP 50774, please. You've looked at these before you came today, I assume.
My notes?
Did you look at your notes?
I've looked at my notes many times, yes.
No, I know, but before you came here, did you look at these?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I don't want to test your memory, but let's look. This is Monday. You're working from home at that time. Do you see?
Yes.
And 0948 email to Intersect. You told us about that. Discuss the convoy issues, impacts in all of our areas. 1305, Tovel, I think that's one of your colleagues, doing a traffic plan for the convoy arrival. Speaking to OPS traffic. 1554, Intersect email, that's you sending them. Convoy 28-29 January. Everybody thought this was a 2-day protest, correct?
Yes, I'm just trying, when I look at the dates, I think the dates are indicative of arrival dates as opposed to event dates.
Okay, well, let's carry on. They were going to get through Arnprior on the 28th, 3 convoys above that. 29th of January into Ottawa. We'll slow, this is OPP's plan, we will slow traffic but not block. The intention is to hold a peaceful demonstration with no hostility. Forward to Chief Thomas, Inspector Tovel, and Semple. That's your team, right?
And just to add context, I'm not saying that the OPP will slow down traffic. The convoy organizers have stated that they will slow traffic but not block it.
I understood. Thank you for that. And what you were going to do to get to this, the traffic plan was to effectively escort the convoy to Ottawa.
We didn't want to do any escorting, so there was no OPP vehicles necessarily, in front and back and follow us. It was more monitoring.
Okay. So you had cruisers. Did the cruisers have their overhead roof lights on or not?
I can't be 100% whether they did or not. We would not put emergency lights activated or not that deep into an operational plan. That would be left to the officer's discretion of how they feel they need. to do it on the side of the road.
So sometimes if protesters sympathetic were on the side of the highway supporting the convoy as it went by, you might have had, a cruiser might have had to use their emergency lights in that situation, for example.
Correct.
But you had cruisers in and around the convoy as it, from the time it crossed the Manitoba border until you handed them off to Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
How many cruisers?
I can't articulate a number.
Be more than, I mean, what, from your experience, we've got a train down many kilometers long. Do you imagine that it is 10 units,
Yes, I'm trying to
20 units?
recall the operational plan if it listed the traffic units, but I would say at least 15 to 20 units would be a fair number, yes.
And then just to carry on, 1622, Chief Thomas, email, that's your chief superintendent.
Correct.
MCIC, something possibly,
To come over possibly.
to come over possibly, aviation consultant, that's your aviation team, yeah?
Yes.
And then it says, POIB is, of course, the Intelligence Bureau. Pat, you spoke with him?
No, I didn't really speak to him that day. I knew that his role and what he was doing was he was engaging with police partners outside of Ontario so that we could have a picture of what was coming across Canada from west to east.
Got it. And then finally, at 1622, you note that in that conversation, or rather email with your superintendent, your chief superintendent, you were asked to be the strategic superintendent for the event, and you went into action. Therefore, effectively, the next day, really into action, the next day, the 25th, correct?
Correct.
2 days, effectively 2 days before what we understand to be the arrival of some of the first vehicles in Ottawa. Can I show you, or can I ask you to confirm that what you then did was you got your colleagues, your team reporting to you to do a traffic plan, an operations plan for this event, right?
Operational plan, yes.
And that operational plan, we have it, but that operational plan effectively had OPP monitoring the convoy through Ontario until there was a handoff into Ottawa, correct?
Yes, many other regions had similar plans and they were tracking the movements in a similar fashion.
Right,
And so we had to create our plan, obviously, just for our geographic area.
right, East Region. And you then set up some of your own people in your operations center in Ottawa, correct?
It wasn't our operations center. I put Inspector Ferguson in the NCRCC and Staff Sergeant Nicholas between kind of a traffic building that OPS had in the NCRCC, and I had my emergency operations center at our East Region headquarters in Smiths Falls.
And where were you located during that time? The weekend of the convoy, were you in Smiths Falls?
I was in Smiths Falls.
Okay, good. And you had a couple of people you've described on the ground here in different places. And did you have in Smiths Falls any other people with you as part of your team managing the event?
I had assigned an incident commander, Scott Semple.
Okay, in Smiths Falls?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Smiths Falls to Ottawa, help us with the geography.
Southwest, 40 minutes.
Okay, got it. And then you had, am I correct, you did not have resources, logistical resources, or any other kind of resources for an event that was going to be longer than a weekend protest, correct?
That is correct.
And the reason that you didn't is because your review of the intelligence available and the information available to you at OPP pointed to a 2-day protest. They come, they protest, they leave, right?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that my plan was based on my conversations through intersect calls with Ottawa Police, who indicated they were planning for that level of event. Therefore, so was I.
Okay, well, so the one thing we don't do, or do we, is defer to another police service when we make our own plans at the OPP.
No,
That's
certainly.
an input, but you're not telling the commissioner that you didn't plan for an extended, protracted 3-week event in Ottawa because the Ottawa Police Service didn't, correct?
Certainly not, because
Okay.
as we saw, and as I explained in my evidence before, is we expected a traffic event that was going to end downtown in the city of Ottawa. So we did not plan based on intelligence, based on Hendon, based on any other information source that we expected vehicles or protesters to clog up provincial highways, which we were responsible for, or communities for more than an evening, and we expected them to be lawful in that one evening. So all of those parts indicated, for the OPP's perspective, a very quick event, essentially a one-day trip from different areas of the city into the downtown core, and that would end the OPP's involvement in the movement of those vehicles.
Yeah, and the OPP plan, we can look at it if you need it. The OPP plan describes in language the handoff. You were going to hand off after they were finished traveling over the provincial highways into the city of Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
Your expectation was that as many as 3,000 vehicles were going to be in the city of Ottawa, and you were quite content with what you saw from OPS was their plan to allow the convoy operators to protest, correct?
The numbers were uncertain. Ottawa police indicated that they thought they could handle 3,000. Hendon and other reports, as we've seen, didn't specifically exactly say X number of vehicles, but I was satisfied based on my calls with Ottawa police that they felt they could handle that number of vehicles.
Yes, and you knew it wasn't 3,000 once they got there, but you
No,
knew that.
'cause indicators were just the vehicles that crossed from the west that was in the 800 range, and they may pick up some as they move
Got
south.
it.
But
And so you were content to hand off to Ottawa in the expectation that the team that you had put together as the strategic operations lead here would allow you to manage that convoy as they left Ottawa as well, correct?
we didn't know what the exit plan was, so we always had to be ready and available to write what that exit plan was. So that was an unknown to us as to would they exit en masse, would they exit slowly? That was uncertain.
But in addressing that uncertainty, you were content that the team that you had in place was appropriate, correct?
That we felt we could manage, because a mass entry is not much different than a mass exit.
And so therefore, right, and therefore you did not plan, you didn't bring any additional resources for anything longer than the weekend protest that you thought was going to be on, correct?
Correct, because as you noted in my notes, once it looked like it was going to be prolonged, I had to have meetings with my command team to say, let's plan for an extended event.
29th of January, I believe, maybe a little later, is the first time that you began to assemble resources for a different event, correct?
Correct.
And the Ottawa Police Service was in the very same position that you were in, correct?
Position, and as in not planned for an extended event?
Yes?
It seemed to be, certainly
You-
in my conversations with Deputy Bell on the 31st, I believe it was the first time that he indicated that he felt this was going to be a protracted event, and they were planning for what could be a 4-week event.
And they made a shift in their planning and operations, just like you did, correct?
Yeah, yes, for sure.
And what you did in advance was send a public order unit to Ottawa in advance. This was part of your planning, but you sent them to the PPS, Parliamentary Protective Service, correct?
Yes, so I can explain the
Yeah,
structure.
I mean, if you need to make an explanation, go ahead, but I
I
just
need
need
to
the
explain
fact.
because it wasn't my direction. That's why I need to explain.
Okay,
I did
I'm-
not direct those resources. As strategic commander, I did not direct public order unit operations. I did not direct where they went. They reported to me to tell me what they were doing, but that happened through our Field Support Bureau. So in your question, I did not direct that.
Fair enough. Thank you for that clarification. OPP sent a public order unit, but they didn't send them to the OPS, they sent them to the PPS, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you set out the calls for resources. You needed to make a new plan, and you began to get resources in the form of additional personnel, correct?
Yes.
How many additional personnel?
At the very beginning, we reached out to say, look, we have 18 members right now that we could pull from local detachments. And it started from there and it continued every day, continued to rise from there.
It was obvious to you as a person with experience in this area that the Ottawa Police Service would not be able, with its existing resources, to manage this event, correct? Once it changed its complexion, right?
I didn't know that until I heard that directly from their own deputy chief.
Okay.
I made assumptions that I felt that they had come up with a plan to address many different options that may have occurred.
So the plan, we'll talk about plans, but just talking about personnel, you knew from your experience with Intersect, the size of the Ottawa Police Service did not allow it to manage the event that this had become, correct?
Yes, and I learned that through those calls.
Yes, but did you need to be told that? If so, that's fine. Or did you know it from your own experience that they were overwhelmed in numbers?
I had to be told that because I couldn't assume. I knew they have, I believe it's 1,200 or 1,400. They have many members. And at that early stage, it was hard to know whether that many members could contain what was happening in those first day or two or not.
Okay,
I
got
needed
it.
to hear that from them because I wasn't on the ground to
And
see
so
what they were dealing.
that's fair. So then you needed to be told that by them, and they told you that.
Yes,
And what they asked for was help, correct?
correct.
They asked you for help as early as what, do you say, the 31st?
I'd have to check my notes, but it was one a Saturday or Sunday, yes.
Okay, got it. And when they said they wanted help, they told you they needed help in particular areas, right?
Correct,
Very specific areas, correct?
correct.
And am I correct that you were unable at that time to give them all the help that they wanted?
I don't recall that. When I talked to Deputy Bell, he said his immediate need was for traffic control. He needed officers to be able to relieve his officers downtown doing traffic. So we were able to provide those bodies. We started with 30 a day, and I was able to provide those bodies within my own region in short order. There was never delay.
It was not adequate, correct?
He needed more after that because he indicated that he would probably come to 60 when the formal letter would come from Chief Slowly of the Commissioner, Carrick. Deputy Chief Bell indicated to me that he felt it would probably be around the 60 number that they would be asking from the OPP from front line. And then there would be public order section requests and PLT requests as well.
Am I right, though, that you were not able to give them the resources they needed when they needed them, correct?
I believe I was able to give them when they needed them.
Okay. So what did you do to get resources? Were you confined to moving resources within the East region, or did you put in a call to your superiors or the other parts of your command to get additional resources?
Question. In the early days, I was able to contain it within my own region. I believe on my other evidence I described, we have a regional deployment plan for emergencies such as this. We know how many officers are at each of our 16 detachments. We know who's working each day. And in an emergency, we know how many officers we can ask to leave that area to attend whatever the emergency happens to be. So I relied on that emergency regional deployment plan to gather those resources of 30 a day to assist Ottawa. Once a couple of days goes by and I'm aware that there's going to be an increased ask of 60, then yes, I need to call our emergency operations center, which is based at Aurelia at our general headquarters, which falls under our field support bureau, to then gather provincial resources to assist. Because yes, regionally I wouldn't be able to.
When did you first put in a call to the Emergency Resource Center?
Once again, I'd have to refer to my notes, but within probably 3 days to 4 days of the 30 a day, when it was clear, when the letter came in from Chief Slowly asking for 60, I had to make the phone call to our EOC to say, okay, I need your help to gather resources to come to East Region.
And am I correct that you came to the conclusion that 60 a day was not enough?
I could only rely on what Ottawa Police said they needed from me.
You were told 60 a day was not enough, they needed many more, correct?
As other days went on, that would be communicated to me, say, can you give us more? And we would be able to tell them, yeah, we can probably give you this money more or this money more.
And you told us about the, first, let me go back. You had never been through anything like this before, correct?
Not to this scale. That would
Right.
be accurate. Sure.
You've never seen an urban occupation, a protest that had become an occupation, correct?
As it was explained to me, this was the largest unplanned deployment of OPP resources in our history.
Right, got it. So therefore, in your history, you told us that you'd been through some other blockade situations, but they have not involved the urban environment like this, and obviously the sheer scale of this one was beyond anything you had experienced, right?
Yeah, not in my experience. Correct.
And so when we talk about resources, you were participated in a call, you told us on the 6th of February, Chief Slowly requested his team to make an estimate of the resources they needed, right?
Yes, I recall that was a video call, yes.
Yes, and you told us that you thought that it was unusual that he told his team to double the number if they thought they needed 100, to double it to 200. You made that comment, correct?
Yes, it seemed odd to me, yes.
Yes, it didn't seem odd enough to you, though, to record in your notes, right?
And I address this in my will state is because in the meeting, they were discussing Ottawa police business. I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to make notes on Ottawa police operations, so I purposely did not make.
You made a lot of notes, Superintendent, about Ottawa police. You've made notes about rumors and innuendo and what people told you some other guy said, all kinds of times, haven't you?
I have. In that situation, I purposely chose not to take
Okay.
notes because it seemed inappropriate for me because they were talking about internal Ottawa police operation matters that I didn't. My purpose to be on the call was to talk about PLT.
Okay, so you didn't, so can I put it this way? That whatever Chief Slowly said that you didn't record in your notes, you didn't think it was important enough to imagine that the number that they came back with, 1,800, when they came back 24 hours later with a number, that there was some lack of validity or integrity to that number. Did you?
I questioned where the number could have come from in that short period of time.
You didn't, yeah. And did you tell Chief Slowly or anyone that you weren't going to take action in respect of their request for resources because you had heard him make a comment to his team that you didn't record in your notes, but that you were going to use to deny them resources that they wanted?
I never communicated with Chief Slowly on that, and I never
No.
would deny resources. I communicated that to my command, as we spoke about in my testimony to the commissioner, to say this is what I'd heard while you're trying to address operational requests from the Ottawa Police Service. I thought it was important for him and the deputy commissioner to know that this statement was made that
Yes.
day.
So what did you think that was going to do, Superintendent? Did you think that was going to get them the help they needed? Or did you think that was going to cause people to believe that there was no actual number that they needed that had any validity? What did you think you were doing with that?
What I was doing was protecting the members of the OPP.
What
Can I
were
finish?
you?
You could let him finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Superintendent. How were you protecting the members of the OPP?
Because of a large request like that, it was important for me to communicate to my senior command that A, perhaps they're not truly needed based on what I heard, and B, since we have no operational plan yet to send that number of officers into a situation with no real plan on what to do with them was a concern. So that's why I felt it was important to communicate to my command about that.
Do you agree with me that it had the effect of causing your people and everybody else to think that what Chief Slowly was asking for to help the citizens of this city and to help the government of Canada and to help his own police service, did you think you were helping him or them?
I think it was helping everybody have the proper knowledge before they made decisions to deploy resources.
Sure. And so, of course, we now know, don't we, that the 1,800 estimate that his team put together was exactly right. Maybe it was a little under, actually. You know that, don't you?
Yes, we've heard those numbers here.
Yeah. So it wasn't a rabbit pulled from a hat. And it wasn't a bunch of numbers that were just randomly doubled, was it?
It seemed to me as a number pulled from a hat in that short period of time.
Do you accept now that it wasn't a number pulled from a hat, that his team worked very hard to actually get the number that they needed? Do you accept that now?
No, because
No.
there was no plan.
Okay.
So I
And
can't
that's, of
accept
course, what you
Wait,
passed
if
on.
you could- Again, you
I'm sorry.
interrupt him. Please, let him finish.
Thank you,
I know
Commissioner.
you're over your time, and I'm being generous.
Thank you.
So important to be fair to the witness.
Of course. Superintendent, go ahead.
From my experience, as we've talked about, we build a plan first and then we add numbers to it after. The fact that the numbers fit the integrated planning team's plan, I don't know that that connects to the work that his team did within those 24 hours.
Did you look at it?
The integrated plan?
No. Did you look at the numbers that were on the table that his team put together?
On February 9th, when I attended the meeting downtown with the integrated planning team, that's the first time I was presented with the 3-page document that showed the numbers that they were requesting.
So before you even looked at it, you made the statement that it was an overestimate and that it was not a valid number? You didn't even look at it?
I never indicated in any of my communications that I felt it was an overestimate. I just wanted our senior command to know that when the Ottawa Police were trying to determine how many people they needed, this was the direction that their chief gave them. That's all. I did not opine on whether I felt it was adequate or inadequate. I never said
You
that.
cast doubt on it, didn't you?
I only said that there was suspicious that how they could come up with a number like that, and certainly the suggestion that that number would be doubled.
Fine. And then you passed that on to the minister. You passed
did-
on
I did not.
an incorrect number to the minister, didn't you?
I did not do that, no.
The minister, the Solicitor General.
The
Did you see
deployment-
the minister's statement?
We're talking about two separate events here, sir.
Okay, let's move to the second one then, if you want to think it's a second event. Did you pass on the number to the minister?
Please, to ask questions, don't turn things around, please. Be fair to this witness.
So the video call, when I met with Chief Soley and he talked about having his team go away, that date was February. You have to help me, Counselor, on the date that video call happened. You just mentioned the date. Do you recall the date? So,
I had moved on to the statement that the minister made.
Okay, so irregardless of
I'm
the
happy
date.
to go back if you want.
so February 2nd, I received an email requesting, we have in the OPP a representative within the government buildings in Toronto, and they're a liaison between government and the OPP. And I received an email from that unit saying that Solicitor General wanted a number of OPP members who have been in Ottawa since the beginning of the event. So I asked my team to create a chart which indicated the numbers from the beginning of the event until the 2nd of February. And I described what that chart looked like yesterday. It included numbers of logistical people, EOC numbers, frontline members, public order unit members. And I emailed that to my chief superintendent. And since we're a paramilitary organization, you follow the chain of command. And then I assume from that point on, those numbers that I obtained were moved up to higher levels.
And the minister, on that basis, issued a statement to the public and in the House, in the legislature, correct?
I became aware of that later. I wasn't aware of
Yes.
it at the time.
And it was erroneous.
I can't say that.
Well, there weren't 1,500 OPP officers here, were there?
In a day, Chief Soley, in his concerns to me that when we had our meeting, was he felt that that media release indicated there was 1,500 OPP officers in his streets, in his town that day.
Yes. And that impacted, now know this, it impacted what the RCMP considered the Ottawa Police Service needed. It impacted the way the public in Ottawa thought that the OPS was handling the matter. It impacted the council and all of the other things, didn't it?
As I stated to Chief Soley, I presented the daily numbers with a roll-up of the total numbers. How those numbers were used or controlled after that was beyond my control.
Yes. And what steps did you take to tell the Solicitor General that the information upon which she was relying had been misunderstood, misinterpreted? Any steps?
It was not within my purview to reach out to the Solicitor General.
Did you tell your commanding officer
I did not.
that had happened?
No, I did not. That
thank
meeting
you.
was the first time.
Two quick things. The bridge. Have you seen Chief Slowly's news conference of February the 4th that you told the commission about yesterday?
I only saw the live portion when I was sitting in the command post, and I saw him and Deputy Bell doing the news conference.
So you're relying on your memory from February 4th?
Yes, I recall hearing that and then reacting immediately because I
Yes.
connected with the deputy immediately.
Well, I don't have the time to play it for you, but he never said that he was going to close bridges. What he said in his news conference was that consideration was being given to that and that bridges or access would be closed if needed or as needed. Didn't say he was closing bridges, did he?
That's what I heard, and so that would naturally precipitate a call to confirm what I heard. Maybe I misheard. That's why I needed to reach out to Deputy Bell to say, did I hear this correctly?
And
I
you
need to understand.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. And you were told by Deputy Bell that you had misheard it, that there were no bridges being closed, right?
Yeah, my concern was more about the off-ramps. The bridges were within the city of Ottawa, so I wasn't concerned about the bridges. My main concern was about what I heard about off-ramps.
Same thing, though. Deputy Bell
It's not the
said,
same thing for me as far as my concern and my operations, because my operations didn't concern bridges.
he gave you the same answer. You have misunderstood it. No one's closing a bridge. No one's closing an off-ramp. Relax.
I heard it very clearly that there was a plan to close off-ramps, and that's what precipitated my call to Deputy Bell.
Okay. Quick thing about the PLT. This PLT team, unfortunately, never had any success in negotiating the departure of convoy participants or protesters, correct?
I would disagree with that. I felt that at the end, much of their work allowed some of the convoy protesters to leave voluntarily.
So prior to the, I should have been clearer, thank you. Prior to the public order operation going into effect to clear these streets, PLT had not succeeded in negotiating an end to this protest, had they?
Well, certainly, the protest was still ongoing when public order had to do what they did.
Yes, and so the Coventry Road issue, what PLT had negotiated, am I correct, was that protesters could take their fuel from Coventry Road and place it in a different depot.
I wasn't aware of the particulars of that because PLT didn't report to me. What I was engaged in was solely on the deconfliction end of it to say that this happened, this miscommunication happened within the Ottawa Police Service, and could you help us?
But as my friend Mr. Van Nieuwenhuis asked, the fuel in Coventry Road, whether it's in Coventry Road or it's somewhere else, was a significant public safety risk, correct?
Yes.
And if PLT negotiated that they're going to move the fuel from Coventry Road to a different depot, you could appreciate why Ottawa Police Service would be very concerned. Correct?
I can't speak to what the idea was or what the plan was because
Got it. So you would not, you're not telling the commissioner that you're second guessing the operational decision to seize fuel if that was a public safety risk, correct?
Correct, because our teams were intended to integrate and they didn't report to me.
Thank you. And then Windsor. The information that was available to OPP was not sufficient to allow it to avoid the blockade at Windsor.
I was not involved in any of the Windsor. I would not have any information on Windsor or our plans in Windsor.
And resources have to be allocated among the OPP detachments across the province so that when we saw the note from your colleague in Windsor about whether Windsor was a priority over Ottawa, that's a decision that has to be made at the level of the OPP resource allocation, correct?
Right. In a province the size of Ontario, there's various priorities that have to be decided on how we staff them.
And as to the Emergencies Act, the OPP PLT notes to protesters included and relied upon terms under the Emergencies Act, right?
I believe that's what we saw, yes.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the City of Ottawa.
Good morning, Superintendent. My name's Ann Tardif. I represent the City of Ottawa.
Good morning.
So I'd like to take you first to your notes. I know you have them in front of you, and I'll give you the date, but I'm going to give the number so that everyone else can follow along.
Certainly.
It's OPP 50774. And I'm going to go to the date at February 3rd, Superintendent.
Yes.
And it's page 19 of that document, Madam Clerk. You see the date there at the top of the page?
Yes, 3rd of February. Yes.
Correct? And I'd like to go to the before last entry on that page, Madam Clerk, so just scrolling down a little bit. Perfect. So do you see the entry there, Superintendent? I think it's 1752. It could be 1952. I'm not sure the time matters, but do you see that entry?
I do.
Okay, and it says Superintendent Alakas, FSB, and that note. And it's actually the last sentence, I suppose it is, of that entry that I want to draw your attention to. It says, no real plan for them and no meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. So first, is this something that you're reporting to Superintendent Alakas, or is he reporting it to you?
And I'll correct you quickly. My grade 4 teacher would still not be happy with me. My penmanship is not the best. It says no real plan forthcoming.
Forthcoming. Okay, it's the second part that I want to talk about, the no meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. Do you see that?
Yes, that's coming from Superintendent Alakas. to
Okay.
me.
And this is with respect to the Ottawa situation.
Correct.
So by February 3rd, we don't have any meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. And you described the events of February 6th yesterday and again this morning, correct?
Yes,
PLT went into Coventry to negotiate the removal of gasoline.
yes, that's fine.
And Superintendent Patterson used the opportunity to seize the fuel and charge some of the protesters. Is that correct?
Correct.
And PLT felt they had lost all the goodwill they were able to reach with some of the convoy organizers.
That's what was communicated to me, yes.
Okay. And were you aware that 2 days later, on February 8th, Ottawa police asked the city manager, City of Ottawa manager, to meet with protesters?
I was not aware of that.
And we've heard that police felt they didn't have anything to lose by facilitating a meeting, and it would be a win to gain trust with truckers, and they could use it as a bargaining chip to move trucks. Were you aware of that at the time?
I was not aware of that, no.
We've heard as well that the city negotiated an agreement to remove trucks from the residential neighborhoods in the dates that followed. Were you aware of that at the time?
Not at the time. I can indicate that I received messaging from our PLT members to indicate that they were frustrated by the involvement of municipal leaders and how it was impacting their work, but I was not aware of the exact times these were occurring.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm getting at, Superintendent, because that's reflected in your witness summary, which has been filed into evidence. And so at the time that you received those concerns from your PLT officers, I take it you were not aware that the city had spoken with protesters at the request of police.
Right. Outside of what may have been reported in public media, I wasn't aware what was happening.
Okay. And you were not aware that a senior OPS officer had been at the table to negotiate the logistics of how and where the trucks would move?
Yeah, I would not have been involved in that or aware of that, no.
And just given in your, you've referenced it already, but in your witness summary, you indicate that your PLT officers were frustrated because they were hearing from protesters that they had met with the mayor and that they wanted to continue to meet with the mayor. That's what you were hearing on the 15th of February.
That's correct.
And the evidence this commission has heard is that the protesters, in fact, never met with Mayor Watson. I take it you're aware of that now.
No, now I'm aware, yes.
Okay. I want to switch tracks a little bit and talk about Superintendent Early's notes. Now, it's Dana, I'm assuming Dana Early is a she, is that fair?
That's correct.
Just want to check. Thank you. And so Superintendent Early was in Windsor during the Ambassador Bridge blockade.
She was essentially performing my role, but in Windsor.
Fair enough. And so I take it that if you did have a conversation with her, it's going to be about resources. I mean, that's really the only reason for you to speak to Superintendent Early during the events of February 2022. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Now, when you were asked yesterday initially, you did not believe that you had spoken to Superintendent Early at that time. You recall saying that?
Yeah, I didn't have an independent recollection of that conversation, no.
Fair enough. And to be fair to you, we've seen that there's no mention of it in your notes except for the words Dana Early / on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
And you were then taken to Superintendent Early's notes of that call. And I will ask that they be put up on the screen. It is OPP 404543. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And can we go to page 15? Okay. So this, just to be fair to the witness, actually the date's on it, perfect. Do you see at the top there, 10th of February, 2022? Can you see that, Superintendent?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So just before we get into this, You described at some length in your testimony a meeting that occurred with the planning team and with the leadership of OPS at OPS headquarters on Elgin Street, and I believe that was on February 9th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
At 12:10, I believe.
Pardon me?
I believe it started at 12:10.
Okay, we've got the same meeting in mind. So that's the day before February 10th, obviously. Okay.
Correct.
So you explained during that meeting, I'm not going to take you back through all of it. You've explained it in some detail. It's in your witness summary, which has now been filed. But at some point, as I understand it, Superintendent Phil Liu of the RCMP tells then Chief Slowly to pump the brakes on the enforcement plan. Is that fair?
It's fair.
And he says that he thinks he can get 400 POU officers to Ottawa in a week's time.
And sorry, incorrect. I believe it was Staff Sergeant or Sergeant Darwin Tetro who was saying that,
Pardon me.
not to Phil Liu. The statement is what you, as you claim, but I believe it was made by Darwin Tetro, not Phil Liu.
And is Staff Tartan Tetro also with the RCMP?
He is, and
Okay.
he has a public order component in his work.
Perfect. So we've got an RCMP officer advising that they think they can get 400 POU officers in Ottawa in about a week's time, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So if we're at February 9th, that means they think they can get their 400 POU officers in Ottawa on or about February 16th. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And I think we've heard at length that a number greater than that was actually needed in order to bring the convoy to an end, right?
Oh, certainly, and I
Yeah.
believe Staff Sergeant Tetro believed that as well. He just indicated, let's start there, and then we'll work with our public order partners across the country to try to gather more.
Fair enough. So the 400 was a start.
Yes.
Now, if we can scroll down here till 10:21, that's the first indication of the call. Do you see that call? I can't tell if that's to or from. It looks like from, not much turns on it. Craig Abrams, to confirm resources, and that's consistent with what you've told us. Any call with Superintendent Early really would have been to focus on resources, right?
Yes.
And then Ottawa has been sending resource sheets. Is that sheets?
Sheets, yes.
To EOC. That's the Emergency Operations Center of the OPP.
Based in Aurelia. We
Based
use
in
that
Aurelia.
term a lot. So every region has an emergency operations center. So in this case, she's talking about Aurelia because we were both using Aurelia to help facilitate logistics to obtain resources for both our operations.
That's right. So you've gotten exactly where I wanted to get at. This is the same place that you both are writing to get resources, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then 1023, and actually before I get here, I think I heard you say that you believe that Superintendent Early had a scribe. Is that right?
Yes, I thought, I would assume she did, but,
Okay. And so you believe that these are notes taken by her scribe?
and that I have no confirmation of that.
Okay.
Just assuming it was, but I could be mistaken.
Okay, that's fine. So at 1023, advised Abrams, Windsor is priority according to deputy. Do you see that?
I do.
And the next line refers to a gentleman named Harkins. Is that Harkins, pardon me? Is that Deputy Commissioner Harkins?
Yes.
And he's in charge of the Field Services Bureau, do I have that right?
She's the deputy in charge of field operations for the
Field operations, okay. And so as I'm reading this, the Deputy Harkins advised that Windsor is priority. Is that the way to read this?
That's what
That's what that says. And Harkins, Deputy Harkins told me, being Superintendent Early, to go through the EOC, and you advised that that's what was happening at that time, right?
Yes.
So you're both going through the same Emergency Operations Center to request resources for your operations.
Correct.
We'll have much better idea of numbers this afternoon after meeting with POU commanders. And then at 1026, I'm just jumping over the 1024, you can see it there, Superintendent. Abrams will call EOC to confirm staffing process. You are priority, we will take leftovers. Do you accept that you made that statement, Superintendent Abrams? Either that or something to that effect?
No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall?
No.
Do you recall any discussion that Windsor was the priority for resources to be obtained out of the EOC at that time?
No, I don't recall. Because on that day, literally that day, the 10th, I spoke with Chief Party and we made resource requests and an extra 120 officers were coming to Ottawa by the Monday. So that's why I'm confused by the talk about resource allocations, because I asked and we required another 120 and it was approved And it just, obviously, to get people across the province into Ottawa was going to take us a couple of days. We plan to have an extra 120 officers in Ottawa by that Monday.
Okay. And at 10:26, again, I guess the second 10:26, Abram advised Winder will need to tell you what you need. So we've got three statements between 10:21 and 10:26 suggesting that you were made advised here that Windsor was the priority, but you deny that.
I was never told that, so I'm not denying that statement was made, but when we had discussions, she told me that the deputy told her that Windsor was a priority. So I'm saying, okay, if you're telling me that the deputy told you Windsor's the priority, then okay. But that information, from what I'm seeing, is the Deputy Harkins, I'm assuming, was telling her. I didn't tell her that.
So we may just be lost in language and semantics. When I said you were never told, I was meaning to say by Superintendent Early. Do you accept that you were told by Superintendent Early, that her understanding was that Windsor was the priority? I'm not asking you what you were told by Deputy Harkins.
Right, I accept based on the notes. I don't have an independent recollection of her.
That's fine, but you accept it based on the notes. Thank you. If we could keep strolling down. Okay. So I'm looking at the second 1028 note, and you were taken to this in fairness to you, Superintendent, yesterday. Do you see Ottawa is just trucks on side streets? You see that note there?
Yes.
And I think you said yesterday that you also did not have an independent recollection of this call, correct?
I really don't. I'm trying, but so many calls over so many weeks, I can't say that I recall this one specifically.
But you explained what you may have meant yesterday. You said that it was easy to drive around if you were south of Wellington, i.e. outside of the red zone.
I think he said south of the 401.
417, Commissioner.
Oh, pardon me. Did you say south of the 417? My apologies. No, that's fine. I had south of the 417.
Yes, it would have, based on what I'm reading and trying to recall, would have had general conversations about what she was dealing with and what I was dealing with and what it looked like in her area and what it looked like in my area. And we would have had conversations about the impacts to the city of Windsor overall because of the location of Ambassador Bridge and those types of things. So I believe that's the context of where this comes from.
So if I understand it correctly, it was that if you were outside of the sort of impacted downtown core, you could drive around the city. You could navigate the city outside of the downtown core that was blocked. Is that fair? That was what you would have been relaying.
My personal experience in the times I had to be able to do that drive. I'm sure there were days due to traffic backups that there was difficulty in some areas of the city. I'm just stating in general terms from my own experience. I didn't see a massive impact outside of that core area, traffic-wise.
Okay. And you were aware, I take it, at the time that some of the bridges between Quebec or between Gatineau and Ottawa were closed or subject to lane reductions?
Lane reductions for sure. Full closures, I believe they were kind of rotating depending on days, because I recall there was impacts with nursing staff that were trying to get from Gatineau to the hospitals in Ottawa. So there had to be some give and take to open up some lanes so people could get to work.
That's right. So we had health professionals having difficulty accessing their place of work, correct?
That's what I recall.
And you recall also, I take it, that we had patients having difficulty accessing their appointments. Were you aware of that?
I don't. I only recall that some leaders of the hospitals had indicated that their staff weren't able to get to work on time, which had obviously operational impacts for their agencies. And there was a request, not controlled by the OPP, but a request whoever was controlling the bridges on either side that they can make some accommodations for that.
And those side streets that the trucks were parked on in Ottawa, because as you say, they weren't parked on a bridge or on the 417, they were parked on side streets. Those side streets you knew were in residential neighborhoods.
There may have been apartment buildings on them. When you say residential, I'm picturing suburban, but there may be urban apartments that were on those side streets, certainly.
Yep. And so the trucks were parked at the front door of some of these apartment and condo buildings.
I'm sure they were, yes.
They were idling and honking.
There was lots of honking, yes.
And we've heard complaints of resident harassment in these neighborhoods as well. You heard, I take it, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson saying that they received complaints about that.
And I heard it personally myself in my own visits to store owners that they told me directly.
And I appreciate you weren't in Windsor, but my understanding is that there were roughly about 100 trucks involved in the Windsor blockade. Is that accurate?
I can comment. I wasn't involved and I don't recall.
You're well over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up.
That's fine. Can you just confirm that I don't think it's contentious, but that the blockade in Windsor was significantly smaller than in Ottawa in terms of number of trucks?
It was smaller in number of trucks, certainly, yes.
And I just want to confirm, last point, Commissioner, under the not affecting livelihoods, I won't go into details. You've explained yesterday that you were aware that businesses were affected in Ottawa, and I thank you for that. But I think I heard you say in response to my French questions earlier this morning that you and Superintendent Durley may have discussed, in fact, the economic impact of the Windsor blockade, in particular with respect to international trade. Is that fair?
I think we talked about what her blockade was doing in relation to mine, similar to, relating to my experiences to the rail blockades in Tydenaga and the economic impacts rail blockade has. It was very similar in circumstance.
More significant than in Ottawa.
Economically.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Thank you, Commissioner, for your indulgence.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Coalition.
Good morning, Superintendent Abrams. Thank you so much for coming to Ottawa and answering these questions for all of us here. My name is Paul Champ. I'm legal counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses from downtown Ottawa. And I just have some questions for you. Superintendent Abrams, were you aware, did you know about how many residents roughly lived in the red zone in downtown Ottawa?
Not aware at all, no.
So if I said 15,000 approximately, would that
That would be the first time I heard that number,
Yeah.
but based on the time I've spent downtown and the number of buildings I've seen, it certainly seems like an accurate number.
And so when you were making decisions or being involved in the operations, the police operations in Ottawa, you were aware, we're talking about thousands of people who are being impacted by these convoy protests in downtown Ottawa?
Certainly, and when it came to that, I mean, how many people were required or the impacts, I had to rely on my partners at the Ottawa Police Service to indicate to me what was happening down there, what impacts were happening, and what they needed to address those impacts.
And you were aware there were a large number of businesses in downtown Ottawa that were shut down completely, correct?
Sure, I saw them myself personally, as I said, in my own visits to business owners, and saw many businesses were closed.
And obviously, not only those business owners experiencing those losses, there would have been countless workers who were out of jobs during that period of time as well. You would have known that?
Certainly. I live an hour from the city. I have family and friends who were directly impacted and talked about having to relocate because of the honking, because of the noise. So yes, I was aware.
Right. And on with respect to the conditions on the streets, you're aware of obviously the large number of semi-trucks, in some cases right outside of people's doors, honking and so forth. But we also had other conditions downtown, like the large stacks of wood, the large number of propane tanks often together, the jerry cans of diesel fuel, the open fires at almost every other intersection, the fireworks that were going on at night. You were aware of all those conditions, correct?
Yes.
And we heard evidence last week, Superintendent Abrams, about residents being fearful that their building perhaps could catch on fire. There could be an explosion from the dangerous propane and so forth that's around. You agree that that was a reasonable fear?
Certainly, I believe there was an actual arson type incident, not linked to the convoy, I guess specifically, but we saw that it clearly could be something that could happen. So yeah, it was a valid concern of the residents for sure.
And it was your view that the police, well, it was the case, was it not, Superintendent Abrams, that the police were unable to effectively control or prevent these inflammatory and explosive materials from being regularly transported on a daily basis to the downtown core, correct?
It certainly was a challenge to prevent the flow of gasoline.
Well, it wasn't a challenge. It couldn't be done. They couldn't do it. Maybe it could have been done, but they weren't stopping it, correct?
I know my officers made attempts at times, but at times they get swarmed by other members, so they'd have to pull back. So there was attempts made at certain times to do so, but it was difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying that they couldn't do it. Like effectively, they couldn't do it given the numbers that were on the ground of police at the time, correct?
It was difficult.
Well, it wasn't possible.
I wouldn't say it was impossible. Our members tried, and I believe some gas was seized. I can't be for certain about my membership because I told my members, because my members were normally in two-person units, so it was highly dangerous to their safety to try to get involved with multiple people carrying jerry cans when there's just two of them.
Absolutely.
So from an OPP perspective, I can say that, yeah, we did not engage in trying to interdict gasoline simply because we were outnumbered with our numbers as they were.
Right. And yeah, and that's a very good point that you just made there, Superintendent Abrams. It wasn't simply downtown residents and business at risk. There was dangers to your officers downtown because of the circumstances or conditions, correct?
Well, certainly my officers were subjected not only to threats of physical assault, but yelling. I had to get my public order unit teams hearing protection because it was starting to damage their hearing because they spent so much time downtown. Yeah, the horns and the diesel fumes, no doubt you were hearing complaints about that from your officers? Horns, yes. Diesel fumes, I can't say that I heard. Okay. And now we've heard you say, Superintendent Abrams, that on January 29th, it was your view and the view of the OPP that the Auto Police Service did not have the capability to bring an end to this incident or this event. Is that fair to say? I have to look at my notes, and that would have been the day that I had the conversation with Inspector Ferguson. Right, exactly. So, I mean, it was clear that they were, that particular day, were dysfunctional and unable to make a plan. I don't believe I would make an opinion that just because of what she was experiencing or seeing that day meant that there was no way the Ottawa Police Service could resolve this event eventually. It was just an observation that day that there was no plan and they were dysfunctional that day. But to be clear, Superintendent Abrams, even if the Ottawa Police had a great plan, and we've heard all the evidence about the struggles of coming up with a plan that was acceptable to the OPP, but even if they had a plan, it was very clear to you the Ottawa Police Services simply did not have the resources on the ground to bring that incident to an end, correct? On January 29th, that would be an accurate statement, yes. Right. And that remained your view throughout, and in fact was the reality. It wasn't until significant numbers came that they were able to bring it to an end, correct? Yes. And it's my understanding, Superintendent Abrams, that you had a conversation on January 31st with Deputy Chief Bell, where he indicated to you the Auto Police Service at that time was looking at a 4-week sustainability plan. Do you recall that? I do recall that. And you were quite surprised, is my understanding about that? I was. You were concerned the Ottawa Police were looking at already that this could be a prolonged event and they were just going to try to manage it for 4 weeks? That was your understanding at the time? Correct, because I just, from my experience, we normally plan kind of in 24-hour cycles, 48-hour cycles. To hear that there was a plan that didn't look like it would have a resolution until at least 4 weeks was surprising to me, yes, to hear that length of time that they were planning. And I believe that was the conversation where he basically stated, we don't know how to resolve this. And I presume, Superintendent, that it was a concern to you because you could observe yourself about the significant impact on the residents in downtown Ottawa. Is that fair? Yes, and I believe in my other evidence, I said, as in my experience, as more time goes by in these events, it only adds more participants, which makes the job of policing more difficult. Right. As each day and week passes, it makes the job even more difficult. So, excuse me, that's why there's a desire to try to end this type of event as soon as you can. For sure. And that leads to another point, Superintendent Abrams, is that we've heard a lot of your testimony about closing the off-ramps to the 417, and the OPP did not prefer that option, correct? You were content with the trucks to continue to come downtown Ottawa in the weekends that followed, correct? No, we were happy in the weeks that followed after the main arrival. We were happy to work with our partners, and most of it was our own partners, within the province of Ontario saying there's X number of trucks coming to Ottawa, we were happy to try to work out and communicate with them first, hopefully, to say, look, there's no more room downtown. You can't try to get downtown, go to Castleman or go to these other areas. We would try to do those communications with those operators first.
So the PLTs.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we weren't successful, yes, Ottawa Police would say, OPP, can you close this ramp or this ramp, because there's just no capability to accept those vehicles. It's going to cause traffic chaos. So can we try to get them to go to this ramp? So the only way to get them to that ramp would be to close other ones. So we would do that, off and on, but we certainly weren't supportive of just a total block 24/7 of off ramps or on ramps.
Well, if I understand what you're telling us, Superintendent Abrams, is that the OPP worked with the Ottawa Police to try to identify the best routes for the trucks to get downtown if they were going to indeed come downtown. Is that right? That would minimize the traffic impacts on the rest of the city.
Certainly, once the protest was underway and we're into the second or third week, our plan was if with a truck was to try to get downtown, we would interdict it, stop it, and make arrests under the mischief authorities because it was clear their intent was to participate in what was going on downtown. That's why they were going there. So the idea and the plan was probably in the second or third week is that if we saw a convoy coming across in the middle of the night and their intent was to come to Ottawa, we were going to monitor that convoy, try to communicate with them to say, don't go downtown. This is the risk you take. If you go downtown, you're clearly wishing to participate in what is an illegal event. And if you get off at an off-ramp and intend to head downtown, we will stop you.
But that was just the last 4 or 5 days when the operation was being rolled out to bring the event to an end, correct?
Just prior to, that's correct.
Yeah, so.
I just didn't want to make a blanket statement that we were going to facilitate the arrival of trucks through this whole event. No, at some point, we were not going to facilitate trucks heading into the downtown core.
Yeah, but that was around February 16th or 17th you stopped doing that. On the weekends of 5th and 6th and the 12th, there were big signs on the Highway 417 saying, convoy truckers this way, correct?
That's correct. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure your initial statement was, it kind of made it seem that we were going to allow trucks
Right.
downtown through the whole event.
And Superintendent Abrams, I'm not sure if you appreciate how the affected residents of downtown Ottawa felt when they saw the Ontario Provincial Police putting up big signs saying convoy truckers this way, apparently rolling out a welcome mat to them downtown. Did you appreciate how the people in downtown Ottawa would have felt at that time?
I certainly can appreciate that. And our perspective is we had to rely on Ottawa Police to say, this is where we need those trucks to go. This is where we think we can house them. So we were only doing what Ottawa Police were requesting of us to facilitate the movement of trucks. I appreciate and understand the impact.
You're out of time.
I thought I got 15, no?
No, you, according to my notes, you had 10.
I believe, my notes had 15. Can I ask one more question there, Commissioner?
Yes, go ahead.
Superintendent Abrams, you've told us that you reported up to Commissioner Creek and Deputy Commissioner Harkins about your observations of your concerns with downtown Ottawa, with the Ottawa Police and how they were effectively doing that. You would have assumed that they would have reported that up to the Solicitor General?
No, because I'm not familiar with what type of communication the commissioner has with Solicitor General, whether he reports those things to them or not. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, but given your observations of the challenges, the significant challenge the Ottawa Police Service were having to respond to this event, both based on the problems you were seeing at senior command, as well as just the bare resources, did you consider, or do you know of anyone in the OPP ever considered reporting this either to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission or perhaps to the Ottawa Police Services Board, so some type of effective action perhaps could have been taken by others to direct or guide the Ottawa Police Service towards a more effective response?
I was never involved in any conversations like you would suggest. No.
Was that ever considered? Or were you aware of that if that was ever considered?
I wasn't aware if that was ever considered, no.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the province of Saskatchewan.
Good morning. Can I be heard in Ottawa?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
We have about 5 minutes, give or take, today, so it won't be too long. I have some fairly straightforward questions for you, I think. Sir, will you agree with me that OPP officers have authority to enforce the criminal code and provincial offenses, including under the Highway Traffic Act?
They do have that authority, yes.
And am I correct that OPP officers have always had this authority, including in the city of Ottawa?
Yes, they're sworn in as officers in the province of Ontario.
So it follows that OPP officers have not required the provincial or federal Emergency Act to be invoked to have those powers then, is that correct?
Correct. Their powers under the Criminal Code and the Highway Traffic Act and other provincial offenses were in authority in any city in the province of Ontario.
And will you agree with me that intentionally blocking a public road with one's vehicle can constitute an offense under the Criminal Code?
There is a block highway offense under the Criminal Code, correct.
And can it also constitute the offense of mischief?
It can as well, yes.
And can it also constitute an offense under the Highway Traffic Act?
Yes. There's a block highway offense.
Now, we've heard some evidence about what's been called the Coventry Road incident, and I understand that occurred on February 6th of 2022, correct?
Seems accurate, yes.
And I understand that the Ottawa Police Service arrested a number of people in relation to fuel that they were stockpiling at the Coventry Road site, correct?
That's what I was advised of that information, yes.
And are you familiar with the offense that these people were alleged to be committing?
I was advised that they were arrested for the offense of mischief.
And would that be aiding and abetting mischief, which was occurring in downtown Ottawa by trucks occupying the core?
Well, that's how I understand it, yes.
Assuming these people were committing an offense, would OPP officers have had the same authority to arrest them as the OPS?
Yeah, the criminal code applies to all law enforcement officers. If an OPP officer chose and felt they had the reasonable grounds under the mischief section to make an arrest for that offense, they would have had the ability to do that if they chose to, yes.
And that's the offense of providing fuel for people participating with their vehicles in the downtown core and blockading roads, correct?
If that particular officer felt that it fit the criminal code and fit as an offense, then he would have the authority to do that.
So at this point, we've heard evidence, quite a bit of evidence, about there being a lot of trucks in the Ottawa downtown core. My question is, were there checkpoints for vehicles entering the downtown core before the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th?
Checkpoints leading into the downtown core?
Yes, sir.
I can only go by what my officers were asked to do. My officers, OPP officers, were never involved in checkpoints. I can't speak to Ottawa Police or our partners through the MTO. I recall being involved in a teleconference with the MTO where they were considering doing vehicle safety checks within the city of Ottawa, but my members were never involved in any checkpoints.
To your knowledge, were there road closures or traffic diversions before the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th? And I'm talking specifically to prevent vehicles from entering the downtown core in Ottawa.
I can say there was because on the early days of this event, those were the areas my officers were asked to attend. And when I attended down there to check on them, they were essentially making sure that certain streets were closed in the downtown core. So there was cement barriers that blocked some streets, and some streets were blocked with physical police officers with cruisers blocking streets.
And am I correct then that decision on blocking those streets would have been, that would have been the decision of the Ottawa Police Service?
The Ottawa Police Service or the City of Ottawa under their authorities to do that with their own streets.
And do I understand correct? I believe I heard you say that there were road closures and blocked streets before February 14th when the Federal Emergencies Act came into effect. Is that correct?
There was, yes.
Okay. If I can, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a demonstration that occurred in Ottawa in April, known as the Rolling Thunder demonstration. Are you familiar with that one?
You're going to have to do it very quickly. You're already over your time.
Okay, I will be quick, Commissioner. Thank you.
I am aware of it, and I was assigned as the strategic commander for that event as well.
And I understand there was no emergency legislation in place when Rolling Thunder occurred in April, correct?
Correct.
And checkpoints or I guess roadblocks or controlled access was used for Rolling Thunder. Is that correct?
Correct. My members were used in the same kind of context to do traffic points and to restrict flow of vehicles on certain streets, yes.
And Rolling Thunder was successfully managed and resolved, correct?
I would call it a successful event, yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. And now if I could call on JCCF Democracy Fund.
I believe they're attending.
Good morning, Superintendent. I am Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer for the Democracy Fund.
Morning, sir.
Earlier today, Council for Canada asked you about towing guidelines from the OPP Commissioner, and you couldn't comment on those. If you can't comment on this question, it's fine. But are you aware that on February 13th, 2022, before the declaration of the public order emergency, the OPP had confirmed that 7 towing companies were willing to provide services, and a total of 34 heavy-duty trucks were available to the OPP in connection with this protest in Ottawa?
I would not have been aware of that because that was not part of my under my command or part of my mandate.
Thank you. We'll ask that question to another witness later on. Can we pull up OPP.IR.701? This is the OPP institutional report. And can we just go to page 36? Just to put this in context, what we're looking at here is the OPP role in the police response to the Ottawa blockade. And do you see that chart there? Just maybe scroll down a little bit. So we have a chart here. It's called OPP Frontline Officers Provided to Ottawa Police Services.
I see it.
Okay, so do you notice that, well, first of all, let me ask you, these numbers seem accurate to you, that they accurately reflect the frontline officers provided to the OPS on the dates listed?
It does, and I think it's important to clarify when they speak about frontline officers, it is strictly just those officers. These numbers don't include public order unit officers. They don't include intelligence officers. They don't include aviation services. There's many other OPP resources that were used in Ottawa that aren't captured in these numbers, just for clarity.
Yeah, understood. And thank you for clarifying that. What I noticed when I look at this chart is that the frontline officers increased significantly on February the 16th and then again on February the 18th. And obviously you would agree with that. It's in the chart.
Yep.
And now if we could go back just to page 35, and you know, perhaps, Superintendent, I don't need to go back to page 35. Would you agree with me that one of the reasons these officers were able to be deployed to Ottawa at that time was because resources were freed up from Windsor?
I suppose there were more resources from Windsor, but the reason for the increase in the numbers would have been to bolster increased traffic points that needed to be bolstered in that period of time in order to support the public order unit plans. So I can't say that the increase that you see on the chart is directly connected to the successful conclusion of Windsor. It was more related to operational issues and plans here in Ottawa.
Okay, can we just scroll down to where it says February 15th? Pardon me. So it says here, Ottawa Police Services, OPP and RCMP planning sections were physically integrated at the RCMP. And then later on in the next paragraph, following the reopening of the Ambassador Bridge, 400 additional OPP members were rapidly deployed from across the province. So some of those went to Ottawa and some went elsewhere, I suppose.
Yeah, that's correct. And it was in this period of time when we talk about most of those 400 additional officers were frontline officers. And within the OPP, the frontline officer component in Windsor was not as strong. We had a larger public order unit component in Windsor. So the 400 additional OPP members, those were frontline members that came from around the province, and that's why we had to defer block training and cancel discretionary leave to be able to get that number of officers to Ottawa.
And I'm almost out of time here, but would you agree with me that the reason for the redeployment of these frontline officers to Windsor was not related to the Emergencies Act, and that it would have happened anyway?
I'm sorry, I have to repeat your question again.
Yes, absolutely. Would you agree with me that the deployment of these frontline officers to Ottawa the increase in numbers on the 16th and on the 18th was not directly related to the invocation of the Emergencies Act? It is something that would have happened in any event.
I would agree with that. It was directly related to what we knew now was an operational plan with public order that needed extra support.
And that was the operational plan of February 13th, 2022, correct?
I never saw the plan, so I'm not certain of what the date was, but it was the plan that the integrated planning team came up with.
Was it called the Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan?
I can't be certain of the title of it. I'm sorry.
Okay, but in any event, that plan was in place prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
I know it was being worked on because the integrated planning team came February 9th. They started their work on the 10th and the 11th. The act was in the effect on the 14th. Because I wasn't on that side and I wasn't part of that team, I can't tell you for sure exactly what day that plan was finalized.
That's fine. I suspect we'll hear that from Chief Superintendent Party today. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Any examination by the OPP next?
Commissioner, the OPP has no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any re-examination?
Just one series of questions very briefly. Superintendent Abrams, you gave evidence about that the February 9th meeting, and you were asked in cross-examination about Darwin Tetro and the commitment sought for 400 RCMP officers. You recall that?
I recall, yes.
Can you tell us, was there a similar commitment sought or offered on behalf of the OPP at that meeting?
I don't recall us speaking about public order unit commitments. We already had a large amount of public order sections in the city already. I think it was more, the discussion was more about how we could get extra. Certainly OPP could provide a couple more sections, but in that meeting in Ottawa Police Headquarters, I don't recall us talking about the OPP POU component that may be able to assist. Chief Party may have talked about that, but I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that completes your examination and cross-examination. Thank you very much for appearing and for your evidence. It's complete. You're now free to leave.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, so we're I think at the time where everybody's entitled to a break. So we will take a break until 5 after 12, and then we'll come back and we'll go with our next witness, who I understand is Chief Superintendent Party.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission. Superintendent, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'll swear.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Carson Pardy, surname Pardy, P-A-R-D-Y.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be...
I think he said he'd swear.
Yes.
Oh, apologies. You'd like to swear on a religious document?
Sorry?
Would you like to swear on a religious document or affirm?
I swear.
Okay.
On a religious document?
Sure.
The Bible?
Bible's good.
Okay.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Chief Superintendent Pardy, you remember attending an interview, well, actually 2 interviews with me and my commission colleagues in the summer?
I do, sir. And
after the interviews, we provided you with an interview summary.
You did?
May I call up the document number WTS 6033? So Chief Pardy, this is the summary that we've sent you for review.
It was the version of it, yes.
Right. This is the version that you approved.
Correct.
And do you adopt its content in its entirety? Are there any changes or corrections you'd like to make?
I think, like all documents, context is important, but I'm sure that will come out in evidence.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Now, Chief Superintendent Pardy, I understand that you recently retired after serving more than 30 years with the OPP.
36 and a half years, sir. I started my policing career in '86. I left active duty in July 15th, but I'm officially retired now for 3 weeks.
Only 3 weeks?
Only 3 weeks.
Congratulations. Now, you were a former critical incident commander.
Yes, sir.
And you have, throughout your career, worked for many years in the National Capital Region on major events.
Well, I spent 28 years of my OPP career. Six of the years was with the RCMP in New Brunswick, but my 30-year OPP career, 28 of it was spent in Eastern Ontario in various roles, and the last 12 years of my career was in a senior leadership role as a superintendent, and I did a lot of work in the National Capital Region with major events, presidential visits, North American Leader Summits, Canada Day events, et cetera, yes.
And in the course of your career, have you collaborated frequently with members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Yes, sir.
And what do you know of their reputation in terms of managing or responding to large-scale events like protests and demonstrations?
First class.
First class?
First class.
Now, are you aware of any changes within the OPS in recent years that might affect their ability to respond to these kinds of events?
Well, certainly upon my arrival with the integrated planning team, I asked the question, like, what's going on? What happened to you guys? And certainly the pandemic has had an impact, retirements, people moved on, lack of major events to keeping those skills honed when people move on. Emergency readiness, emergency preparedness is much like crime prevention. Nobody wants to pay for it when nothing's happened. And that's across all sectors. But certainly, there's been a lull, perhaps since about 2016, with the massive large-scale events that they've had in Ottawa. So it's just been a considerable passage of time that there hasn't been anything major. But yet Ottawa is renowned for almost daily protests of some sort.
So I'm going to take you back now to the events back in January, February. I understand that in January of this year, you were the commander of the OPP Northeast region, right?
That's correct, sir.
And then in early February, you were asked to lead the integrated planning group to assist the Ottawa Police Service.
That's correct.
So let's talk about the specific assignment, your lead role with the planning group, the integrated planning group. When were you asked to take that on?
It was the evening of February 7th. I received a telephone call from my supervisor, who is Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins. asking advising that they were putting together a team to go to Ottawa to assist Ottawa, and asked if I would be interested in leading that team. He felt that I was a good fit for it with my background, and he gave me 10 seconds to say I didn't want to do it. I accepted the assignment, and that very night packed a bag and headed to Aurelia for a briefing the following morning.
Mm-hmm. And the following morning, what time was the briefing?
I believe it was about 9 a.m. In the commissioner's office.
Who attended?
Commissioner Creek was there, Deputy Commissioner Harkins, Superintendent Mike McDonnell was present. Superintendent Craig Abrams was on video link. I believe perhaps the commissioner's executive officer may have been present as well, but I don't particularly recall.
Right, and we've just this morning heard from Superintendent Abrams. Now, could we call up the witness will say number OPP 50792, please? Now, Chief Party, we have the Commission has received a will say. It's going to be shown on the screen. I just wanted to ask you, do you recall when this will say was first prepared?
But it was started while I was still in Ottawa.
When in Ottawa?
During the month of February. My supervisor, Deputy Commissioner Harkins, had suggested that, start putting my mind to developing or preparing a will state for the events leading up to and to the conclusion in Ottawa. I started it with high intentions of catching up and keeping it live, but within a few hours, my schedule was overtaken, and so I had maybe one page done while I was in Ottawa, and I completed it when I went back to my regular duties in North Bay.
And when did you complete it?
First week of March.
Okay. Now, tell us about the nature of your assignment. What was the mandate?
Well, the mandate was to provide Ottawa Police support. I was given a broad range to ask for anything I needed. I received from start of the deployment to the conclusion of deployment that type of support from not just my organization, because I was an OPP officer, but leading a team, an integrated team from multiple organizations. So it wasn't just OPP. It wasn't about the OPP. But I was given incredible support to ensure that we got what we needed, understanding the complexities of the events in Ottawa and the evolving events that are happening both provincially and nationally.
Right. So a moment ago, you were starting to tell us about this 9 a.m. briefing.
Yes.
Involving, among others, Commissioner Creek of the OPP. Tell us about that briefing. What was discussed?
Well, I got an overview from Superintendent Abrams as to the state of the union in Ottawa, that the concern was there wasn't a plan. They were asking for a lot of resources, but there was no concrete plan in terms of how those resources were going to be utilized. There was dysfunction. There was a loss of confidence and faith being displayed by the public. The narrative in the media was certainly slanted. There was no, in terms of the protest and by the protesters. Generally, it was a crisis in Ottawa.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the purpose was to support.
One of my most common phrases that I uttered throughout my time is in Ottawa with their senior executive, their officers, is we're here to help.
Mm-hmm.
And
what kind of help?
Whatever they need. But we were there to help build and complement any plans and direction that they had. There was never an intent, and this was explicit in my assignment. We were not going to Ottawa to take over command and control of the event. We were going there to support them, Certainly, there was a goal to integrate or unify commands. This is an event that was clearly now beyond the capability of one signal organization just by its size and the need for resources. It stretched well beyond what Ottawa Police themselves could provide, which in my world, that's generally the kickoff for developing like a unified or an integrated command with others. That was the focus, to get there to have a team of dedicated people, of which I only knew one of the people that were assigned to me. I was going to be meeting these people that evening when I arrived. I was given a contact with the Ottawa Police, and later that morning, I got in my vehicle and I started making my way and spent the next 4 hours on the phone.
Right, so you were in Orillia at 9 a.m., and by 5:35 that afternoon, you were in a meeting with the members of the OPS, right?
That's correct.
Who did you meet with at that 5:35 p.m. meeting?
Well, I know I had someone taking minutes for that meeting. I know Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, who I'd known previously, was at the meeting. Superintendent Patterson. There was a number of other folks with them, both on conference and video link. I know that initially, even in my own minutes, it reflected that Chief Slowly was present at the meeting because that was on the invite, but he did not make that meeting due to emergency family
It was
issue.
delayed, right?
I don't recall him joining. The minutes don't reflect any comments or whatsoever from the chief. My recollection is he did not join the meeting at all.
All right. Now, we heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson from the OPS yesterday. I believe she said that the former chief was delayed, but he did join by teleconference or some other means of remote communication.
And that is very possible. As I said, I reviewed the minutes from the meeting. When you look at all the minutes that we took throughout the event, it's very clear, in my humble opinion, who's speaking. There was certainly no indication from those minutes that he was there, but it's very possible that he did join.
Right. Now, if we scroll down, this will say to the next page. Right. So the first dark bullet, planning team held its first meeting at 17:35 hours from RCMP headquarters with the OPS. All OPS were on video or conference call. Also note that counsel for the OPS, Christiane Hunnot, was present. Do you recall her being present by video conference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about what was discussed at that meeting. Tell us what happened.
We started the meeting by just doing introductions of those that were available from my team. My team are still not all in Ottawa. They were still arriving. But we did have Inspector Tim Skinner from the York Region Police. One of my planners from our emergency unit in Orillia, Brad Taylor, was present. Superintendent Phil Liu from the RCMP, and Sergeant, now Staff Sergeant Darwin Tetrell from the RCMP as well was present. We stated our objective. We're there to help. What do you need? We need a plan. Let's start building on. We're there to building on what your objectives are. And they proceeded to give us a broad overview of their concept of operations for the occupation. And it was just that. It was a concept of operations. We had lots of questions. We received an update from Superintendent Patterson, and he was the event commander at that time, about things that were on the horizon with some potential arrests and some strategic take-backs, if you will, in the downtown core. We're listening intently just to find out. Our goal start to finish in the meeting is learn as much as we possibly could. You can only help when you have a true understanding for what the needs are and to understand those needs. And we left that meeting with a commitment from Ottawa Police that they would provide the plans to us. We asked for e-versions, whatever version they could get to us would be very helpful so that we could see what they have on paper in terms of their plan and then what we would reasonably need to do to complement that plan. Also, it was critical for us to have access to them, the Ottawa Police. We're there to work with them to get through this. So we wanted an established liaison who had the authority to access and provide the information that we would need.
Was there any discussion at that meeting about the nature of integration between the OPS and the group that you're bringing?
It was raised by me at that meeting if they would consider
Okay.
integration or a unified command, and because there's inherent benefits with it. From my experience, just about all of my major events that I've been involved, what we ended up having here in Ottawa with an integrated command has been my experience.
Right.
Whether it's a presidential visit, you still have the police of jurisdiction who have the lead, or the RCMP because of their IPP responsibilities or internationally protected persons responsibilities under legislation. But when you call on multiple organizations to participate, they bring their command structure, you inject your advice to them, you work as a team. Ultimately, someone is leading that and makes the final call. But as an integrated team, you're all on the same page. You're not working in silos. You're working collectively with the same objectives and goals.
Let's talk about the members of this team that you were assembling and bringing to Ottawa. It's called Integrated Planning Cell or Integrated Planning Group.
They call it that was the assignment to create this integrated planning cell. We quickly deviated from the word cell and just called it our integrated planning group.
Okay.
Yes, I was provided with planners from Toronto Police Service, two planners, Sergeant Arlene Duffy and Constable Isabel Etier. Their background and their credentials were impressive in terms of emergency planning. I had Inspector Tim Skinner, who I already mentioned, from York Region Police. His background is in public order maintenance and command and control. Again, a wealth of knowledge. I had Tom Warfield from the Peel Regional Police Service. Tom came to us with a background in case management to ensure that we were capturing to the best that we could in a very kinetic and dynamic environment as much of the information, versions, and whatnot as we went forward. We had Brad Taylor, a planner extraordinaire from the OPP. Brad is a civilian member, but his expertise is in emergency planning. Rely heavily on Brad for his expertise. Then, of course, we had the two RCMP officers, Phil Liu, who became my right arm throughout the event. Phil's background was in Major Incident Command, national standards, had an extensive background in training and developing and mentoring people in the incident command world. And Darwin Tetral, who to this day has impressed me incredibly with his leadership in public order command.
Right.
So he's renowned nationally and connected internationally as it relates to public order maintenance.
Right. So yesterday, when we spoke to Deputy Chief Ferguson testified, and she explained the process of developing a plan, an operational plan, she referred to subject matter experts. So this group of people that you're bringing to Ottawa, are these subject matter experts then in the various areas?
Yes, sir. In fact, I would say that I was the only one that wasn't a subject matter expert.
All right.
I was just brought there to bring this team together and get them working and lead our way through this.
Right. Now, we've heard from some witnesses about the importance of operational plans, and I just want your view on what are the components, the key components of a good operational plan?
Well, the key components, have to align with your objectives and your goals and that drives your strategies in terms of what that operation is meant to entail. Certainly, you need to have a clear understanding in creating a mission for the event. The mission statement is something that in every event that I've ever been involved in, whether it was a peaceful event or not, is something that is critical that your members, your employees, your officers on the ground, everybody is in line with the mission of the plan. From there, commander's objectives, and then, what are we looking to achieve with this plan? And then every single aspect. So if it's a public order issue, you would need, the key aspect there is the public order consult and a good idea, okay, what is the nature and scope of the event and what kind of public order plan would we need to inject with it? You need crime, you need victims, you need key things like messaging, communication, logistics is key. In fact, major events from a policing perspective, when we debrief, often are successful or fail on the backs of good, solid logistic support. When you get people there, what are you doing with them? Where are they staying? How are we feeding them? What's their duties? How are they being briefed? That all has to be fleshed out so that when you have people arrive, you have a seamless operation.
Right. Now, we've heard references to an overall or overarching plan and sub-plans for specialized areas. So were those what you were trying to describe to us?
Absolutely. And I was speaking with people that I had confidence also were on the same page and understood that.
Right. And in terms of an overall plan or overarching plan, does that refer to something that takes you from start to finish?
Yes, sir.
What about contingencies?
Well, that's always built into your planning. When you look at public order as an example, it's filled with contingency plans. If this is the intent, if it doesn't work, this is our main action plan or direct action plan, and then there would be an alternate action plan if they have to deviate.
And command and control structure, should that be reflected in the plan itself?
Absolutely.
Why is that important?
Again, when you're developing plans for major events, the ultimate goal is to succeed. And in order to succeed, there needs to be, we're police officers, we're creatures of habits, there needs to be clear lines of communication. There needs to be clear command and control. Who is in charge? Who is responsible for this? Right down the line, because in major events, you might have a major event commander right down to a commander on the ground, all have distinct roles. But roles and responsibilities are absolutely key to get you through the event and in a successful way.
At the time you arrived on February 8th, did you know if the OPS had experienced planners like the ones you brought to Ottawa to help them develop this kind of a plan?
I was making an assumption based on my experience with OPS that in fact they did have that depth, although some of the ones that I had worked with in the past were absent and I learned and retired. And because, as I said, the OPS have always been renowned. We've been there to support them countless times in major events. We're different organizations. We have different structures, but make no mistake about it, they were good at what they did.
Right. So you told us that on that first meeting, at that first meeting, you were shown this strategic concept of operations document, but you didn't have a copy, right? You weren't given a copy at that meeting.
There was references to it on that date. I do believe I may have been given a copy,
Okay.
but
And you said you asked for more.
we asked for more, and they indicated that there was a nod from Superintendent Patterson that any plans that were approved would be, in fact, supplied to us.
Okay, so we go to the next day, February the 9th, at 7 a.m. There's a note in your will say that you weren't getting the plans yet. And we go to page 3 of the will say. The second bullet Oops. That's right. Maybe scroll down a bit. Is this page 3? Oh, that's right. Sorry. Scroll up, please. Okay, the second bullet, discussion after the discussion around injunctions, and then stressed we needed to develop a plan. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay, I found it now. So go down again. I apologize. After February, the heading February the 9th, do you see the second bullet?
Yes.
And the last 2 sentences. Learn that everything had to go to the chief before it could be actioned or released to our team. Now, I just wanted to ask you about that. What did you mean by this?
Well, we learned very, very early in our time in Ottawa that the chief was very much engaged, and that ultimately everything that they intended to do had to be approved by him.
Who told you this?
I heard it from just about every OPS employee that I dealt with there in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It was very clear to me in my dealings with their senior officers, Chris Riem, whose name is there, Rob Drummond, who was at times working with us in different aspects, Trish Ferguson. I didn't deal a whole lot during my initial days with Deputy Chief Bell, but certainly it was very, very clear that Chief Slowly was to be informed of and approving all aspects of their operation.
Now, in fairness to the former chief, you did tell us that there was some departure of senior officers from the OPS. So isn't it quite understandable that he wanted more things to go through him to ensure that important decisions are made with the benefit of his input?
I don't lay blame, sir. I look at this. This was an incredible event unfolding in his city. That was the loss of confidence that we were seeing in the media, in the police service, undoubtedly brought a lot of stress to bear. That he wanted to be looped in on everything that was going on. I can't fault him.
And you also mentioned earlier that the OPS counsel, Christian Hanaud, was present.
Yes, I did find that to be, from my experience, to be a little bizarre.
Why is that?
Well, needless to say, I've been involved in a lot of major operations over the years, and there's always consult with legal on our legal authorities and common law authorities, and the different tactics we use, make sure that we're sound within in the law. However, it was a first-time experience to have counsel actually sit through operational discussions.
But wouldn't it be helpful to have a lawyer around in case any legal questions arise?
Well, again, as it became more protracted, the event, I suppose it could be, where you would have counsel there immediately to give advice back on legal points that were being discussed. But as we proceeded, it certainly came across a little bit more than that, that she was tantamount to an approver of the action of the plan, which was very concerning. It's police operations.
Okay, so that was your, that's the morning of the 9th when you were still looking for a plan and not getting it yet.
Yes.
And then around noon that day, you got to meet with the OPS team again, right?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Well, we had called for a meeting to discuss things more broadly. And it was downtown Ottawa at the Ottawa Police Station, 474 Elgin Street. It was in an upstairs boardroom. We couldn't bring all of our team. I would have liked to, but we were going to be somewhat restricted, and we were still in the pandemic, so we were mindful of all these things still going on. So we brought a smaller part of the team, including Craig Abrams, who also joined our team initially, along with Mike Francis, 2 OPP officers who had been in Ottawa working already, assisting Ottawa, one from a POU perspective, one more from a strategic command perspective. Myself, Tetral, Skinner, and Phil Liu, and there was another RCMP officer, I believe his name was Charles Mason, was present with us at that meeting, along with the OPS command team and their counsel.
Okay, well, tell us what happened at that meeting.
Well, again, we discussed two different documents that they provided us, their strategic concept of operations.
That was the same one that you saw yesterday?
Yeah, very similar, and yes, I believe it was the same. They're a broader overarching kind of concept of operations for the truck demonstration. And we had discussions about that. We were asking for numbers. There was a sergeant or staff sergeant LeBlanc from the Ottawa Police Service who provided us the breakdown of numbers, what they needed to sustain operations. And the number, if I'm not mistaken, was 516 FTEs or police officers to sustain operations at all the checkpoints that they needed. We had a lot of debate about that. Ultimately, you know, there's some math issues that we came to terms with. But again, our goal is there to completely understand. We didn't just go in blank and say, what do you need? Here you go. So we had discussions about that, and then we had discussions about, an overview provided to us by Superintendent Patterson of an operation at Rideau and Sussex that they were contemplating. My notes reflect that it was scheduled for 4 with a possibility of being moved up to 11 p.m. And that night, as I noted, I brought those that I did to this meeting for a specific purpose. And, you know, we had discussed it prior to, like, we're going there as a team, you have input to give it. You know, we have a lot to get done here in a short period of time. Let's not hold anything back here. So Darwin Tetral asked if he could speak when he was being presented this thing. And I do appreciate when I heard the tail end of Superintendent Abrams' evidence that he mentioned the number 400. The number in my mind and in my notes was 800. He said, based on his knowledge of POU, when you look at the dynamics of this event, the number of areas that were blockaded and the work that had to be done, we would need approximately 800 POU officers to effectively dismantle this protest. But furthermore, and the key thing for me, hearing from a subject matter expert with his level of experience, is that once you start this operation, you should not stop. And their intention, as it was presented to us, was to kind of do it to use the words that were used, chunk by chunk. And there was recognition that it would be very resource intensive, a significant demand on resources to do it that way. But we didn't have significant number of resources. And the best advice and evidence, best advice I was receiving right at that meeting from our SME is that strategically, if you're going to do this appropriately, when you start your POU action, you should not stop. You need to start moving systematically through all the points to shut it down. And he suggested that we pump the brakes. Let's stop this. Let's not proceed with this operation. And ultimately, that is what happened, although I did have conversations with the incident commander who was assigned to the operation just by happenstance.
Was that Burnett?
Paul Burnett, yes. And ultimately, that operation did not happen. But that was back to the meeting. That is inject into it. There was a lot of discussion about resources because when he raised that number, and again, the number sticks out to me because it ultimately was the number of POU approximately that we needed to successfully dismantle. So Darwin Tetral is from the National Capital Region. He lives in this area. He runs these programs nationally for public order maintenance. He is a public order person himself. And he had given a lot of thought to understanding the zones, which had been presented to the day before in terms of the checkpoints and the key areas of concern in the red zone. So, I thought, very clearly he's already put some significant insight in terms of what needs to be done to successfully shut this down. So Chief Slowly very passionately and very concerned about the reliability of getting resources. He was very concerned that we would come through. He wanted guarantees with no caveats that if you're going to say you're going to give us X, you're going to give us X, period. No questions asked. We just stressed that we're building a plan. We have the support of our organizations to get it, what is needed to develop a plan to successfully shut this down.
All right, so you've covered a lot of grounds there. Let's try to unpack that a little bit. First, with respect to the numbers as it relates to the Rideau Sussex operation, I just want to be clear because we heard some evidence about doubling the number, but here it's quite the opposite, isn't it? Like they were preparing for an action, planning for using 400, and you're telling us that according to the subject matter experts in your group, you're going to need 800.
No, they didn't suggest a 400. I think that was Craig Abrams' evidence that he thought that Tetro suggested you would need 400 to do it.
Oh.
In my view, and my notes reflect that Tetro said you need 800 to effectively, because when you start this PLU action, when you start kinetic action in this way, you can't stop.
All right.
Which means when you look at the number of areas that needed to be, the control need to be taken back, that was his immediate assessment, and that proved to be very accurate as our planning assumption of that day. And as we then engaged all the SMEs to develop that plan, it was exactly what was needed.
Does that go back to something we talked about earlier, planning from beginning to end and anticipate the different?
It absolutely does. Because we did have a number of times throughout my time in Ottawa where there was deviations, sudden deviations from the plan that would impact the broader plan if we were to do it. But yes, planning from end to end is always your goal. You always like to have lots of time to plan. We were planning in crisis mode and doing it as quickly as possible and trying to consider everything that needed to be considered, from the residents to victims to the cold weather, the conditions in the city of Ottawa. Everything needed to be factored into the plan.
Right. Now, you also said something about the former chief being very passionate. Now, I want to take you to your will say at page 3. Sorry, page 3 at the very bottom. So here, Chief Slowly was very passionate about the impact the demonstration was having on the city, and he was looking to break the occupations, however they had limited ability to affect this due to baseline levels of staffing. I offered that we were there to ensure that he had what was needed to sustain operations, but needed a plan. He advised they were working on last-minute plans. Does that reflect what happened at that meeting?
It does, sir.
So let me ask you this. As I understand it then, you were offering to help, and then you said you needed a plan. But putting this in context, because this happened on February the 9th, right? So we're already more than a week into the protest, and the commission has heard evidence how that has caused significant social impact on the residents and so on. And if the suggestion is that you need a plan before we can send resources, isn't that problematic? Because they may not at that stage have even the resources to do the planning. So how do they get more resources?
Well, that's a very loaded question. Essentially, you need a plan to be able to communicate with police leaders. When you're asking for resources from around the province, and in this case, around the country, you need to be able to articulate what that need is and why that need exists. And in doing that, it's always about, what's my officers going to be doing when they get there? What are the logistics? What are the plan, the briefings? Everything is something that you always provide. We're in a state right now that, I learned really quickly that staffing was an issue for OPS. Staffing is an issue with just about every policing organization out there for a myriad of reasons. So as a regional commander coming into this from another region where you're going to be called upon to provide resources to supplement an operational plan, you're pulling from resources that you have available to police your communities. And oftentimes in a lot of my detachments, we're already at our base level. So when you're still, because of a crisis there, you're going to pull them only when they're needed, not to sit around waiting to know what they're going to do when they get there. Plan is absolutely critical. And it can be a concept, because we developed the concept of operations within 48 hours of being in Ottawa, a concept of operations that we ultimately use throughout the event. Mm-hmm. So you can have that and know that you're building this, and this, and we're going to need to staff those up. So let's start preparing that. But it can't just be, I need this number. You need to know what these people are going to be doing when they get there, right down to where are they staying, who's feeding them. We're human beings. You need those basics in place. None of that was in place.
Right. So let's take a look at this plan that they did show you on the 9th at this meeting. Could we call up, please, OPP 50774? So if we go to page 91, please.
Sorry, Counselor, can you repeat the page?
Page 91, please.
91, thank
Yes.
you.
So looking at the cover, does this resemble the document that you saw at that meeting on February the 9th?
Yes, sir, it does.
And if we go to the mission statement at page 96, so the mission statement simply reads, to end the unlawful elements of the Ottawa truck demonstration and restore safe and open neighborhoods and businesses. What do you think of this mission statement?
Well, it's a mission statement. It wasn't broad enough for my liking. It was just really focused and not encompassing the broader event. My experience with mission statements, safety needs to be factored in. Your officers need to know, because every officer needs to know. It's drilled into them. Every briefing, the mission for the operation is drilled into them. So safety for the residents, safety for officers, safety for the protesters, charter rights often are embedded, so you have all those considerations in a more broader mission statement.
Right. Now, we heard from Deputy Ferguson yesterday that by February the 13th, your group has collaborated with Superintendent Bernier of the OPS to come up with another plan. So can we call up that other plan? And the number is OPP 401851.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
OPP 401851. Can we see the entire front page, please? Or maybe the next page has the date. There we have it. Do you recall this as being the plan that was developed by the 13th?
Yes, sir. And that is my signature on it.
Okay. Can we go to the mission statement at page 8, please? So this mission statement reads, using an integrated response, the Ottawa Police and policing partners will keep the peace, enforce legislation, and maintain public safety for the duration of the Ottawa truck demonstration with the utmost respect to the individual's charter of rights and freedoms with priority on community and emergency services personnel, safety and well-being. How does this one compare with the one we saw before?
Well, it is a mission. The other one's more an objective. This is the broader mission of the entire integrated response. When it's all done, we'll have accomplished this to ensure safety for all, involve, maintain public safety for the duration, et cetera. So the mission is your very high level, your strategic direction you want to go in.
Now, you said a moment earlier that the other one, the shorter one, wasn't so much to your liking, but is it a matter of subjective preference or is it something more objective?
I would say no. It's more objective. I mean, I go back to my training in instant command, my involvement in multiple North American leader summits, presidential visits, G8, G20, First Nations issues, blockades. No, we've always been taught very early your mission needs to encompass that broader range to ensure how you're going to accomplish your goals and what you're open to accomplish.
Okay, so your group came and 4 days later, after the February 9th meeting, you have this plan developed collaboratively with the OPS. So I guess my question is, if this can be done within a number of days after your group arrived, why didn't you come earlier?
Well, that's not a question that I can really answer. I went the day that I was asked to go. Before then, I was a commander for the Northeast region. I was alive to what was going on with the convoy because it came through my region. We had an ops plan for that. But that's a question that perhaps should be posed to somebody else.
Yes, I'm sorry. It is not a fair question to you. You were chosen to lead the project. You weren't the one who came up with the idea. But looking back, knowing what we know now about the OPS capacity to develop something like this, would you agree that it would have been very helpful for a group of experts like yours to offer assistance to the OPS, let's say, the Monday after the first weekend instead of on February 9th?
Yeah, that's a fair statement, sure.
All right. Let's talk about, now you said the February 9th plan that was presented to your group missed a lot of the key elements of a good plan. In your view, the February 13th plan, was that good enough?
It was getting there. I mean, we were, as I mentioned, when you're building a plan in crisis, you're ensuring that you are encompassing all key elements to that plan, knowing that there is literally things are going to be continuing to be built into that plan once the event is even finished. Yeah, because it's based on your concept. You know what you're going to do and how you need to resource it, but you're still continuing. The plan will continue to evolve through the duration of the event.
Right. Now, one of the things that you also told us that arose during this February 9th meeting is the former chief's request, or he was seeking some assurances. He was asking for some kind of a guarantee that the resources would arrive, right? And I take it that you disagree that that kind of guarantees could be given?
It wasn't that I disagree that the guarantees could be given. I think we need the context of the conversation. There's debate about some misrepresentation of numbers in the media that he had with Superintendent Abrams. There was discussion because he made it very clear, from my view, in conversations I had, that there were people in the ministry that wanted him to fail. And he had sources in the ministry that were letting him know that, people wanted him to fail. And I just assured him that, well, we're not those. We're here to help.
Well, what about the argument that to plan properly, one needs to know a little more about what kind of resources you can count on? So, for example, if the OPS were to develop a plan based on having 1,800 officers available, that plan wouldn't have been very helpful if those people are not actually coming, right?
Well, I'm going to suggest the opposite. If they had a plan, an operational plan that encompassed 1,800 officers with duties assigned in a rotating cycle, then we would have then refined likely that plan to ensure that it was sound, and we could have done that fairly quickly and started our deployment, because we actually started deploying officers in our team pretty much on day one as needs were arriving.
All right. Now, if we go back to the will say, please. Document number is OPP 50792. Page 4. Go down, please. I'm looking for the sentence. Okay, yeah. Do you see the sentence, the overall tone?
Yes.
The overall tone of this meeting was somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. Chief Slowly was very clearly under tremendous pressure to act and was very suspicious of levels of commitments from police agencies. Tell us more why you said that.
Well, as I said, when we attended this meeting, we fully anticipated to, and I don't look for thanks, but expected that we were going to be welcomed there, that they was going to be happy that we were there. The meeting, the meeting overall, the tone, I would say, was very antagonistic. It was disrespectful. In terms of we're there to help, and he's just not trusting it. It was very clear he had confidence issues in what we were there to do.
It wasn't what you expected.
Certainly not what we expected. I think just about everyone on my team at some point in time within the minutes of leaving the meeting received apologies from other members of his command for his behavior.
Right. Now, if we scroll down on the same page a little further, we may go into the next page then. I'm looking for the sentence that starts with after the chief and his team left. Right, thank you. After the chief and his team left the room, Inspector Debbie Palmer remained with our team, and we again pressed for copies of their plans, e-versions, and she stressed the chief's comments that some aspects of their plan had not yet been approved. Yep. Tell us.
Well, I want to stress as well, notwithstanding the tone of the meeting, it did not change our resolve. Debbie Palmer was the person that was initially, the name that was initially provided to me as our go-to person. She was replaced the following morning by Chris Rielm. But that's what the chief had meant. There still was some last-minute planning going on. And she said she would do her best to get it for us. In the end, we really never did receive a plan from the OPS.
Right. So at the end of this meeting on February 9th, was there any agreement between the OPS and the Integrated Planning Group on any operational plans going forward?
Well, we just committed to continue to build and work with this team and to build a plan to complement what their objectives were from their ConOps that they provided us.
And was there any agreement about the degree of integration?
No.
Now, we expect that we may hear evidence from Mr. Slowly that to the extent his approval is required, he gave all the approval necessary on February 9th. What would you say to that?
I obviously wasn't there because I received no such information of approvals. I think it's reflective in the follow-up meetings what we have. When I would call them to say, what's our status? Well, we need a meeting before we need another meeting for me to understand that before we can move forward. So there was no implied, certainly no implied or explicit approvals for anything.
Commissioner, I saw you looking at me. Is that a sign?
If it's a good time
It is
for
a good
lunch,
time.
we'll take an hour for lunch and come back after.
Thank you.
It's very perspicacious on you, did notice. Okay, so they're going to break for lunch and we'll come back in an hour.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Okay, we're ready to go?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Chief Party, just before the lunch break, I was asking you questions about the meeting on February the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to finish that off by taking you to one more document of that meeting. This is not your notes, but someone at the OPS was also taking notes. So if I could call up document number OPS 30-14454, please. Page 138, please. So if we right. This one, right? So if we go to the bottom of the page, please. Do you see a reference from the chief that starts with, there we go. So the chief, the former chief of the OPS, Mr. Slowly, apparently asked the question, we can add the info that was provided by the RCMP, but we haven't agreed not to proceed with our plan for tonight. And then he asked, are we still separate entities, or are you folding into our incident command system? There's a notation that the OPP said, yes, we should, I think it's probably, yes, we should probably fold into the OPS command structure.
Sure.
Do you recall having that kind of exchange?
I do recall an exchange about working under their command.
Yes.
In an integrated command structure. That's kind of how it does work. But there was some clear differences of opinion, I think, in terms of what integration would look like, which I'm sure we'll get to as we go through. But I had no issues. We had some very loose talk around where we would work. The location that we were situated at had significant capacity to expand. And that also became a contentious issue because it took some time to even get us to work in the same area, which proved to add layers of difficulty to it. Eventually, it did happen, and it became quite seamless.
Right. And this is also consistent with what you've been telling us all along, that you were there to offer help, but not to take over.
We were explicitly, I was directed from my commissioner that we are not going to Ottawa to take over. The chief and the police jurisdiction still have primacy over this event. We're there to assist them, hopefully in an integrated and unified fashion.
And this may be a question that's unrelated to the February 9th meeting, but since we've heard so much about the Hendon reports, I'm just curious, were you one of the recipients of the Hendon report at around January, February of this year?
As a regional commander, I was receiving the Hendon reports.
Were you reading them?
Reading them, and just oftentimes there was aspects that were just going through the changes and the change, because I knew it was internally produced by the OPP Intelligence Bureau, and attended briefings as required on significant changes that would occur.
Okay. So with that, if I could now take you to the event in the subsequent days following the February 9th meeting. Did work continue on February the 10th in terms of working on this plan, a new plan from the integrated planning group, or making improvement to the OPS plan that you were shown on the 9th?
I appreciate that when you look at from an appearance perspective, they look like very different plans. At its core, however, the plan that we developed was a build on and support of to complement the plan that, the concept that they had in place,
Right.
which was all strategically directed in the same way about ending the protests and bringing
Because-
Ottawa back to a state of normalcy.
And that makes sense because you came to offer support.
Correct.
And you asked what they had so that you could build on it.
Correct, sir.
If I could take you to the next document, OPP 404283. So if we could shrink the page so we can see the entire page, please. So this is a document that we received from the OPP. It looks like a draft document of some sort. At the bottom, it says it's prepared by the Integrated Planning Cell, RCMP, OPP, you know, those police services that you talked about earlier. I want to take you to section 3.1 of this document. So now if we can enlarge it. So this part of the document appears to be an assessment of the current situation as you found it on February the 10th, which is the date of this draft document. You see that under current, the first bullet says, not intelligence-led. Do you agree with the assessment that the OPS operation at that time was not intelligence-led?
Not in the way certainly that I would have anticipated. No, I do not believe. You know, when you look at intelligence-led policing, you're looking at your threat assessments, your risk assessments, and how you can affect some positive change using that intelligence. They were in crisis mode. And in crisis mode, I did not feel that they were using the intelligence to look at the broader event, to see about how they could dismantle this event peacefully.
And when your group was trying to build on whatever plan that you saw on the 9th, what was your objective, like in terms of incorporating any available intelligence that was available to the group?
Well, two of the key things that we did as a team is I arranged intelligence and PLT briefings for my team at the highest level. So Superintendent Morris and his entire team joined us. Inspector Marcel Baudin and a number of both, I believe, OPP and OPS PLT joined us. We wanted their perspective on the lay of the land, the current intelligence, what we know, what we don't know, what are the gaps. And likewise with the PLT in terms of how are things going, what can be improved upon, what levels of authority did they have to engage, what is the plan moving forward, is there opportunities that we can capitalize on to persuade some of the protesters to leave on their own accord, et cetera. So we received those briefings. I wanted my planners and my team, all the tacticians, I wanted them to be fully aware in that point in time what we were dealing with. We did have subsequent additional briefings throughout from those entities just to make sure that if there's any change that we might need to pivot to adjust to those changes.
Right, and I think I saw some references in your notes that on the 10th, you got some input from Marcel Baudin. Was he the person from the OPP in charge of the PLT group?
Marcel, he's got a background, he's an inspector with our Indigenous Policing Bureau, and he has a background, yes, in provincial liaison.
Right, so on the same document that's on the screen, if we go down further, we see a section with the PLT. So there we go. And Chief Party, you see there's not complete, I assume, because it's a draft document, but there's some information incorporated under this section. And if we scroll down slowly so that the witness can have a quick look. Now, does this capture in broad terms the kind of information you were looking for in order to inform the new approach?
It does. You know, you need to know the sentiment of the community, what the desired outcomes are. PLT do amazing work at ensuring that they understand all sides, and that's what good negotiators do, and they are just that. They are negotiators. They're trained to do what they do, to understand the perspective of all sides, to ensure that information around expectations around the law are properly communicated to all sides, and to do their best to improve and build those relationships, build that trust with people, so that what they say, they know that they can take what they say to the bank, that they're going to be following through with what they say.
Now, if I could take you back to your will say, Madam Clerk, OPP 450792. I believe it was on this day, February 10th, Chief Party, that one of the subject matter experts from the RCMP, Darwin Tetrode, prepared a concept of operations that was based on the information that you were gathering. So if we go to page 5 of this document, I want to go down to the bullet that starts with on the 10th of February. There we go. Do you see this bullet that tells us that Sergeant Tetra was preparing this concept of operations based on the totality of the information that you were getting from the OPS, but more importantly, intelligence that would support a systematic and safe action plan to dismantle the entire protest zone. So does this also refer to something you told us earlier about not doing things block by block?
Correct, sir.
But to have start to finish of the entire protest zone?
That's correct, sir.
If I could take you to the next document, I believe this is your notes, OPP 401792. So this is still February the 10th. And if we go to page 28, the time I'm looking for is 1925. There we go. You have a telephone call with, looks like Deputy Harkins. And there's a reference. Can we make the look at more of the page? Oh, there we go. I think go down a little bit, please. Obstacles with OPS still. Can you read this? These are your notes, right?
Obstacles with OPS still exist at the chief level. However, we're working effectively with his rank and file.
So first of all, why are you saying that there are still obstacles at the chief level?
Well, we're at this point, we still don't have their plan. It was a frequent made request to get what they had, to get access to their people, and the replies were all, we're waiting for the chief.
And the second part where it says we're working effectively with the rank and file?
Yes.
Who are these rank and file?
Everyone from their command team, their strategic command, Deputy Ferguson, Chris Rayom, those that were sent to our unit to assist with the planning. We didn't have their planners embedded with us until some days later, but we were back and forth with them as well.
Mm-hmm. If we go to the next day now, so on same, these are your notes, but we go to page 32, please. And the time I'm looking for is 12:30. So there are 2 points being made here. Perhaps you can read those better.
Yeah, so the first point says we don't know what resources are deployed here before and beyond any request that we have made. We have been coordinating, and this was that bullet is in essence in reference to silos. You know, others are doing something. We all need to be out of those silos. If we're asking for something, you're asking for something, are we asking for the same thing? We need to break those down. It was a constant pressure. We were asking for a lot of resources here. So we needed to ensure that we were effective in our requests.
Right.
The second bullet says, anything sent to the OPPOC from the Chief's Executive Office, can we get that, please? And those were some requests that the chief had made. So can we just please get access to what requests have been made, what replies have been received? He just said he too was very frustrated. I asked if the chief's executive officer was looking after resources. He advised that he was working on getting that information for me.
Okay. Now, on that day, February the 11th, you also attended a meeting with the group, the Integrated Planning Group. That might have happened actually earlier that day. And I want to take you to the document, the minutes of that meeting. Is a document provided by the OPP, so OPP 40/1837. And I want to take you to page 5, near the top. Oh no, it says not enough memory. Maybe while, oh, there we go. Okay, so if we can go to page 5, please. Right, so there's a reference to something you said at that meeting. We're here to build a plan to support our partners, but we have no information. Can deploy when we don't know what we're deploying to. We have an OPS plan, but it does not give us enough information to deploy 500 officers without a more comprehensive plan. Intelligence picture will inform this, and so on. There's a reference to 500 officers. Tell us more about that.
Back on our February 9th meeting, I think it was Sergeant or Staff Sergeant LeBlanc from the OPS did provide us a bit of a breakdown in terms of their plan and intersections, what the numbers they needed. And that number was 516, if I'm not mistaken, from the February 9th meeting. We were trying to understand that. We later learned that it was based on a 3-shift rotation. Most organizations work on a 2-shift rotation. So the needs, again, I mentioned earlier, we corrected some of the math, but it's around that number at that time. And that was based on their concept, without duties assigned, but based on their concept of operations, we would need they would need 516 officers to maintain this on a 24/7 cycle.
I see. Now, let me take you to your will say at page 6, please. You notice that I'm taking you to lots of documents. Sometimes these contemporaneous records help to tell the story. So if we go to page 6, at 1645, so scroll down a little bit, please. So 1645, that's 4:45 p.m. Our team presented our proposed plan to senior command in the RCMP and the OPP with significant support. This plan was a detailed concept of operations for which our team would build the entire POU plan. However, it still relied heavily on inject from the OPS planning team. Now, I suppose that goes back to something you told us earlier, that you were building on what was given you, yes, that you thought was inadequate for the purposes of resolving the protest situation. And by this time, at 4:45, you had something to present to the senior command. What was that proposed plan?
Well, it was the plan that we actually executed in the end. That concept of operations was developed at that stage, and with a POU plan that was going to be very detailed in terms of the number of resources that were going to be needed, which came to fruition, that same 800 number I mentioned earlier. We talked about everything from communication to restoring trust and confidence in the Ottawa Police, to responding to the narrative, to change the narrative, because the narrative certainly was not reflective of what was actually going on the ground, what we could see on the ground. So it was that all-encompassing concept of operation and plan to dismantle the protests effectively, start to finish.
Okay. If we go further down on this, okay, so you see the bullet that starts with Superintendent Liu and I presented the plan at a high level to her, her referring to the person in the bullet before, which is Deputy Chief Ferguson. You presented it to her, and she immediately voiced her full support. She preferred, however, that she be permitted time to present it to the chief, and we agreed to prepare and forward a slide deck for her use, which was completed, and that we would be available regardless of time to answer questions. So you're making yourself available to answer questions, but you're waiting for her to get an answer from the chief. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, so we presented it, and her response was very, very favorable, which we felt good about. I was prepared to go to the chief myself if necessary. But based on the dynamic that we've been seeing and the feedback, we trusted her judgment, and she felt that it would be best for her to present it. It was, it was late into the evening, about 9:30-ish when we finally got a deck to her. Hoping that we would get a response, probably not that night, but certainly by first thing in the morning.
Now, you may or may not know this, but we heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson yesterday that she was actually off that day.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I think I found out during the process that she was, but...
right. But she still spoke to you?
She answered our calls always. Yes.
Yeah. So that was February the 11th, late at night. And then the next day, so we're going into February the 12th now, at 11:45 a.m. on the 12th, you placed a phone call to Chief Slowly. So the two of you had a conversation. Tell us about that conversation, please.
Well, if I could, just prior to that,
yes.
I put in the salient points here, but earlier in the day, I made an outreach to see if we've gotten any response back from Chief Slowly on the plan, and whether or not it would be a good time for me to call him. And I was told it was an ill-advised time to call because he was in a meeting with, I believe he was in a meeting at the time with Bernier, Rob Bernier. So I said, well, fine. I left it till a little later. And yes, then I did make a phone call. So it was a short conversation.
Right.
But I made that call to him. When I reflect on my notes and how quickly I was writing, it was contemporaneous in that I was writing the note as I was speaking with him. And that was the context of the conversation. Trish got the slide deck. You had an opportunity to take a look at it, your thoughts on it. His concern was around what does integration look like? Where do we fit? How does it fit in other theaters of operation and whatnot? And he really felt that a follow-up meeting would be beneficial to answer some of those questions.
Right.
So once again, we're at 12 o'clock on that date, open that we would be green lighted to move ahead with, kind of implementing the plan that we were working on. We then started preparing for this meeting that we ultimately had later in that date.
Right. But staying on this call for the moment, so if we look at what is said in the will say on the fourth line, I advise we were looking to work in a more integrated fashion that ensured resources were strategically placed where needed, that I had provided Deputy Chief Ferguson with that plan. He advised he wasn't sure what was agreed to yet as to how that integration was to happen. So he suggested a call. I wanted to ask you if you have specific recollection about what he said to you that day.
Well, I certainly have it from my notes. And at that time, I was using the scribe. I mean, my notes are, you can't get beyond in your notes in an event like this. I had over 400 pages of notes. You would never catch up if you weren't doing them live. I wrote my notes at the time. It's been my best tool in my 36-year career to ensure that I capture the essence of what was said. And I'm going to suggest that that is the tone of the conversation.
Okay, so this accurately captures
Yes, it does.
the nature of the conversation. If we go further down, oh, by the way, so at around the time that you were having this conversation with the former chief, I suppose your other members of your team were having a conversation with Superintendent Bernier.
Yes.
And what did you find out from other members of your team about what they spoke to Bernier about?
It's just that we're good to go.
Okay, so they got the message that they were good to go while you were speaking to the chief, who asked for a further meeting or briefing.
Correct. So I felt that maybe there's, well, not maybe, there was some obvious miscommunication going on. That we did actually require that meeting with the chief. I'm going to lean to the response that I got directly from Chief Slowly that a follow-up meeting was required, and that follow-up meeting did occur with a detailed overview of the plan. So I just felt that maybe Superintendent Bernier misunderstood, or it was obviously inaccurate.
Right. So if we go further down, that meeting that finally happened took place in the afternoon. So first of all, at 1400, so 2 p.m., you placed a call to Deputy Chief Bell upon learning that the former chief would like a briefing on the plan.
Yes.
And so you suggested, at Chief Party, you suggested at 3:30, right?
Yes.
And then at 3:04, you got a call from Deputy Bell, who apologized, but said that the meeting has already started, and the chief was insisting that it happened now. Is that still your recollection?
It is, sir.
And then a few minutes later, at 3:10, you and I guess you joined. When you say we, I assume it's you and the members of your team.
The key members of our planning group, specifically, I wanted the subject matter expert to present the plan.
Yeah.
I introduced it, and then to have the subject matter expert present the plan. Phil Liu was on the call. I can't remember exactly who without looking at the meeting invites.
So I'd like to ask you what you wrote here at 1510 about the third line down, the end of the second line. The tone of the chief's comments during this meeting was very troubling, to the point that I asked if the chief wanted my team to leave the call to allow him to speak privately with his team first. He was blunt in saying no, he would get to us momentarily. What was this about?
He was having discussions that were separate and apart from our purpose to be at that meeting. And it was really direct. Heads were down. You could feel the tension over the video link in the room. And we just felt that, Phil Liu also spoke up. We just felt that perhaps it's not our time to be in this meeting if he needed some privacy to deal with his people. And he said, no, I'll get to you next. So I'm getting to you next.
And then eventually they got to you, and your will say tells us that there was a presentation of the slides, right?
Yes.
And so if we scroll down a little bit, the last sentence of this bullet, do you see key in the plan?
Yep.
Key in the plan was reducing the protesters' footprint through compliance, and that ensuring safety above everything was factored in at all stages. So it looks like when you said key, some emphasis was put on that point. Can you elaborate?
It was. This obviously was a significant event in our nation's capital. It was having a significant impact on its residents, on the policing. But we also were working hard to ensure that what our actions do help rebuild that trust and confidence in the police. It goes back to our mission of ensuring that safety is built into your mission. And that was a key component for us. We wanted to reduce the component to the footprint of the protest zone to the utmost extent possible. When you talk to planners in major events like this, they'll say, we're not going to arrest our way out of this. We're not going to, it's going to be impossible. So you have to look to compliance and appeal to the better senses of people that are involved to get them to want to voluntarily exit the zone. And that was a key component of our plan, because we knew that from a capacity perspective, if we had to start putting bracelets on everybody there, we'd need 10,000 officers to do that. So we had to put a plan in place that was scalable, but one that we could accomplish with the resources that we intended to bring.
Mm-hmm. Now, so this is a meeting between your team and the OPS command team. Chief Slowly was obviously there. Who else do you remember was present from the OPS side?
I guess the disadvantage of video, right? We're on video. I do believe his command team, his council was there.
Was Bernier there?
Yes, because Bernier was very vocal and spoke up in support of our plan.
Okay, so he was supportive. What about the former chief?
Oh, he was there. He was.
No, but sorry. In terms of how receptive everyone was.
Well, a few things happened during the presentation, and it speaks to what I think integration or unified command brings to the table about taking this off the shoulders of one individual and spreading it around and bringing the collective expertise to bear on the problem. But during the presentation, Darwin uttered a statement about single point of failure. And admittedly, it kind of came out that the chief was the single point of failure. It was not the intent. It was meant to show that, because Darwin was very passionate about the fact that all eyes are on you, chief. What you do, what you say, et cetera. You are the face of this for the Ottawa Police Service. We're looking to bring a plan to you so that essentially you're not going to be seen as a single point of failure. The chief responded, and understandably, he responded very quickly that he was not the single point of failure in this. And unless he had confidence in what his team could do, he's not going to support it or approve it. He went on a bit of a talk in that regard just to explain. I actually, on behalf of our team, apologize because it was not the intent of our being there that day. Mm-hmm. Our intent was to go there and walk away with support that we were unified and let's get this done.
So at the end of that afternoon meeting, was anything agreed on?
We still did not have an approved plan.
You did not?
There was no explicit approval of the plan that day. That did not come until, I'm sorry, this was the 11th?
This was the 12th.
That did not come until the 13th.
Okay. Now, if we go down on your will say to page 8, there is a bullet that starts with, that's right, we had discussion about integrating the command, location of CP. What's CP?
Yeah, command post or integrated command center.
Right. So this is in reference to discussion about where to set up the command post if there is to be an integrated command, right?
Yes.
And you said there's some apparent momentum being gained with a new IC. What's the IC?
Instant Commander, Rob Bernier.
Okay. So nothing was agreed as of yet on the 12th, but you were sensing apparent momentum from the new commander who was Rob Bernier.
That's correct, sir.
And then if we go down further, I reviewed and signed off of our detailed ops plan by the end of this date and did the RCMP. All that was required was approval by OPS. What do you mean by that?
Well, we had given them the plan and we had hoped that they would approve it. Again, as supporters of the OPS, we weren't in a position to start actioning the plan without their approval.
Okay. So let's go to the 13th. The first bullet, we still did not have approval from Chief Slowly yet. In consult with OPP Senior Command, forge ahead with developing roles of Senior and Strategic Command and the absolute importance of these roles in support of the incident commanders. Could you explain that to us?
And that's one of the significant benefits of integrated command. So the way that we set it up, we had a seniors table, which is deputy commissioners and deputy chiefs with the Ottawa Police Service. We had our strategic command, which I then after we went to Kinetic, became a member of the strategic command with the RCP and the OPS. And then we add our incident commanders to 3 guys. So the whole goal there is to give them objectives, be a sounding board. We're able to effectively keep anything and everything political out of it. They are able to strictly focus on operations. We're able to give them feedback, report up, report down. They're never reporting and jumping over a rank. They're reporting to us, and we're updating the seniors table to ensure that they're aware of everything that's going on and the progress that we're making with their daily objectives.
Mm-hmm. So you were forging ahead at this time, even though there wasn't a final approval yet.
Our team remained incredibly optimistic throughout this, and in spite of the adversity that we faced at times. And I'd like to say this because I think it's important to be said. There was still amazing collaboration and support to get things done. Everybody in Ottawa, from the chief down, wanted this to be over. Mm-hmm. And we were with them in that way. So there was a lot of tremendous work, and we, at no time did we just do a full stop and say, well, until we get approval, there's nothing else we can do. There was tons more that we could do. So we never stopped from day one until I left there on the 27th or 28th, whatever it was, of February.
So by 3:50 that day, it appears as though your optimism was justified because you received a call from Incident Commander Bernier, who was accompanied by the Major Critical Incident Commander Springer. And then if we go down 2 bullets, sub-bullets, you see that, yes, the plan is approved, right?
Yes.
So he approved it as the incident commander was entitled to do. And then at 6:05 p.m. that day, if we go down further, you discussed the above with Deputy Chief Ferguson. She advised that she fully agreed with Bernier's authority to sign off, that we were good to go. Was that accurate?
It's accurate. I made that call because of concerns in all partner organizations but we don't have approval from the chief yet, which is what we have been expecting all along. So that call got made to Deputy Chief Ferguson, and following that call, I forged ahead, was completely confident we're going ahead, we're moving ahead.
So with both Bernier and Ferguson confirming the authority to sign off, was that sufficient for you on the 13th?
I accepted it and moved on, and I remember telling my boss, are we certain that the chief is on board? I'm good with it, I'm moving ahead. I've got a signed document in my hands, I'm moving forward.
Right. So there was optimism as of the 13th, but as we read on in your will say, it appears that on the 14th, the next day, there were still a few more issues to iron out. So I want to take you first to, so page 9, February 14th, the bullet that starts with key issues. Do you see? So scroll up. Yeah, that's right. Key issues dealt with through the day related to OPS need to have their lawyer approve the plan, which was understood based on everything they had been going through, however, was unusual in the context of a lawyer approving an operational plan. Now, we spoke about this a little bit, and during our interview, you clarify that perhaps approval was not the best term, and you said maybe review was a better word. Could you explain that, please?
Well, I challenged this a couple of times with some other people. Can you help me out here? Can you intervene? Can you give me some better context? And I know that Chris Rayom made a call to the lawyer And that's what came back. Well, no, I'm not approving the plan. I've been asked to review it before it's actioned. In my view, however, as much as approval may not be the right word to use, if a plan cannot be actioned before it's reviewed, then it's not approved.
Okay, so that's the first issue on the 14th.
Yes.
Another issue that you spoke about is if we go down the page, please. The bullet that starts with furthermore. Furthermore, it was determined throughout this date that Incident Commander Bernier was being pulled away continuously to brief his chief, and this was creating frustration within our planning group, especially as it related to the POU component. I tactfully addressed this concern with the OPS. How did you tactfully address it?
I just told him we need it. He is critical, absolutely critical to this operation. He is the key decision maker, a key incident commander, and he needs, his input is absolutely, unequivocally required, especially as we were looking at the POU plan, which was the crux of our plan to dismantle the protests. He was absolutely vital to his success and needed. So obviously, I was the person that often went to OPS to have discussions, but throughout my time there, I would get the feedback from the different planning components that we need access to this, we need access to this, can we make this happen? So I was the guy trying to work our way around any barriers that we were facing. And I know that the lead planners who had tremendous trust and confidence in just said, we need him. And he's being pulled away again. We need him back here ASAP. If we're gonna put this together, his input is critical. We can't spend hours and hours developing a tactical solution that the incident commander can't support.
So those are the first two issues. There was a third issue. If we go up the page, I want to take you to the bullet that starts with while it was established. There we have it. While it was established that all key commanders would be kept in the loop, it was learned that the mayor of Ottawa had engaged with the protesters and negotiated them to all move to Wellington Street, and that OPS made some decision on action. So, and then the next bullet says that Incident Commander Bernier briefed you at around just after 6 o'clock, that due to the mayor's decision, it was a good time to take positive action on those who stayed outside of Wellington. Now, in your interview with us, you describe this action plan as uncharacteristic of Bernier. Why did you say that?
It's just that he was well aware of the overarching plan that we had created for them that would systematically dismantle the protest zone. And to go back to the chunk by chunk dismantling would require additional resources, and he knew that. We challenged Bernier on the plan, but we brought the key members of the team into it, PLT, Intel, POU. They actually supported it. So it wasn't like, we don't want to do this. Okay, now we have a plan and we're going to pivot, so we need to adjust. So are we all on the same page as where we're going? And ultimately, it did not happen.
What did not happen? The action.
The action.
Right.
And I'm wrestling in my brain. I do believe it relates to a resource reliability from a POU perspective. So this is the tactical portion of our operations plan, the POU. So ultimately, it did not occur either, because it was, again, it was contrary to the plan, the systematic plan that had been proposed. But again, when we put the team together, POU said, yep, we think it's doable. If it can resource, PLT felt that they had exhausted all that they could do with this particular group. And Intel gave us nothing that would suggest that it would be ill-advised to do so. So it's like, okay, we're good to go. Now we have to start resourcing. And I do believe it ultimately came down to a resourcing issue why it did not occur.
Right. So it would appear that all of these issues on the 14th, the first day of the supposed integration, caused you sufficient concern that early the next morning, you spoke to the OPP Commissioner Carrick. Am I right?
Sure, which date?
Sorry?
The next date, you said?
The next day, yeah, February the 15th.
15th.
Let me show you a document that may help refresh your memory. OPP 401785 at page 28, please. So this appears to be a phone call that you made to Commissioner Carrick, where you raised some of these concerns and about the unified command, and you asked for his intervention. So if we go down the page, I'm looking for where it says, is this page 28? I'm looking for the reference where it says the elephant in the room.
So I reviewed those notes. I unfortunately, after retiring, my notes all went back to archives, and I just got them back yesterday.
So you remember reading that?
I remember reading this, but this is not in reference to a conversation with the commissioner. It might have been from an earlier conversation, but at that time, I was in a meeting with our broader group. I was called out for a conversation with the commissioner in relation to providing an update to the Ottawa Police Services Board. It was a brief call out from that meeting. I do, however, recall talking about my challenges.
Right.
You know, I have made statements through this that publicly we're integrated, but in reality, we're still missing a lot. So we're truly not integrated until we reach all of these points. We are still at times working in silos. So if an action is going to happen, if the broader group who's planning for resources to support it is not aware of it, it just makes it difficult to action any type of plan.
So you might have just anticipated my question, because I was going to ask you for the context where this conversation took place and to explain this statement that you apparently made to Commissioner Carrick. The elephant in the room is, can you read that to us?
Well, it's not my writing, so I equally,
okay, so
if my scribe wrote
we're on
this
equal
down.
grounds here. The elephant in
the room is everything we have
done
so far have been blocked by the OPS chief.
So these are notes that attribute things that you apparently said. Did you say this?
Conversations, yes. That, you know, we were in an intense planning meeting that morning because we got our approval the day before, like we're good to go. We were in a significant meeting when I got called. My phone started ringing and I did not answer it after multiple times. And finally I got the nod that, you know, the commissioner needs to speak with you ASAP. So I exit the meeting and I left my scribe at the meeting. And I went and had a separate meeting with the commissioner and 2 deputies. And it's in different notes. So when my scribe was with me, I took another notebook and I took my own notes. Okay. So there's other notes that overlap the exact same time here.
So in that context, you asked for his intervention.
Recall, because I knew that they had a relationship certainly much more significant than mine. I met Chief Slowly at a swearing in for his job and at a conference once, I believe, but I really didn't know him like the commissioner did. And I just thought, if you have any influence that you can talk with it so we can move things along, please do so. And again, it's based, in fairness to Chief Slowly, it is now based on how things have gone and what I'm being told that it's, you know, we're waiting for the chief on this, we're waiting for the chief on that, we have to wait for the chief on this. So I'm just asking, you know, if there's something we can do to intervene, please, let's do it so we can move this thing along. Everybody on the team had a goal to get out of Ottawa as quickly as we could, but doing so safely and efficiently with a plan that would end these protests.
Right. So that was the morning of the 15th. As we know, later that day, the former chief resigned. And in your interview with us, you said that the implementation of the February 13th plan moved more quickly after Chief Slowly's resignation. What did you mean by that? Moving more slowly, moving more quickly.
It was just that. he resigned, and it was like, let's go. Everybody from OPS, we're ready to go. And we just fully implemented everything that was in the plan.
Okay.
And there were still barriers. I mean, we still had our issues. I don't want to think that I don't want anybody to think that it was just Chief Slowly. We had issues right throughout the deployment in Ottawa that we wrestled to the ground. But, once that happened, for example, the meeting that I was called to go to with the board also got canceled. So that freed up my time to put focus where it needed to be.
Now, in my remaining time, I hope I have another, I believe I have another 15 minutes or so. So in my remaining time, I want to focus your attention.
A little over 17 minutes.
Oh, that's very good news indeed. Now we've been speaking about the February 13th plan, and that was the one that you and Lou and Bernie approved. And then, as I understand it, the Integrated Planning Group continued to work with the OPS to develop that plan until it was finalized on or around the 17th. Is that right?
Correct.
And between those dates, the 13th and the 17th, something happened on the 14th, which was the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Correct.
So I want to ask you now about, can you confirm whether the final plan of February the 17th contemplate the use of any powers or any measures made available under the Emergencies Act?
Yes, it did.
Sorry?
It did. It did incorporate.
And tell me about that.
Well, like every plan, one of the things that every operational plan considers is your people. Our people are our absolute most valuable asset that we have in the operational plan, and it's important that we have information and inform them of everything. So we ensured that our officers were aware of the piece of legislation that Parliament had given us and to use it to the best of our ability.
Now, during your interview with us in the summer, and I guess in September as well, you said the group had a lot of debate about the authorities that the Act provided, and so on. But did the police in Ottawa ended up needing the Emergencies Act to tow vehicles?
No.
Explain to us why not.
Well, if we didn't have the Emergencies Act, that would imply that we couldn't tow vehicles. We tow vehicles every day for different things. We have laws under the Highway Traffic Act. We have common law authorities that we use on a regular basis. So if a vehicle is used in the commission of an offense, it's evidence, or whatever the case may be, we have various authorities to seize and or remove or tow that vehicle. So we did not need the Emergencies Act. We had legislation under the province that also assisted us when it comes to towing and removing permits and CVORs and impounding vehicles. But again, we did not explicitly need those authorities to tow a vehicle.
Mm-hmm. And you also said that the police would have managed to put an end to the protests without the Emergencies Act. They would have done so within the timeline that the cell was contemplating before the federal government declared an emergency. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I think it just says what it says. Our operational plan, when we put it in place, we did not have those authorities. It did not suddenly turn us on our heels that we had to change a lot. We just added it to the plan. It helped. I'm not going to say that it was not useful. It certainly, it provided us with some authorities relating to toll, relating to perimeters, relating to preventing people from going into the red zone, et cetera. But we could have done that anyway.
So in your view, was the Emergencies Act necessary to end the protests in Ottawa?
Well, that's a loaded question. I'm a police officer. Parliament gives us legislation. We don't make legislation. They provide it to us, and we use it to the best of our abilities. They gave us a piece of legislation to use. We were thankful for it, and we used it to the best of our abilities to incorporate in our plan.
And in your view, was there a police solution to the demonstrations?
A police solution? Yes,
Policing solution?
there was a solution, and we reached that solution. We had some help with the EMCPA, the Emergency Management Civil Protection Act regulations that we have with the province, and the Emergencies Act, but in my humble opinion, we would have reached the same solution with the plan that we had without either of those pieces of legislation.
Within around the same timeline?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to tell the commissioner that I haven't yet asked you?
I don't think so, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, counsel for former Chief Slowly, please.
I'm Tom Curry.
Please speak you.
Chief Party, the events that you became involved in the first week of February, I think the 8th?
Yes, sir.
Unprecedented in your experience?
Absolutely one of a kind, sir.
And unforeseen by anyone in your command in the Northeast region at the time that the convoy protesters who came through the Northeast traveled through there. Is that fair?
No. I would say that in my role and my operations superintendent who prepared an ops plan, which was largely traffic-based, but in partnership with the municipal police services that the convoy went through, the end reports, what we were hearing, we kind of felt that Ottawa was kind of in for it.
Right. And in your command at that time, did the OPP have an opportunity for you to share your conclusions or what was going on in the Northeast as the convoy came along?
Well, all of that was reported up. There was a major incident commander overseeing it as it went through Northwest region into my region. PLT was engaged heavily with the protesters. They were traveling in vehicles. For example, they split at Highway 11 and 17. The weather in the north was terrible. The heavy trucks came down 17. The smaller vehicles we felt was safer. The weather was less severe because of the lake effect was superior. They went via Highway 11. So the convoy split there. Everything, I was not deeply involved. In fact, I was in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, arrived there 7:30, 8 p.m. at night for business the next day. Because at that stage, I had a team that looked after them and I trusted that I had a plan, the ops plan that the ops superintendent has signed off on, Intel led. I'm good to go. Just keep me informed if there's any difficulties. I was doing my regular business. I remember it distinctly because it took me 15 to 20 minutes to turn into my hotel because the convoy was coming through and with the steady stream of tractor trailers, so I couldn't get turned.
And so if I follow that, you were in the Sioux, your team is running the convoy, observing the convoy. Presumably you had squad cars, marked vehicles, unmarked vehicles.
Yes.
In the presence of the convoy as they came into and exited your region.
Yes, sir.
And passed along whatever intelligence could be gathered about the scale of the protest and those PLT interactions.
We did, but it didn't work that way, sir. This is a major event for the OPP even. So there's an incident commander in Aurelia. Everything is being fed up through logs with PLT. We're seeing it, but we're not having to report it because Aurelia is actually getting it.
Understood. So does Aurelia, two things. Thank you for that. Two things. Northeast region would never have, on that basis, been in contact with anybody at OPS at that stage.
No, sir.
What Northeast region does is feeds that intelligence into Aurelia, a central command, Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And then would it be, in your experience, would it be expected that if there was something to be gained from that intelligence that should be shared with a partner police service, here Ottawa,
Yes.
that it would be passed along to say something troublesome your way is coming?
Yes, but I mean, I didn't learn something troublesome is coming based on them coming through my region. I learned that from the briefings that we had.
Okay, got it. And are the briefings that you had, would we understand the same information that you had if we read the Hendon reports?
Generally, yes. I mean, and occasionally we participate in the calls just to get, and largely it was my ops superintendents that would be engaged in those meetings, briefing me. You know, it was widely felt that, you know, they're going to Ottawa for the long haul here. They're going in there just because of what they were looking to accomplish. We knew nobody was going to give in to those sorts of demands, like ending the health mandates for the country and shutting down government or having people from government removed. That was just not going to be accomplished. So
It made in your view, the PLT effort to engage protesters with that agenda, well, first of all, it was unsuccessful, wasn't it?
in what way, sir?
Well, the PLT didn't negotiate the departure of protesters until the moments before the public order plan, your plan was.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, got it. And at the time that they came through the Northeast region, your team would have been in touch presumably with the next region over, which I guess is this region, the East region.
East region, yes. I mean, in touch, again, we're one organization, so it's not like we're separate organizations here. It's pretty seamless.
Right.
The PLT, there'll be handoffs. These are people that work together. The intel, these are people that work together. So my point is, my region wouldn't continue on to here. It'd just be a handoff kind of to the next team, and my team go back to their regular business.
Understood. And you yourself personally had no contact with anyone in the Ottawa Police Service until the moment that you got a call from your deputy commissioner?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, OPS for a minute, it's obvious, isn't it, that they would not have had on their own, with their own resources, a policing solution. They needed help.
That's fair.
And they have, you've told us that you've been part of providing help to the OPS over the years, as has the RCMP.
Yes, sir.
And as have other municipal police services.
That's correct.
And you've worked with that group, you told us, on other occasions. And that would be the universe of pools of resources. Would that be right?
That's fair, yes.
Assuming that we're not going to go another step into military aid to civil power through the military, just sticking with police services, it's OPP, RCMP, municipal police services, and I suppose I should add the Parliamentary Protective Service.
Yes, sir.
And the resources that they needed were the subject of estimates provided by the OPS through communications from Chief Slowly to Commissioner Carrique and to Commissioner Lucky, among others. Did you ever see the spreadsheet of the resource request that had been made to Commissioner Carrique, for example?
I don't think I saw it before my arrival there. I know we discussed it because I distinctly recall it being broken down even down to civilian members and analysts,
right,
and e-crime analysts, and a whole myriad of resources. So I do recall seeing the list. We may have discussed it on that February 9th meeting. We discussed a lot of things in a short period of time. But yes, I was aware.
And the objective when a police service, and I appreciate it, it's unprecedented. So you have not seen previously a municipal police force that has been overwhelmed by protesters as this one was.
No, that's fair.
And so the main objective from the from the perspective now of an Ottawa Police Service would be to get the help it needs to restore order in the community.
Yes.
And I think you learned probably from your briefings and you observed firsthand that the situation was quite grave here in Ottawa during the time of that protest.
That's a fair statement.
There obviously residents were in distress, and the city was quite in its core quite paralyzed.
It was. I mean, I have friends in the downtown core that live in the downtown core and reported to me the devastating impact that it had on their ability just to sit and think in their own living room.
Right. And as to the police service, that when we speak about a service that is overwhelmed, the best they could do with their own resources was, I think I saw in one of your notes, was that they could maintain control of the perimeter.
Yes.
And they were not possessed of sufficient resources to mobilize any kind of operation.
Correct.
Now, when the circumstances are those circumstances, would you agree with me that the top priority for that police service is to get help?
Yes.
And to try to reach out to the policing partners, OPP, RCMP, the ones that we talked about, yes?
Yes.
And that, and to define, try the best you can to define the resources that you need.
Yes.
And you are in the, understandably, from the perspective of the Ottawa Police Service, they need to know what resources are available from other municipal services, OPP or RCMP, correct?
Yes.
Now, the resource demand here in Ottawa was matched by demands in other communities we know, including Windsor.
That's correct, sir.
And I don't know, it probably doesn't matter, but the Windsor blockade of the Ambassador Bridge arose following the convoy protest here in Ottawa.
It did.
To your knowledge, was the OPP able to prevent that blockade, or did it try to prevent that blockade?
I mean, I was briefed, obviously, that because it was going to impact our request here in Ottawa. I can't speak to the specifics of what was attempted prior to. Sorry.
Okay, that's all. No, that's fine. But once the blockade in Windsor was established, OPP resources were required there.
As well, yes.
And at an overlapping period here with respect to Ottawa. Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I can. Just as to resources and operations, you told us about a plan that was reviewed. It didn't go ahead, but a plan that was reviewed here in Ottawa by the OPS to go block by block through the protest, and you favored a one operation, start to finish, right?
Correct.
Am I right that as it was defined, at the time it was defined, that the OPS team had devised a block-by-block strategy because that reflected the resources that they had at that time? Does that make sense?
Yes, because that's exactly how it was portrayed in that February 9th. You know, take it chunk by chunk, understanding it will be resource intensive, but
right.
one section at a time. That's fair.
And resource demands, resource requests, I think you told us that you took action when you made a resource request against what you said, I think, was a concept of plan or a concept of strategy.
Concept of operations.
Concept of operations. That's a little less than a plan. Is that fair?
That's, you know all components of what you're bringing into your plan. And you've got your SMEs now off building those components, but now we know where we're going with that concept, with that skeleton. Our concept was much more detailed than the one that they provided us.
Right.
Because it did break it down in terms of the teams that we're going to need to fulfill these concepts.
Understood. They had a concept of plan.
Yes.
You had a more detailed one.
Correct.
They had a plan the integrated team brought a more detailed one.
Correct.
Now, a couple of quick things, if I can, then just about the turn to the plan for a second. Could I please show you a document? It's, Madam Registrar, OPS 10470, please. I think you've seen this, Chief Party. This is, I hope I've got it. Could you scroll down, please? There it is. So you're copied on this. So did you see the first email? It's from
Phil Liu.
Phil Liu, and I'm afraid I don't know his rank.
Superintendent.
Superintendent Liu, thank you. He writes to you and mainly to Deputy Chief Acting Ferguson. And do you see this? He says, find attached PowerPoint deck that outlines the plan we have been working on. Obviously, this plan originated with your plan, which we examined, bolstered, and strengthened. Fair?
Very fair, sir.
Okay. And that was your approach?
And this email is just to put proper context. In my evidence in chief, I mentioned we reached out to Trish Ferguson on that evening, and we followed up with the deck. This was the email attaching the slide deck to help her explain the plan to the chief.
Got it. Thank you. And just want to show you one other document just to see, please, could I, Madam Registrar, switch out to OPS, I think this one has 4 zeros, 9639. So this is 10th of February to the long list there. Mostly it's, this is your own service, and it looks like other services, other municipal services. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And the reline, if we could just scroll down, please. As a follow-up to our earlier call, many police agencies have expressed an ability to support Ottawa Police Service with frontline boots on the ground. Our integrated planning cell composed of are mobilizing resources and support. Could I please ask any agency which has officers you can deploy to support the plan to please respond to that OPP email address with the number you have available, when available, and for how long? You sent that?
Yes, sir, I did. And this email was what we call the Big 12, the Big 12 police agencies in Ontario, with a couple of additional ones that had stepped up, small agencies that have actually stepped up and were routinely supplying OPS with resources.
And you were able to send out that call for help for resource assistance on the 10th of February, prior to the finalization of your plan, after you had your concept.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, from a planning perspective, when you start thinking about your concept of operations and where you're needing to take it, you need to be thinking about how you're going to resource that plan. And we knew that no one organization in the province had the capacity to resource that plan. So it's like kind of putting the bug in everybody's ear as early as possible that we're coming, we need.
Indeed. And that, when you looked back at looked at what you were dealing with when you got to Ottawa, am I right that that's the kind of thing Chief Slowly had been trying to do up until that time?
It's fair. I mean, I hadn't watched closely. I know I saw some of the media repeated, ask for a resource. Absolutely, I saw that.
Got it. Thank you. Could I show the witness, please? OPP, I think 401389. Just get your help, if I could, Chief Party, with a couple of other things. This is a situation report. Maybe, can I see page 8? I'm certain that I might have the wrong number. If that's the case, I'll take this down. But could I see page 8, please?
Counselor, there are only 5 pages in this document.
I've got the wrong one. All right. I'm going to come back to it unless I'm whisked off the stage. Can I speak for a minute about what you told us about Chief Slowly? There, no doubt is there, Chief Party, that Chief Slowly had the hardest job in the country during the time he was the chief during this time.
I would agree, sir.
the city was under siege and the service was under siege.
Yes, sir.
Did you know anything at all when you got there about the circumstances of Chief Slowly's tenure as the chief of police?
No, sir.
Thank you. And any difficulties that he faced here in Ottawa, either with issues that arose because of his race or issues that arose because of his inability to lead the change that he had been asked to lead?
No, sir. I was not aware.
Clearly, he had, at the time that you observed it, a very difficult relationship with his command team.
It's fair.
And others
Yes.
below the senior command. You agree, you observed during the time that you were here, or maybe even before you got here, there were political issues that were raised about Ottawa Police Service's handling of this crisis.
Yes, sir.
Both at the Ministry of the Solicitor General with some controversies about what resources were here or not, right?
Yes.
And at the level of the federal government with political leaders making statements about what was going on in their city.
That's correct.
All of which added to the complexity and challenge here for him.
Absolutely.
Did you also, I take it towards the end of your time here, you became aware that the Police Services Board and the Municipal Council had expectations of Chief Slowly and the service that they would tell them that there was a plan and indeed be briefed upon it.
Yes.
And that's how you were asked to go, and you checked in with your commissioner to see if you should.
No, I actually just flat out denied and said I'm not going. And then I was asked in a follow-up from the commissioner, in light of the Borden report from G20,
right.
The board has certain roles and responsibilities, and he felt it would be appropriate for me to make a presentation to the board in light of those key responsibilities that the board has, which I understood. But again, that could only be done with Chief Slowly's approval.
Understood. And it's unusual in your experience to brief political actors on operations plans.
To the detail that we were seeing, absolutely. Very unusual.
And so a couple of other quick things, if I can. Were you aware that a member of Chief Slowly's service, the OPS, contacted Superintendent Morris about his attendance at the briefing?
No, sir.
Without telling Chief Slowly that he was going to do that? You didn't know anything about that?
No, sir.
Were you aware as to how the senior command had divided its responsibilities here for this event? And particularly, did you know that Deputy Chief Ferguson was responsible for the plan?
Yes, I knew. I mean, she was the person that I dealt with pretty much exclusively after I arrived in Ottawa in terms of when I had contentious issues or things to deal with or questions about getting the plan approval. It was Deputy Chief Ferguson. And
that Deputy Chief Bell was responsible for the intelligence lead?
I don't know if I was aware. I certainly learned that he was, but certainly not aware. I mean, I had met Deputy Chief Bell at that initial meeting, and until he became interim chief, I don't think I had two words with him.
Got it. Thank you. I think I've now, help from my colleague, Commissioner, I've got the number I was trying to show the witness. I think it's 3 zeros, Madam Reserve, 1839, please. Bear with me, Chief Party. If this is not it, okay, here we go. February 10th, just to orient you, these are minutes of an integrated planning cell meeting. You talked about it, I think, earlier. Just the attendees, am I correct, just stopping there, all of the attendees are from OPP, RCMP, or other non-OPS police services?
Correct.
And it was, just scroll down if we could, to page 2. And in a little bit further, if we could, please. Okay, just stop there for a second. One of the things that you were asked by my friend Mr. Au is whether thought had been given to taking over leading this and taking over from the police of jurisdiction. And I think you indicated that no, that was not the plan.
Well, I think for that to happen, there had to be a request from the chief, and the chief made it very clear that that wasn't going to happen.
Understood. There was some suggestion within the group on the 10th. You'll see from the RCMP to support the you'll read, just stop there. Thank you. We need to slowly come back. There is suggestion from the RCMP that maybe you should take over. And you'll see it says, and I've forgotten his rank, Tetro is.
So are we in the bottom here?
Yeah, OPS saves face on this. The OPS, in its own words, is on its knees. We remove OPS from this slowly over the course of 4 to 6 or 8 shift cycles. They're exhausted. They go back to work and police the rest of the city. We're going to build a police detachment, incident police by another police service within your city, same as a terrorist plane crash, and so on. Just then scroll down. You said the OPS is listening to their tactical advisors. This is brainstorming. RCMP, I'll use instead of the word Tetro, but presents a viable plan. Is that the only plan? No. Is it an option that should be given consideration? Absolutely. I won't go through the rest of it, but at this meeting, consideration was given to thinking about replacing OPS.
So I think context is very important here.
Sure.
And the context is here starts with they're on their knees. We witness officers burn out and just walking out of, getting up, walking out of meetings saying, I'm done. I can't take this anymore. They were burning out daily. We saw their senior executive, Chief Slowly. The stress was very evident on all of them. That perhaps if they focus their efforts on policing the city, we'll build a plan for the event. They're still going to be involved, but just remove them from the equation to allow them to build some strength. Because quite frankly, we saw the burnout, we saw the stress, we saw the anxiety throughout the whole event.
Is it fair to say that one of the things that may have eroded trust between the integrated planning cell team and Chief Slowly and maybe others was the idea that maybe there was a plan to replace OPS?
There was never, sir, a plan to replace OPS. And we never talked. We had lots of brainstorming sessions. You know, we'd start every meeting by saying, listen, we need everything on the table. You have an idea, let's consider it. There was nothing off limits.
Right, thank you. Page 8 of this document, please. This is just shifting gears for 1 second. Chief Party, help us if you could with the issue of Windsor. There's some references here to the demands on, just scroll down, I think, please. There we go. RCMP POU will get to Windsor tomorrow. OPP has to pivot. If Windsor is a priority, they have to pivot. Translation, or the point being made that Windsor is going to take resources away from, of course, from Ottawa.
Well, I think, again, context is everything. The support that I and my team receive never change in terms of we'll get what we need. Well, going back to my very first meeting with Ottawa Police, we were very clear that we're looking at this not just at the local level, we're at the provincial and the national level. And we have to keep our eyes on all that. What's happening in Coots could have an impact here. What's happening in Manitoba could have an impact here. So we, as a team, wanted to be alive to that. When the word pivot became very instrumental throughout the deployment. It was used a lot. We had to pivot daily on things because our plan needs to be able to pivot and adjust to to impacts to it. So when Windsor happened, we needlessly knew that, okay, we're not going to get all that is available because Windsor is going to need some.
Got it.
And Windsor, it became not the priority, it became a priority.
Understood.
In my view. Ottawa never changed in mind. I did not say, okay, I'm going to put my focus on Windsor. Thank you very much for letting me know about Windsor. Now let's get back to what our problem is here. Our focus still remained solely Ottawa.
Understood. Scroll down a little bit. Last bullet point on this, words attributed to you. There's a last point. RCMP advises 60 hotel rooms are available in Vanier, and that's on account of the fact that 60 POU members had to go to Windsor. You had the rooms, but you didn't have the personnel because of course, for the reasons you've given, Windsor required them.
Yep.
One thing I forgot to ask you when I talked for a moment about Chief Slowly and his circumstances, I think you told us that he was unable to attend one of the meetings. He had a different commitment. Am I right that that commitment was a risk threat assessment against him personally?
Yes, sir. He and his family, as I understood it to be, not just him, his family as well. I mean, uncalled for, but there was threats against him.
Right, and that was a death threat.
Yes, sir.
There were other death threats that came to your attention, municipal politicians, presumably,
yes.
Many others. Then could I just ask then finally the PLT. PLT, in your experience with PLT, there have had success, and they have been unable sometimes to bring protests to an end on their own without further police action.
Well, we have seen PLT used in a myriad of situations over the years. I'm a big fan of them nonetheless. I think it's obvious. We've seen them have complete success, but it depends. We use PLT in the OPP in our daily operations now. Right. In my region, for example, I had a PLT officer in every one of my detachments. Plus, I had a full-time component in addition to the designated PLT in every one of my detachments. They handle contentious issues right down to a protest as a neighbor dispute between two people and resolve lots. You know, resolution, if you're saying complete resolution, there's a massive process and PLT alone was able to resolve it, that's a fair statement that doesn't happen often, but they are an instrumental part of the solution to get a protest to a workable size that allows us to effectively dismantle it.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. This may be a good time for an afternoon break. I think it's, since we're going to go for certainly an hour or better. So I'll take a 15-minute break and we'll come back if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. We're back. Are you prepared to proceed? Sure. Okay. Next, I'd like to call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm representing the Ottawa Police Service. We heard earlier in your evidence that the reason the integrated planning cell was created was to assist OPS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you listed a few reasons that that was the case, but one of the ones that you listed was to restore the public's confidence in the police. Is that fair?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the loss of public confidence in OPS was related, at least in part, to the public's perception of inaction by OPS?
Yes.
And that perhaps residents felt like the unlawful behavior of protesters was going unchecked by OPS?
Yes.
In response to that, however, you are not a proponent of leading with enforcement. Is that fair?
No, it's not fair.
It's not fair, okay.
I'm a proponent to leading a measured approach, and if enforcement is a part of that, then absolutely. However, I think you're attributing that maybe to my comment that you're not going to arrest your way out of this. I could find 100 police leaders that would say the exact same thing.
Right, so I guess my point was that it's not the place you start. Is that fair?
It can be a part of. Strategic arrests are always a critical part of a lot of these types of operational plans. But that alone is not going to solve this problem.
Right, and your goal, I think you explained this earlier, the goal is to try to negotiate your way out prior to engaging in enforcement unless necessary.
The negotiation is a part of the plan. If you look at our plan in detail, there's a time when negotiations are no, and it calls for the next. There's always graduated steps of enforcement.
Right.
Running parallel to, not after, parallel to the negotiations and whatnot that are going on.
Fair enough. But because you are a proponent of that integrated model of negotiation and perhaps enforcement where necessary, you are a huge proponent, and I think you've mentioned this earlier, of the value of PLT. Is that fair?
Yes, they have proven their value over and over in major events over the years, and I would see no reason why we would not incorporate them in any type of operational plan of this nature.
And you were of the view at the time of your arrival in Ottawa that OPS was not providing a supportive environment for PLT.
That is correct. I mean, I should point out, I have knowledge about, obviously, OPS background. They wrote the book on this stuff. They do it well. It just wasn't happening.
Fair enough. And you, earlier in the commission hearings, we've heard about the national framework. I take it you're familiar with that.
I am.
And the national framework favors the use of PLT wherever possible to negotiate, correct?
Absolutely.
And so is it fair to say that the answer in response to the loss of public confidence wasn't necessarily to go in right away and start enforcing? Is that fair?
It could, again, be part of that measured response. It absolutely still could be part of a measured response where there's blatant offenses occurring to deal with them, absolutely. But there's no one solution to this. Go in and enforce your way out of it, not going to negotiate down the size of the footprint, absolutely a viable option, along with a measured approach on enforcement.
Fair enough. So you would say that at the very least, any level of enforcement that was happening or ought to happen needed to happen in tandem with PLT.
Yes.
And for that reason, obviously, the operational plan that ultimately was agreed upon with Superintendent Bernier as the event commander did involve the strategic deployment of PLT as part of that, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I believe you indicated in your witness statement that the integrated plan involved a vital PLT communication and negotiation plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that when you presented the cell's proposed plan to OPS, the key role of PLT was actually specifically stressed because the cell was concerned about the lack of buy-in at OPS in relation to the role of PLT. Is that fair?
It certainly wasn't being used. We were getting information that PLT were in a tent drinking coffee and not out engaging with protesters, trying to have an understanding their intentions, whether or not there was any room to negotiate to maybe move or leave the area. They were sitting in a tent drinking coffee.
So they weren't being deployed in a way that you felt was appropriate. Is that fair?
I think the standard would be, I mean, because you're putting this, that I felt this. This is a program that was in the OPP that was born out of the Upper Wash Inquiry, for example. And they have proven their weight in gold over the years in terms of the connection that they can make with and the trust that they can build with protesters or otherwise. So you can reach some common ground on some issues. If they can fix the issue or resolve the issue, that's a huge plus. But they have become a vital part. I mentioned in my cross with Mr. Slowey's counsel, we even use them now with neighbor disputes. Instead of them taking the hard hand of law enforcement laying charges on both sides, maybe we can negotiate a settlement here so that people can live in a little bit of harmony. And it works. It brings about better community safety.
And so I think part of what you're saying, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, is that in order for PLT to be effective, they have to have the autonomy to actually negotiate effectively. Is that fair?
They have the autonomy, but at the same time, they have to know the commander's intent. They have to understand what that autonomy means, what they're being given.
Right.
And in this case, early on, it is my view, based on everything that I heard, all the information that was provided to me, that they really did not have that direction nor autonomy.
Fair enough. And you were of the view, obviously, again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason PLT wasn't engaged in the way that you're describing in terms of its effectiveness was because that Chief Slowly didn't believe in the PLT program.
I think it went beyond maybe Chief Slowly, that others felt that it's time to get in there and do it. There's a lot of pressure on them to take action that is seen to be taken.
Fair.
PLT is action taken that nobody sees.
Right.
We
So in
see
terms
it.
of, you're talking about the optics of it.
The optics of it. And so I don't think it was just Chief Slowly. I know that in my meetings with the conversations with him, there was, he had mentioned, for example, that they didn't have this type of concept with the Toronto Police Service when he was there. And that so he was not overly familiar with it as we were. We were told that negotiations had simply failed.
Right. So it perhaps is not that he didn't believe in it. It may be that he didn't understand its
Oh,
utility.
he certainly still talked about it and understood where we're going with it, absolutely. But you know, it was our belief, because they were challenged by Superintendent Abrams in my meeting with them on the 9th of February about PLT, because we already had it directly from PLT that they don't have authorities, they don't have autonomy, they're not doing what they do. And we were told simply that, oh, they're used, but it's failed.
I'm sorry, who were they told that
I
by?
think that was Superintendent Patterson that said that at that meeting.
And so ultimately, when the integrated plan was agreed upon with Superintendent Bernier, and obviously with buy-in from others at OPS, there was an agreement that PLT played an important role in the dismantling of the convoy. Is that fair?
Well, I want to be careful, because that makes it sound like we negotiated what goes into a plan.
No, yes, fair.
What we're talking about, what we built is what I would consider in our policing world right now for major events and protests, standard practice, template practice in terms of the engagement. So there was agreement because it's what we do, and it works. They do provide that layer of assistance to get us to where we need to be when we take kinetic action.
Okay. I want to talk very briefly about the chain of command and have you assist those of us that don't work in policing to understand how the chain of command works. So you would agree with me that police services are paramilitary organizations, is that correct?
I wish.
You wish you agreed with me?
No, I wish they were. There was a time that we absolutely did say that we were, but I think police services have largely moved away from being able to characterize themselves. When I joined the job, we were paramilitary.
Would you agree with me there is a chain of command?
But there is a chain of command.
Yes, okay, so however you describe it.
That's the only similarity that
Okay.
I probably would agree with.
So
There's a chain of command.
There is a chain of command that one expects to follow, correct?
Yes.
Within a police service, so however that's described, there is a chain of command.
Yes.
And that chain of command requires that where an officer is directed or ordered by a senior officer to do something, they're required to follow the command.
That's correct.
And in fact, it is a misconduct offense under the Police Services Act not to follow a command.
A lawful order.
A lawful order, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, would you agree with me that it would be considered unprofessional to directly question the directions of one's superior in front of partner agencies?
That's a relationship thing. I mentioned earlier about my team. I had constables, civilians up to chief on my team, and they were given, I need your voice. So yeah, you have an opinion. I need you to tell me I'm wrong. So it depends on the environment and the expectations of the leader.
Fair enough. I want to talk a little bit about the integrated command. So when the integrated planning cell arrived in Ottawa, its first activities, and we've heard about this already, involved meetings with OPS to get a sense of where their plan stood. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the integrated planning cell brought with it a fairly significant amount of planning expertise.
Yes, it did.
And you indicated, with the exception of you, that these were experts in their field. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the goal of the integrated planning cell was to work with OPS to work towards a more robust overall plan.
Yes.
And we've heard throughout your testimony, and I'll use the word criticism, but perhaps you would describe it otherwise, but would it be fair to say that there's some level of criticism of the level of integration OPS was allowing with your team at this point in time when you arrived?
I think criticism is probably fair. I ran interference a lot on that very topic to actually, as I mentioned, at one point in time, publicly, it was announced we have integrated. Behind the scenes, I'm telling my folks, but we're not there yet. Integration means they're actually working with us. We're no longer in silos. We're actually talking about the direction that we're going in. And we had obstacles, but those obstacles were not just human.
Fair enough. And we do know, though, however, that Superintendent Bernier was appointed as event commander on February 11th.
Yes.
And although perhaps not the integration level that you would have liked, there was an integrated command table after he came in, correct?
It started.
It started.
The positive work started. And,
yes.
And that was born out of, I think the commissioners heard reference to the NCRCC down in Orleans, Ottawa Police Headquarters, we're at the NOC, we have command posts in various different places that add to the complexities of integration. Ideally, you want your key command positions to be integrated and also have access to one another.
And ultimately, that does happen, right? Superintendent Bernier moves his group over to where you are.
And as our team worked towards securing the right position, right location at the RCP headquarters that could house the type of integrated team, we're talking well into the 100 plus that would need it on operations day. For every component of the plan, we had to have a rep there.
Right, and that takes time, obviously, to assemble that number of people. And one of the things that Superintendent Bernier did when he was appointed as event commander was appoint a deputy event commander, is that right?
Correct.
And that deputy event commander was Inspector Springer?
Yes.
And he's from the OPP?
Yes. I think he's retired now.
A retired member of the OPP then, perhaps?
I think so.
And in part of that integrated team that was assembled and evolved, I guess is what you're saying, it was specialties from all different specialty units as well as members from a variety of different agencies, is that right?
Correct.
And you felt at this time, I think you indicated, that even with Superintendent Bernier and the integrated table in place at this time, that there was at least a perceived need for Chief Slowly to approve any kind of planning. Is that fair?
It was still that perception amongst everyone, right down to my bosses calling and asking me. But as he approved it, they understood that Bernier had approved it, but they asked if he had, and that was that follow-up call I had with Trish Ferguson, and I trusted her. And when she said you're good to go, we went. Right,
and. We talked a little bit throughout this commission hearing with various witnesses about this incident command system. We know that there's multiple iterations of it, but would you agree with me that irrespective of which version we're talking about, that the chief's requirement to sign off on an operational plan is inconsistent with that model? Is that fair?
Knowledge of, but inconsistent with approval, yes.
Correct. You indicated that your team met with Deputy Chief Ferguson on the 11th to present the plan that your team had created. Is that right?
We did that over phone, I believe.
Okay, so there was a meeting of some kind, yes. Right? And am I correct in saying that the plan involved the creation of a unified command?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, earlier in your testimony that Deputy Chief Ferguson was very supportive of that plan.
Very, very supportive, yes.
And you also indicated that Ferguson was your primary contact with the OPS at this time?
Yes.
And so would you agree with me that that support that she indicated on February 11th was generally consistent with the level of collaboration you saw from her during your interactions with her?
Yes.
In fact, in your witness statement, you referred to Deputy Chief Ferguson as a voice of reason. Is that right?
That's fair.
Okay. And you also indicated in your testimony earlier that by this time, all of the rank and file of OPS was working well with your team. Is that right?
Yes.
And on the same day of Chief Slowly's resignation, you would agree with me that Interim Chief Bell agreed with RCMP and OPP to implement a unified command. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, call upon the government of Canada.
Good afternoon. Check my time. You indicated in your, introduce myself, I'm sorry. My name's Donna Nygaard, I'm counsel for Canada. You indicated in your evidence in chief that police services, including the OPP, tow vehicles all the time. You have the authority to do that. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. You're talking about the authority to tow vehicles. That's something you have, and you didn't need the EA for that. But you don't, or you didn't, absent the EA, have the ability to compel tow truck drivers to assist with that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that the use of tow trucks, in particular heavy tow trucks, was instrumental to the plan to clear out the protest in Ottawa, correct?
Unequivocally.
And the integrated operation was not actually able to obtain the services of such tow trucks without the use of the EA, the Emergencies Act, in this situation, correct?
That's not entirely correct, no. So very early on, in fact, day one, we engaged with our OPP Traffic Services and Operational Support Command, Deputy DeMarco, her team that run all of our traffic programs. We had a gentleman by the name of Kirk Richardson. I believe he's a sergeant with the OPP. Everything tow is expertise, and he had the relationships with MTO. So they had been working tirelessly behind the scenes to build a plan, and I do know that they had some 34 rigs lined up. There were, however, some, I'm aware, that were reluctant because of some liability issues, and the Act gave that support.
Could I have document number ONT 50179, please? Now, you mentioned Kirk Richardson, that he's
Yes.
who was doing this, and he was doing the organization with the.
He was working directly with MTO.
Right. If we can just scroll down to the first email in the chain. So yeah, just so we can see the beginning. So this is an email on February 16th from the MTO, and there's a number of recipients, including Mr. Richardson, you can see there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can see in the first bullet point there, it says there were 13 heavy tow trucks requested and support equipment, 11 tow trucks confirmed so far from 3 towing companies, and they were working on securing more. So that was the situation at, I think if we scroll back up, at 1:19 on February 16th. And then if we continue to scroll up to the next email in the chain, I think at the bottom of the first page, we'll see the time of, so now we're at 5 in the evening that same day. And there's a follow-up email. And if we can just see there that it says in that first line, good afternoon, estimate below per day based on discussions with 2 towing companies. 3rd towing company has dropped out. We have total 10 trucks at this time. And then you'll see that he says, we need a letter from the OPP requesting these companies to provide services and stating that the federal act cover any damage to their equipment and indemnify them from damage or other claims resulting from vehicle towed upon a police direction. And then if we go up to the final email in the chain, you'll see that it says, hi, Veronica, I've told them that the letter will come tomorrow. They will be moving tonight based on my and Steve's commitment credibility. So would you agree with me that at the end of the day, MOT was actually only able to obtain 2 towing companies, and that those were only obtained if they were compelled under the Federal Emergencies Act.
Certainly, reading this, I would say that was my understanding going through that when I say tows, there's companies with multiple equipment. Was my understanding we had a significant number available, but there were holdouts that the Emergencies Act absolutely supported their engagement and to bring this to a successful conclusion.
But you'll agree with me that as far as heavy tows are concerned, this email chain makes pretty clear that they were only able to obtain these two.
Yes, I'm fully alive to the fact that there was significant issue with tows. Our friends from Ottawa Police, in one of their preliminary plans, were going to use police officers because they could not get access to tows. They were going to use police officers that had the ability to drive those types of vehicles to remove them. So I would agree it was a significant issue.
Yes, and that the solution to that issue when it came to the heavy tow trucks was using the Emergencies Act regulations.
Certainly assisted, yes.
Thank you. You've talked in a fair amount of detail this afternoon about the importance and the role of the PLTs in
Yes.
in the work they do, particularly to shrink the footprint of a protest before enforcement action is taken. And I take it based on what you've said, you'll agree with me that that was a very important part of your plan here.
Yes.
And in fact, I think you said that if you had to go in without shrinking the footprint, you would have needed 10,000 officers to deal with everyone who was there.
Just means putting hands on everybody that's in there and 2 officers per, and just to do the math, you'd need a lot more officers, yes.
And if you can't shrink the footprint, not only do you need a lot more officers, but it takes more time to
Yes.
control the situation.
It's fair, yes.
And also that there's more risk of violence or injuries when you've got a bigger crowd to control.
There's always risks. I mean, we assess those risks on a day by day, then on operations hour by hour, minute by minute. You know, when PLT is engaged, they're really good at reporting back to us whether or not they believe they've reached their limit. And in our plan, our measured approach, it's PLT that gives us that final now, what's the status? Do you have any more room to move? No, okay, they're out. We go in with positive action.
But the bigger the activity that you're trying to deal with, the more possibility there is for volatility,
Yes,
and therefore the greater chance of violence and injuries.
yes. Although I think it's important when I hear the words violence and injuries, that was a key aspect of our plan, of this integrated plan.
Yes,
To ensure that we, from start to finish, the systematic dismantling of the process is done with everything in our power to minimize injury to anybody, and we succeeded in that.
absolutely. And you did succeed, and an important part of that was the ability of the PLTs to shrink the footprint significantly
Again,
before you
it was,
moved in.
yes, it was a good part of it.
And the BLT's ability to do that job is dependent on how persuasive they can be in convincing people to leave.
They're negotiators. You know, their role is to ensure that the protesters or those that are inside that perimeter are aware of the law, the expectations, around lawful protests. And then when they go to the point that it's no longer lawful, now you're committing criminal offenses, to inform them, negotiate. It's about building trust. Sometimes they make concessions and they're willing to do things. We have to give them the leeway to make some concessions if necessary. But if this all happens with the commanders being fully aware of what's going on with PLT, what their mandate, what autonomy they've been given, what authorities they've been given.
Yes, and one of the tools that the PLT has to convince protesters to leave is educating them on the consequences if they don't leave.
Absolutely, yes.
And presumably, the more significant those consequences, the more persuasive the PLT can be in convincing people to leave.
Yes, possibly, yes.
And in this case, when this plan was actioned and the PLTs went in to do their work to try and shrink the footprints, one of the tools that was used was a pamphlet that was handed out, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And perhaps I can just if I can pull up OPP 401852, this is the integrated phased approached plan from February. This particular version is dated February 18th, but I understand this is just an update of the plan that was in place for at least since the 13th,
Yes.
and it was going through various iterations. And if we can go to page 5, please. It's probably actually page 6 of the document. It's page 5 on the page numbers. Yes, down towards the bottom of the page, up a little bit. Just under the bolding there, this talks about the pamphlet that was being, or it was a media release provided, but as I understand it, there was also pamphlets handed out that stated the same thing. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And so there's various information that was being provided to the protesters to try and convince them to leave by the PLTs, and it's listed here. First, it mentions criminal code offenses, and if we can go to the next page. It then names a couple of consequences that, as I understand it, come out of the Ontario emergency legislation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those consequences, in particular, the driver's license suspension and the commercial vehicle operator's registration suspension, those would only be applicable against people from Ontario, correct?
No.
So the Ontario legislation allowed you to cancel suspend the driver's license of?
They seized, if that was a vehicle from out of province, plates were removed, the stickers were removed, and we would seize. And then we have those agreements with other provinces. But yes, it was my understanding on Enforcement Day, that's exactly how it was used.
So your understanding is that the Ontario legislation allowed
They're in the
you
province
to-
of,
Just let me finish the question. Allowed you to suspend the driver's license of someone from British Columbia?
who was sitting here in British Columbia. Yes, that is my understanding.
If we go down, the following bullets are all, except for the last one, measures under the federal emergency legislation,
That's
correct?
Correct.
So the personal business accounts, personal or business accounts, the bringing the minor into, the fines for bringing minors into the area, and traveling to an unlawful protest site, or delivering fuel and other supplies. Those were all under the federal legislation, correct? And you'll agree with me that the addition of those bullet points provided more persuasive fodder for the PLTs to convince individuals to leave.
Any piece of legislation that we were given, we used to the extent that we could possibly use it. Absolutely did support it.
And as a result of those additional tools, the PLT would have been able to convince more people to leave than they otherwise may have been able to do.
Well, I don't have any metrics for their success, but the more that you can give them, absolutely.
And so that allowed you to have a smaller footprint that you were dealing with, and perhaps allowed you to get to that smaller footprint faster.
Possibly.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the JCCF Democracy Fund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Commissioner, the
Can you speak up or turn up the sound of it? Yeah.
yes, Mr. Commissioner, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel for the Government of Canada just brought up a document and showed it to the witness, and it was about tow trucks. It's against the rules, but I'm wondering if you would grant me leave to show this witness a single document which we haven't provided notice for, but which may assist him and which may assist the Commission in understanding how many tow trucks may have been available.
Well, I'm not sure mechanically how we can do this.
A few questions arising of that. One is, it is a document that exists in the party database?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are you able to provide the document ID number?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Commissioner, obviously within your discretion, but no, the parties nor Commission Council haven't had an opportunity to review the document and see what it is. I'm not sure what it is, but one of the things that we can do is once we know the numbers, have an opportunity to look and see what it is.
And for what it's worth, Commissioner, I was going to ask for leave to introduce probably the very same document.
Okay. Well, is there any objection? Obviously, if the OPP seems to have no problem with it, I think it should just go ahead. If you can give the number so that we can then get it before the commission.
Commissioner, can I just,
Yes.
my only comment would be if it's in relation to the questions I was asking, and because I wasn't given notice that it was going to be put to the witness, it may raise an additional question for me. I suspect I know what document it is, but I'm not entirely sure until I see it, obviously.
Well, if you want to follow up on it, you can ask at the time, and obviously I have discretion to allow that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The document is OPP 401585. Can we just go down to the third page, the top of the third page, please? So here you can see an email, and can you just actually scroll up a little bit so we can see who the email is from? So this is an email from Rose DeMarco. Do you know her?
Yes, she is a Deputy Commissioner of Traffic Services and Operational Support with the OPP.
And it looks like this this email is being sent to somebody at the Solicitor General's office as well as the OPP Commissioner.
Yes.
And if we just scroll down a little bit, she says there are a total of 64 heavy tow companies in the province of Ontario. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think this is what you were referring to before. She says companies who would provide service, 7, with 34 total heavy tow units.
Yes.
And if we just look down 2 lines, she says 10 companies waiting for callback from the 57 in total.
Yes.
Now, the document that we just saw from the Government of Canada was, I believe, dated February 17th, 2022. So that's some 4 days after this document.
Correct.
And it looks like perhaps in that time, the number of tow companies who are willing to provide trucks or the number of trucks that they can provide decreases.
It appears, yes.
And it could be the case, could it not, that the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which happened in between these 2 events, actually caused tow truck drivers or tow truck companies to become more reluctant to provide their services or to put conditions upon their services, such as indemnification for damages?
It is possible, but I personally don't believe that, sir. There was a reluctance very, very early with tow companies to be engaged. As I mentioned, the OPS on February 9th were unable to get any tow companies to engage to the point that they were going to use their own people. And I do believe there's even reference to getting the military to come in and tow some vehicles for them if needed. So while it may have had an impact, I think it was an issue. And I think that issue was connected broadly to the broader issue that we were dealing with in the public domain, namely the pandemic, this massive protests, and the unwillingness of some agencies to simply be engaged.
Well, it was an issue on February the 9th, as you say. And it was still an issue on February the 13th, but there were some trucks there. There were some 34 trucks. Can you think of anything material that changed between the 13th and the 17th, other than the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which would cause fewer companies to agree to the OPP using their trucks or to providing services to the OPP?
I think the key comment that I think is appropriate for me on the tow issue is that we knew it was a contentious, our team knew it to be a contentious issue from the very start of our deployment. I was fortunate to have a team that I could just say, can you deal with this? And Kurt Richardson, MTO, and the folks in that email, right up to Deputy Commissioner DeMarco, took that off our plate. So they might be in a better position to answer that question. I simply asked for a tow plan, and can you give me people that have the capability to develop that plan? And I got a plan, and it worked.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me change topics here for just a moment. We heard from your OPP colleague, Superintendent Patrick Morris, not long ago that he thought some of what the media was reporting was problematic. Did you hear that evidence?
I did not hear his evidence, and I think I listened in on about 10 minutes of it as I was arrived in Ontario, looking to do some of my own prep, so I didn't spend a lot of time.
Are you aware that he testified that he read accounts of, for example, Russia being involved in the protests, and he found that to be problematic?
I think I may have read that somewhere, yes.
In your evidence today, you adopted a will say, and in that will say, you stated the media was not portraying what was on the ground. Can you tell us what your concerns were?
Well, it's just the things that were happening, and this protest group were incredibly well organized, in my opinion, and the narrative about what was happening in Ottawa was being controlled, or was one-sided. And
sorry, go ahead.
No, and that's the basis for that comment, because there was a lot of good things happening. You know, there's things that were going on within the protest group. We heard about the bouncy castles and the prayer meetings in the mornings, but we didn't hear publicly about threats to people inside the perimeter who wanted to leave and they didn't want them to leave. We didn't hear about that publicly. Things of that nature, as just but one small example of the narrative that was out there about, this is a family event, bring your kids, there's a bouncy castle, we can have fun. Yet there were people within that red zone that wanted to leave and felt threatened and couldn't leave.
And you didn't think that was being accurately conveyed by the media?
It was not being conveyed at all, in my opinion.
What about something like what Patrick Morris testified to, that the protesters were being portrayed as extremists, and he found that to be problematic? Did you find that to be problematic as well?
I do, because I've been involved in the events in the past, from OAS summits to some of the G events, where we had a lot of extremist views. There was fringes of it with the two groups, I believe, that were around Nicholas and Waller and Rideau Sussex, maybe, were of concern, but they were not a major concern. But there's always that risk of escalation that you see from those extremist groups. It was the profile of the protester for this event was none like I've ever seen in my 36-year career. We had everything from grandparents. My first day in this assignment, I was shown a picture of two officers that had worked for me in the past, who were retired, who were in the crowd with the protesters. We saw children. We saw a lot of crestfallen police officers in the crowd, military, nurses. So it wasn't your normal group of people that you're dealing with. So I guess that's the point. Was there still concerns from our perspective on extremism? Absolutely, but we relied on and trusted the intelligence as it came in on that regard.
Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, call on the City of Ottawa, please.
Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent. My name is Anne Tardif, and I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If I could turn up, or ask to be turned up, OPP 401792. And sir, these are your notes. I don't know if you have a hard copy there that you'd prefer to refer to, but otherwise it'll go up on the screen.
I'll wait for the screen, sure.
And could I ask that you turn to page 3, please, of the document? Now, this is just to show you the date at the top, sir, the 8th of February, 2022. And if we could scroll down to about the middle of page 4. A little bit lower. There we go. Now, do you see there's an arrow there that has the word "from federal government" at the end of it? And I'm going to ask you if you could help me out with your handwriting for the first part of it.
Yeah, you may have to help me with my handwriting, sorry.
Do you see it there? There's an arrow about just below the middle line of the
Yes.
page. What did you write there?
Daily siege from federal government.
Daily siege from federal government.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that,
Just
sir?
pressure.
Pressure. And was this pressure that was being placed upon the Ottawa Police Service?
The police service, the community to get this resolved.
On Ottawa as a whole to get this resolved,
Yes.
basically. And was this siege being applied just, privately in calls to the chief or to city officials, or was this occurring publicly?
Well, and this is notes that I took on being briefed on my assignment.
Okay.
It might be better from those who gave me that, but that was my sense from the briefing that there was pressure around like this, we got to get this fixed.
And can you just help us out? Who provided this briefing?
It was jointly provided by Commissioner Creek, Deputy Commissioner Harkins, Mike McDonnell at Injex as related to POU, and Craig Abrams, who was on Video Link, gave us the overview of the state that was up to that point.
Thank you. So we can ask them about this. And I take it they were relaying this to you in your briefing because that meant that that was impacting the response in Ottawa, making things more difficult, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
If we could turn now to page 12 of the document, please. Okay, and if you could scroll to the bottom of the page, Madam Clerk. Now, we can go back if you need me to, sir. We're on February 9th at this point. If you could stop there, Madam Clerk. Do you want me to go backwards to see the date, or you're all right? Okay, let me know if you do want me to. Do you see the entry there, 10:34
Yes.
on February 9th? And it says TC, which I take it as telephone call?
Yes.
From Deputy Harkins, is that right?
Yes.
And he's the Deputy Commissioner for Field Operations at the
That's
OPP?
correct.
It says, need to be looking at this more broadly, and there's an asterisk, Ambassador Bridge shut down.
Yes.
We could scroll to the next page, please. 402, that's the highway, right?
Yes.
Shut down both directions, 40 kilometers from the border by farm tractors.
Yes.
Economic impact equals $350 million per day, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And then it says Big Auto, and there's an arrow, 24 hours, and they shut down factories. Is that right?
To shut down factories.
Shut down factories. Okay. And this is being reported to you by Deputy Commissioner Harkins.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next, I'll skip over the next asterisk only because I think that may relate to Toronto. Is that right?
That's regarding the GTA dump for waste would be impacted of where it could go.
Because of the closure of the 402.
Yes.
Okay, so this is an impact on the Toronto garbage dump arising from the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor.
Oh, not the Ambassador, because it's Lambton County, and I'm sorry, my geography for Western Ontario is a little off.
Okay,
It may have been as a result of 402,
I see.
which is separate from.
Understood. And then it says, planning to block access to impact Toronto. That's what you just told us. And then the final little note here, it says request to determine what and what's that next word?
Current resource deployment is to the city of Ottawa.
Okay, perfect. And then if we turn over the page to page 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, And so now we're at February 10th, and I'm actually, if you could just go up to page 23, Madam Clerk, we'll just see the beginning of this. Do you see it down a bit. Do you see it 9:21?
Yes.
So this is again a telephone call with Deputy Harkins, and it says I guess you and the deputy were joined later by Commissioner Creek. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is on February 10th.
Yes.
And before we get into this, I just want to back up a little bit. So we talked about the call just the day prior on February 9th, where you're alerted to the situation in Windsor, and asked about the current resource deployment to the city of Ottawa. And February 9th is the same day that you had I'm going to call it the meeting at Elgin Street headquarters of the Integrated Planning Group with OPS Command. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And coming out of that, you mentioned earlier in your testimony, there was an ask for staffing, and I think you said the number was 516.
Correct.
Right, and that was a maintenance ask.
Yes.
So in other words, that's the number of officers OPS needed from OPP just to maintain the current posture and traffic points, right?
Yes. As I said earlier, though, there was some math problem with it. Ultimately, that number you divide 516 by 3, I think it's 174 or 178 or something like that, because they had been employing a 3-shift model. And as we talked it through, it was like, oh, we forgot to tell you, we actually, with the support of the Ottawa Police Association, they had reverted back to the 2-shift model, which would allow you to spread. There are inherent benefits with the 3-shift model, but with my organization coming in, it certainly would be a benefit beyond the same type of rotation, which they did. The RCMP, however, remained on a 3-shift model.
Okay, so I don't think we need to get quite to the level of specificity of numbers, but if I understand it, the maintenance ask on 3 shifts was 516, that's correct?
On 3 shifts.
On 3 shifts. And if you drop it to 2 shifts, which you said you were able to do, then it's probably closer to 300. Is that about right?
I would put it in the range of 350.
Okay, 350. In other words, it's about a third less.
Yeah, it's a third less.
Okay, whatever that number amounts to, fair enough. So that's the number that comes out for maintenance of the February 9th planning meeting. But of course, the OPS was also looking for additional POU supports for their enforcement action, correct?
Absolutely.
And the decision of the OPP coming out of that planning meeting was, we will meet your maintenance ask, we'll supply what turned out to be approximately 350 officers to maintain the current posture, but at this time, we're not going to move forward with the POU ask for the reasons you've already explained relating to the planned, et cetera.
Yeah, no, that's not accurate.
That's not accurate, my
No,
apologies.
we continue to deploy POU, to make plans for POU. We had, there was obviously a plan in Windsor at the Ambassador Bridge for action down there, but that did not slow us down. We knew that it was going to, of course it was going to impact, because we're drawing from the same pool.
Sure.
But it did not stop. We just realized at that stage that, because if I'm not mistaken, Darwin Tetro in that same meeting said, we need that 800. That's about all that we have in the province of Ontario. Suddenly we have to pivot. We're not going to get all we have in the province of Ontario because they're going to be used and they're going to be needed down in Windsor. Then we started our outreach to Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, and the province of Quebec.
Okay, well, in fairness, do you let me show you where I thought I saw that information, and you can perhaps correct me if I'm wrong. Can we go to page 19, please, of this document? Okay, and actually, just scroll up a little bit, please, Madam Clerk, the following page. So there's that 516 number, right? 3 shifts as documented by OPS, 516, that's the maintenance number, and we've explained that they went down to 2 shifts, so it ends up being more like 350, correct?
Yep.
And now let's scroll down, Madam Clerk. Now, I see a number of POU requests here, and if we keep scrolling down, okay, stop there. You'll see the lowest POU you get, POU by this stage, 55 plus 600. So that was their POU ask coming out of the planning meeting on the 9th, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And can we scroll down a little bit more, Madam Clerk, please? And then, whoa, stop there. And then you'll see where it says 1635. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says briefed team. These are your notes, right, sir?
Yes.
And then it says, will staff to the maintenance plan, which has roles and responsibilities built in, continue to build our plan, right? So that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, and that's accurate, but.
Okay.
But when we talk about that in our plan and we continue to bill, we're asking as we need. You know, we add people, we were not taking action. We were not in a position. We
Right.
needed 800.
And that's what I meant earlier. For the
So
reasons you've discussed, the
Yeah.
plan's not there. Right now, you're staffing to the maintenance ask because that's what
Yeah.
you think is needed in Ottawa right then.
And our ask will immediately go out for others now. We want others to join in. We need the SQ, we need Vancouver, we need Calgary and Edmonton to join the team because we need this number. And then the logistics around arranging all that, getting the approvals, the supports for them to be deployed were occurring.
And I understand that, but at this point, the immediate decision is to staff to the maintenance plan. Can we agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back to page 24, please, Madam Clerk. We're going to move ahead to February 10th. And we'll scroll up to up to the following page, sorry, 9:21. This is where we were. Telephone call with Deputy Harkins, joined later by Commissioner Creek. We'll scroll down to page 24. And if I could stop you, Madam Clerk, at the CC. Do you see that there? That's Commissioner Creek, I'm assuming, since he joined the call later.
I think so.
Okay. And it says, provincial priority has changed due to ongoing, and you'll have to help me with the next word.
Issue in Windsor.
Issue, thank you, due to ongoing issue in Windsor, both from, I think that's Intel and impact assessment.
Yes.
Okay. It is now our priority, it being Windsor,
Yeah.
while continuing to support the RCMP/OPS in Ottawa. We may not be in position to supply Ottawa with all they need at this juncture.
Correct.
Right, and that's what Commissioner Creek told you on the morning of February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Just to put us in time, that's the Thursday, right, before the weekend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that the maintenance ask, the approximately 350 officers, was actually only fulfilled on the morning of Saturday, February 12th. Is that accurate?
You know, I'd need a lot of information in front of me to be very specific in terms of when we finally did it. We certainly made the ask. And
Yeah, and no one's suggesting otherwise. So
Yeah.
I can pull up a document. It's not a problem.
no, if you say it was reported that it took till then to do it, I believe that.
Okay.
It was a struggle. A lot of people did not want to be deployed to Ottawa,
A lot of people did. I missed the last part.
did not want to be deployed there.
To Ottawa.
Yes. Because, you know, you want people to want to be there, but it was a struggle.
Right. So and the circumstances you're describing, Windsor and the reasons you've just described, that explains why the ask being made took, from February 9th to February 12th to be fulfilled by the OPP.
Yes.
Right.
And when you say OPP, and OPP and partner agencies,
Of course.
I just happened to be OPP here, okay? We're there with an integration with multiple agencies. We're all in it together.
I understand. Let me be fair to you. It took 3 days for OPP together with all of its partner agencies to fulfill the maintenance ask by OPS.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chief Party. My name is Bathsheba Vandenberg, and I'm counsel representing Freedom Corp and protesters. I have a few questions for you this afternoon. I'd like to ask you about the February 9th plan referred to earlier today. It contemplated building a public order unit plan, is that right?
Yes. Oh,
And-
sorry. The February 9th plan that the Ottawa Police presented to us?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was the first operation of that February 9th plan to clear Rideau, Sussex on Thursday, February the 10th at 6 a.m.?
It was going to be 4 a.m. with a possibility of being moved up to 11 p.m. on that date that they were telling us.
Okay. And was it Event Commander Patterson who wanted to deploy POUs as part of executing that plan?
Well, we didn't get into the weeds in terms of the numbers, but POU was part of the plan that they were going to execute, and an incident commander had been assigned on that plan.
Thank you. And yesterday, Superintendent Abrams testified that the police liaison teams, PLTs, were not involved in the planning process. And he suspected that Event Commander Patterson did not communicate this plan to the PLTs. Is that right?
Yes, that's fair.
Were you aware that at the same time as the integrated cell planning, what you call the group, that the PLTs were negotiating a plan with some of the protesters to start moving trucks on February 10th from the Rideau-Sussex intersection?
I don't have independent recollection right now. And there's so much that was going on. It's possible, yes.
Was the February 9th plan abandoned because there were not enough POUs?
Well, what happened, myself and Phil Liu, prior to leaving Ottawa headquarters, met with Acting Superintendent Burnett. We both knew him, and Phil had worked closely with him in the years prior. We stopped by to say hello as we were leaving the building, aware that he was being assigned the task. We didn't get into the details of it, other than he told us that he had some legal concerns that he was seeking advice on, and that from there he was going to be consulting with his POU experts.
Okay.
He consulted, and at 18:20 that day, we learned that they did consult with the broader group, and they didn't find it to be tactically sound and decided to defer.
And that was on February 10th?
I learned that on February 10th, yes.
Because notwithstanding what was...
No, sorry. I learned that on February 9th that it was shut down.
Just discussed now on February 10th, we learned that the Commissioner Carrick mentioned to you that there was a lack of availability of POU resources. And also, did RCMP Sergeant Tethreau also tell you this, that there was a lack of POU resources?
Well, we knew that, POU was going to be stretched in the province at the capacity that we had.
Are you aware that the RCMP put a freeze for 72 hours from February 10th to 13th on any POU intervention?
I need to know some greater context. I'm not sure where that's from. I don't recall it, but I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Earlier today, the mission statement of the February 13th plan was put to you, and it included a reference to the utmost respect to the individual Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Is that right?
Yes.
And part of that February 13th plan to contain a main action plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that the mission statement provides strategic direction to operations. Is that
Yes.
correct? And that the objective of the main action plan was to de-escalate and negotiate a peaceful resolution and demobilization of the Ottawa truck demonstration. Is that right? On February 14th, you continued to work on developing the February 13th plan with a group of POU SMEs. Is that correct?
Correct.
The February 17th plan referred to in your testimony, officially titled Integrated Public Order Unit Concept of Operations, is also referred to as POU Tactical Plan or Action Plan, correct?
Yes, it's a sub-plan of the master plan.
Right. And the objective of that February 17th action plan was to systematically clear and take down the protests, right?
Correct.
I put it to you that the mission of the February 17th action plan was to ensure the removal of the protesters in the area of the blockades in relation to the Freedom Convoy 2022. This will be achieved by securing, isolating, and evacuating persons within the designated blockade zones to ensure the safe detention and arrests of any participants taken into custody, ensure public and police safety. You agree that there is no reference to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in the February 17th action plan?
The mission has it. That's normally where it's contained, but what you read there, no.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, and thank you for your 36 years of service.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could now call on the government of Saskatchewan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, my name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I'm just going to have a few questions for you today. Would you agree with me that the OPP, the RCMP, and the OPS did not need the Federal Emergencies Act to be invoked to set up an integrated command structure?
For the purposes of setting up an integrated command structure, no. We've done that in every major event that we've had with OPS in the past.
And I gather you'd agree that those same police forces didn't need the Federal Emergencies Act to be invoked to come up with an operational plan for removing the occupation in Ottawa, correct?
I would agree with that.
And you signed off on the operational plan that was ultimately used on February 12th on behalf of the OPP, correct?
That was a version. There were multiple versions, but that was a version, yes.
Okay. And I understand the RCMP approved that same version of the plan on February 12th as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think we've heard that the OPS approved that same version of the plan on February 13th, correct?
Correct.
And when you signed off on that plan, you were confident that it could be implemented to end the occupation, correct?
Yes.
And the February 13th plan did not contemplate any powers under the Federal Emergencies Act, correct?
Not at that time, no.
And as commander of the Integrated Planning Cell, if you had thought that such powers were needed, you would have told someone, correct?
Well, we certainly felt that we had what we needed to develop a plan to dismantle the protests with what we had.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the Government of Alberta.
Good afternoon. My name is Mandy England, and I'm asking some questions today on behalf of the Government of Alberta. Sir, you mentioned in your response to Council for the Government of Canada that some tow truck operators were reluctant due to liability issues to engage in the towing, and so the Emergencies Act was helpful in that respect. Was that correct?
That's correct.
And so would it be fair to say that there were tow truck drivers who were willing to do it? They would not have needed to be compelled to do it, but they just wanted that additional reassurance about liability?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. Isn't it true that there are also provisions under the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act that protect individuals who are acting in good faith and performing an order under that act from an action against them for liability in performing that duty?
I do believe so, yes.
And is it true that there's provisions under that act that provide a way for anyone whose property is damaged where an order under the act is being carried out to seek compensation from the province itself rather than from an individual like a tow truck operator who's carrying out the order?
Well, I'll be honest, now you're getting into weeds of it that I'd have to say I need to look at it to see what it
Fair
provided,
enough.
but I was looking at it and I focused mostly on the enforcement powers that it gave us.
If what I had just said was true, that there was a mechanism for that individual to have sought compensation, would you agree that between those two items, that if there was an order under the Ontario Act authorizing the tow truck drivers to provide those towing services, that those operators would be protected in the same way by the Ontario Act?
I'm not sure, because I know we had some difficulties with our earlier planning where we had a robust toll plan in place and it all fell apart because of the indemnity issue and the length of time for that indemnity, that the operators just felt that given the nature of the protests, the fear of reprisal, that they needed an extended period of an indemnity that we just couldn't provide. So
Okay.
I left the tow issue to our tow experts, But I'd have to look at the legislation and maybe even consult a lawyer looking at the legislation as to how far and how deep the indemnity of either the EMCPA or the EA provided.
That's fair. If the provisions were the same or substantially similar, though, would you agree that the Ontario legislation would have been equally helpful then in providing the assurances to tow truck operators?
If you're telling me that, then I would say it would be.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the OPP have any re-examination?
Excuse me.
Or
any examination?
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Commissioner. I believe before we get to the party for the witnesses, the Ottawa Coalition did have 5 minutes, and the party for the witness usually gets to go last.
I am sorry, I must have skipped them. I apologize. Mr. Champ, you have 5 minutes, and I'll even give you 6 if you need it, given my error.
I'll be 4. Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent. Thank you for joining us. My name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses.
Yes.
Just a few questions for you, Chief Superintendent. I've represented police officers for many years, for about 20 years, and it's been my experience that there's a lot of very strong personalities in policing. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
Strong characters, strong leaders, and sometimes those personalities can conflict.
Yes.
And similarly, when you have these strong personalities in leadership positions, it can be kind of difficult for them to give up leadership or maybe admit they're wrong or seek assistance. Is that fair to say?
Yes and no. Sometimes it's a failure of leadership for not doing it, not asking for help.
That's fair. Where I was going to go at, wanted to ask you about, Chief Superintendent, is that you told us before about how a chief of police in Ontario can ask the Ontario Provincial Police to take over their service or assist their service in cases of emergency, correct?
Yes.
And Chief Slowly didn't do that in these circumstances.
No.
But it's also the case that under the Police Services Act, the board could ask the OPP to take over, correct? The Police Services Board?
Yes.
Or the Ontario Civilian Police Commission?
Yes.
So if they have the relevant or proper information, they could have considered that and weighed that option?
Yes, they could.
And you would agree with me that given the prevailing conditions in Ottawa at that time, the Ottawa Police simply couldn't provide adequate and effective policing services to their community.
I'd say they were stretched as it related specifically to the protests to say that they were not otherwise providing, because Ottawa is not just the downtown courser.
That's fair, absolutely. For the rest of it,
you know, because we talk regularly with them about their ability to respond to their day-to-day business.
Right. But we've heard lots of evidence, and I don't think it's really in dispute, that the Ottawa Police Services simply did not have the capacity to bring this event to an end on their own. The numbers were such, the scale was such, it was recognized generally. The Ottawa Police couldn't end this on their own, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And it took an enormous amount more of police resources from elsewhere to bring an end to this, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, like, I was taking a look and reviewing the National Framework on Police Preparedness for Demonstrations and Assemblies, and there's nothing in there about what happens if the demonstration is of such a scale that the police force of jurisdiction can't manage it, and in how or in what way there could be a trigger for them to ask for another service, to maybe even take over if they're having a real problem. Would you agree with me, Chief Superintendent, that more policy or protocol around that for how police services can feel comfortable reaching out to get assistance would be helpful?
It absolutely would.
Yeah, if Chief Slowly had some more guidance on that, or his strong personality, maybe he felt he was kind of getting it from all sides. I think we've heard a lot of evidence from that, felt embattled. But if there was a policy there saying, hey, at this point, that's a trigger, you should actually cede responsibility to another service, that perhaps could have helped this crisis. Would you agree?
Whether or not it's ceding responsibility to another organization, I'll just back up and qualify this answer with another statement. The OPP policy, for example, when an incident exhausts the ability of the local detachment to respond, we will stand up an EOC. So we have a more coordinated response, because now we're going to be needing resources from other. So it's kind of inbred in our nature that when an event overwhelms one jurisdiction, OPP jurisdiction, and others are needed, we stand up a broader group to support, to ensure that the response, so that the locals can still focus and we can bring in supports. So I don't believe it's about policy that he would have to cede responsibility, but certainly that when you are overwhelmed, that it's time to ask and integrate with other organizations to seek their assistance to collectively bring it into the unlawful activity.
I hear you, Chief Superintendent, but I guess just what I'm suggesting is that it's a little bit ad hoc, right? There's no real good guidance for a chief about when might be the right time to press the emergency button.
I would say there probably is no guidance or written guidance in that regard.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Superintendent.
Thank you. Now I will call on the OPP.
Good afternoon, sir. It's Christopher Diana, Councillor of the OPP, as you know. I'd like to maybe take a step back a little bit. You've answered a lot of questions about, the details of what happened in Ottawa. Part of the mandate of this commission, and part of what I think the commissioner may be interested in hearing about as well, is taking a look at the bigger picture. Lessons learned is part of the mandate of this commission. And you're in a unique position as a recent retiree with 36 years of experience doing this kind of public order policing and incident command to maybe give some thoughts that may be of assistance to the commissioner. And the question I wanted to ask you in particular is about an integrated or unified command. Do you believe in the value of that concept?
Absolutely. It's absolutely critical to our success in any event where it's beyond the scope of one organization.
Right. And what are some of the impediments? So if we're looking at lessons learned, what are some of the impediments going forward that the commissioner may want to consider while contemplating the evidence that he hears?
Well, we've already heard about, the personalities that exist in a lot of police leadership roles. And oftentimes that can be the impediment. They simply don't want to, they want to do this on their own. They don't need help. Or I need your help, but I want command and control of your resources. There's an organization out there that I know of that would ever say, okay, we'll send you 500 officers and just use them gently. It doesn't work that way. When you deploy 500-600 officers to another organization, they come with the command and control. If you don't integrate, you're going to be working in silos. If you don't integrate, you're not going to be communicating about the ultimate strategic objectives and goals of what you're trying to accomplish. So it's absolutely critical that leaders buy in. Leadership is actually absolutely key at all levels, in my humble opinion. If you don't have the leadership team buying in, then it's not going to work.
And I think just to maybe kind of drill down a little bit into the why. Why is a unified command a useful tool, even if there's an event in a larger city that has a large police service? Ottawa has a fairly large police service. Toronto or other large police services may benefit from this concept, but maybe you can explain why this is useful. Toronto Police Service, for example, may have a lot of resources, but why is a unified team useful for a large event?
Well, it's unified because of, the power of the human brain. The more people that you have, the more expertise do you bring to bear on a problem, the more communication that you have, your solution is going to be that much more refined and appropriate. It takes, as I mentioned earlier in my evidence, it takes the weight off one pair of shoulders who is feeling the burden of this event. And I feel for Chief Slowly, the burden that he was under for this event. But bringing in an integrated command and all that it brings to bear with the resources, the subject matter expertise, can only produce a win.
Ultimately, though, it comes down to whether the police service of jurisdiction kind of buys into the concept, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, can I just check with the Government of Canada? Are you content? There's nothing further you'd like? No? Okay, I just have a couple of questions, Chief Hardy. About, there have been words about what the operation, and it's been referred to, as I understand it, as ending the occupation, but also some people have said ending the protest. Is there a difference in your mind between the approach of saying the plan is to end the protest or end the occupation?
I certainly have used them synonymous today as one and the same. It was absolutely, in my view, an occupation, but it's often referred to as a protest. A protest can be an occupation. So they're one and the same from my view.
Okay, and in that, I just want to ask you if you could have a look at your mission statement, and we've had it referred to, and I think it's OPP 1851. And I think we might be at page 8, I think, if I'm correct. For the, go down a bit, yeah, it's up a bit. It's the mission statement I'm looking for. No, that's not the right document then.
It would be in that document, sir.
Okay, and where would it?
Maybe it's down.
Okay, maybe further down. I think it was.
I believe it's page 8.
Page 8?
If we had just gone down a little bit from where we were.
There it is. Okay. And I'm wondering here, you've put in with the utmost respect to the individual's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I was wondering, was there any thought about there are protesters there that may wish to protest appropriately, if I can call it, without breaking law, i.e. continue a protest legally in some manner in some place?
Yes.
Was that taken into account?
Absolutely was taken into consideration in our messaging through PLT that, you want to protest where you are now is deemed illegal. You need to leave. You want to protest, there's other venues. And this is why we put in this mission about the Charter of Rights, because there are lawful protests that you can do.
I guess that's why I was wondering about your answer of saying ending the protest and ending the occupation you took as being the same.
The same, but I guess I should qualify within that red zone that's now deemed to be an illegal occupation. If you're in there, you're breaking the law. If you're in there, you need to leave because it has been deemed illegal, what you're doing, an illegal occupation. So that meant, because we had a lot of people that our PLT interacted with that continually pleaded that, well, we're all doing everything lawful. They had this, a lot of them felt they had that plausible deniability so PLT had to educate them. Okay, it's a lawful protest to a point. Now you've reached a point, there's injunctions, there's criminal mischief going on, there's all these things that are happening. This protest, this demonstration, this occupation is now deemed unlawful and you need to leave. If they chose, and we gave people an exit strategy, if they chose, well, we'd like a protest location where our voice can be heard, that would have been facilitated by PLT.
Okay, so the PLT was seeking to shrink the footprint, but are you saying they also would facilitate a continuing legal protest in some location or in some manner?
If someone said to them, but we have a right to protest, they would have said, not here. There's other ways that you could protest, but now you're in an illegal zone to protest. And they when I say facilitate, I mean, they're not going to, stop what they're doing so we can now set up a place for you to protest. But they would certainly, and we've done that. I'll use the example of G8. We set up the protest stages, everything. You want to protest? Here, you go here and protest. PLT, they'll help facilitate this because you're not getting to there.
Okay. Was there any part of the plan that provided for this aspect that you've just described, that you could continue your protest legally, just not here?
I think by that time we had exhausted all negotiation and without reading the final plan, I would say no, because our negotiations with the protesters had reached a point that they were proving to be futile. So now enforcement action was next in that measured approach.
Are you aware of people after, or members of the public in media or otherwise, criticizing after the fact the operation, saying they simply wished to peacefully protest?
I don't doubt that. I don't independently recall those type. I didn't actually. I avoided the media and the news.
Fair enough.
So I could focus. But I don't particularly recall it, but I don't doubt it. We have to look at that with very, very carefully. I'm certain there was a lot of people in that protest zone when they realized, like, oh, they're actually telling us the truth. This is an illegal occupation now. We have to move. They skedaddled out of there because they're, as I mentioned earlier about the profile of the protester was unlike anything we'd ever seen. There was a lot of good people in there that simply wanted their voice to be heard. We knew that. But they were mixed with a lot of danger as well inside in terms of the potential and threats of violence that existed in there. So we gave the opportunities. That was all part of the negotiations. They even looked at having alternate locations for the trucks to go so that they could stage there and we'll bus you for a protest. And that did not work out.
And so just to close that loop, do you feel the plan was adequate in terms of allowing continued protests for those who may wish it in retrospect?
At the stage where we executed this plan and went kinetic, i.e. we went hands-on with the operation, that was the option that was left available to us. With all other aspects of the plan exhausted, I do believe that we acted appropriately, professionally, and accomplished not only our mission, but all of our goals and objectives in terms of, assisting in restoring the confidence and faith in the city of Ottawa and Ottawa Police, returning Ottawa to a relative state of normalcy for business to be able to open, and doing so without injuring people and having to arrest too many people. We know our justice, a lot of people put a lot of stock in arrest. We also know our justice system just doesn't have the ability for us to arrest and charge 3,000 people. We all know what would happen there. So I believe that we accomplished those goals and did so and returned, because very shortly thereafter, there were protests again in the city of Ottawa that were permitted and were peaceful.
Thank you. One other thing I just want to explore briefly, you spoke about PLTs, and I don't know how to put it, it was not necessarily embraced as it maybe should have been by OPS in this operation. Is that fair?
In their initial.
Yes,
Believe
I
it or
meant
not.
the initial.
Within a day of our arrival there, we engaged with Marcel Baudin, who I believe you're going to be hearing from. And we got things back on, collectively, when I say we, got it back on track with a PLT focus.
Now, a lot of the work of PLT involves, as you've talked about, negotiating, de-escalating.
Yes.
And for those who wish to bring a quick end to a protest, PLTs maybe are not viewed in the same way, or they're viewed as delaying what they wish as a result.
My personal opinion is if we took an enforcement action directly every time just to end it, we'd be sitting before another commission of inquiry and wrote about a lack of a measured approach. So in my humble opinion, I would use PLT in every circumstances. They might last 10 minutes and be rendered ineffective, but we've tried. We've tried the negotiation route. We've tried the de-escalation route. It did not work before we go kinetic.
Yeah, you may be going the wrong direction. You're thinking I'm going the wrong direction. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
What I'm trying to get at is the public often is not aware of the role and importance of PLTs because they want results. Would that be fair in some cases?
I would say it's a fair statement, sir.
Okay. And I guess all I'm asking is, do you think an important component in a protest such as this is educating the public on the need for the process to be worked through, negotiation, et cetera? In other words, because we heard a lot about public pressure to close this down, and I'm just asking whether there is a role for public education.
There's a significant role. In fact, when you look, I'm sure you'll get this from Inspector Baudin, a lot of what PLT does, because it's not just with the protesters that they deal with, a lot of what they do is education as well. You know, our PLTs are active not just in the middle of a crisis. They're active all. So education is absolutely critical. The public needs to know. When we engage PLT in these events, we have PLT members who are dealing with the business association. We have PLT members dealing with the residents so that we know collectively all of the issues that we're facing. So they're not just negotiating with the protesters necessarily. They're looking at everybody that is impacted by education. I would love for every member of the public to become a PLT. One of our goals in our communication strategy was to make every uniform officer with their messaging from the constable on the street up to the Prime Minister of Canada. If we could get everybody saying the same message, we're educating the public, we will succeed. That was a stated goal right within our mission.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. We appreciate, even though you're in retirement.
Sir,
Yes, I'm sorry.
My apologies. I have just a few questions. This is, for the record, Brendan Miller, counsel for the Freedom Corp. Arising from your questions. I had none until some answers came out. There's just probably about 2 minutes of questions I would like to ask, if I may, sir, with respect to the evidence from the witness regarding there being no more ability to negotiate, et cetera, given that I understand that that wasn't the case, sir.
There is no provision for a re-examination. We're not going to reopen it. There will be plenty of witnesses you can question about the process as they come through, but I'm not going to reopen because you wouldn't be the only one.
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, thank you for your testimony, and especially since you're retired. Appreciated. We're going to rise until Monday morning at 9:30. Thank you.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.